police force that just slammed through someone's protest that everyone was laughing at. But now it's kind of caught on a bit more, and I think people are thinking blocking roads is a good idea. And listen, in the UK, we are not nearly as wedded to the kind of car thing as you are in America. You guys fucking love your cars way more than we do. So I'm sure it's a lot more irritating and frustrating, but yeah.
Let's just go in and see.
Here we go. Let's see.
I did get canceled again. A lot of people are angry. Casey Tron. A lot of you guys probably don't know who that is. Most people don't. She used to be a streamer a long time ago. And ever since she fell off about 10 years ago, her entire existence on the internet has been dedicated to being hostile and negative about other people. And so she goes and she makes a tweet today about me. And so she goes, she's like, Asmongold hates himself more than we ever could. Just
yeah, I don't know. He's like a goblin. Like, he don't like clean his room. Like, his room is trashed all the time. He's got blood on the wall, dirty dishes. Dude's a millionaire. Like, you would think that you wouldn't live like a complete degenerate, but he still lives like a complete degenerate. It's crazy.
Just like his lifestyle, there's nothing to be said. Disgusting man. They could ever make him change his filthy, putrid ways. Just a real stinker. I respond back. I say, you're fat and you spend your life smoking weed and doing drugs. If anyone's a stinker, it's you.
Jump to the fat shit. Like,
that's true.
If somebody's fat, like, honestly.
And I'm not insulting her. It's just this is just not.
The thing is like, you know, I've obviously not like some of Asmongold's takes, but I would take Asmongold 1 billion times over Casey Tron. I don't think I literally, you know, I'm very much someone who will say if someone has a good take. I don't think I've ever seen.
And he does live like a putrid. And I'm not like, don't think I'm just like bashing Asmon because I'm like, oh, I hate him. I hate him. I used to watch every single one of Asmongold's videos up until I just realized that he's just like a goblin. Like, yeah, he's successful. Yeah, he's good at WoW. I'm good at WoW too. Like, that don't mean shit. Being good at games and stuff don't mean much. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know. I just stopped caring for him. And I think it was more like after the whole OTK business with like Mizkif and like Rich Campbell and the Azalea allegations and stuff. I don't know. He's just a fucking goblin.
Casey Tron have a good or correct take about anything. Casey Tron is on the wrong side of every single political conversation and take going, you know?
Observation, she is fat. And if you're fat, you sweat more. And if you sweat more, you're going to smell bad more. Why'd she even attack you? Because her entire existence of the internet is built off of complaining and talking shit about other people. Nobody likes her, and so the only thing that she can do to make people like her is hopefully make people dislike somebody else more than they dislike her. XQC said money is financial.
What does she look like? Stylo. If you're listening still, please do the honors. I'm sure you got the image.
Freedom having the ability to choose what you want to do as much.
You know, the one that Destiny tweeted out. Yo! I saw that and retweeted it. I thought it was funny. That image, that exact image. It's that image, isn't it?
Just possible. Why are you mad?
Stylo,
the way that he
do
wants
the honors.
To. You have a lot of money too, yet you are overweight and choose to smoke weed all the time.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that is an image that Stylo took in with his own hands, I believe. Let's have a look. Yo! It's such a good picture.
You're fat.
What was it? It was Casey Tron. Basically, the lore of this image is that I was covering some Casey Tron thing, and she was talking about being like doing a Barbie style makeup thing, and looking like Barbie, and then this is what appeared after she'd done a whole spiel about how she was doing a Barbie style thing, and it was just so.
Just because you're fat doesn't mean like you're a horrible person, or you know, you can't say you dislike somebody else because you're fat and you smoke weed. Like what more can he say? Like, that's it? That's your big thing is she's fat and she smokes weed. Uh-oh, you're fat and you smoke weed, but like, who cares? Who cares? You're a fucking dirty goblin. Like, You got blood stains on your wall because your fucking teeth were rotting out of your fucking face because you wouldn't take care of your teeth or brush your teeth for sake. Like, you are the typical gaming goblin that people talk about, where it's like he lives in a dark room and he's disgusting and he don't brush his teeth. And that's Asmund. Asmund plays the typical fucking gamer loser sitting in his house, parents' house, playing video games. You're a millionaire, dude. Why don't you like have your own home, or at least fucking take care of yourself? Or not even the fact that he's a millionaire, take care of yourself. It's just a base thing everybody should. I'm not a millionaire, but you know, my daughter still brushes her teeth every day and takes a bath, and you know what I mean? Her room doesn't have month-old dirty dishes in it, and like, come on now. Like, you don't come on. Like, there's a certain, like, you should want to have some kind of certain hygiene, or like, I don't know, base living, base standard of living, where you're at least not a gross and putrid goblin.
So funny. Obviously, the incongruence between what she was saying and then what she looked like. Brilliant.
Again, I was a fan of Asmund's for years. Most recently into like that Rich Campbell shit, the Rich Campbell and Azalea shit, and then the Mizkif covering up the like sexual assault or whatever the hell you want to call that, whatever that was. I started thinking that maybe OTK is a little bit gross. Like, so I stopped watching all OTK stuff. But that was the only reason. Like, there was nothing personal against Asmund. But she's right, though. Asmund is a dirty goblin. Like, he's just a dirty person. And you can't change that. There's no amount of nothing that can change that. He's just a dirty scrub.
I'll screenshot it, and the rest is history. Okay?
Scrub, but still a dirty
there
scrub.
you go. There's the story of the image. Now you know. But yeah, absolutely classic.
Respect people's choices, lady. Casey Tron has talked a lot of shit about me over the years. For a very, very long time, I've had the policy of not ever, like, responding back to people or saying things that are, like, mean back to people. We are getting rid of that policy. I'm bored of sitting here and being a punching bag, especially by clowns like this. An example of what Casey Tron did.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you want to have a pop at, I mean, this is what's so crazy about the situation, is Casey Tron fired the first shot. Like, Casey Tron came at Asmongold first on very personal grounds. All Asmongold did is hit back on personal grounds, and she fucking cried out like a stuck pig. Okay, come on, dude. But do you know what I mean? It's like, you fired the first shot. Like, what are you on about?
I don't know.
Of course it's reasonable that...
I think this is stupid. This whole thing is...
that he's going to strike back like that. It's just so crazy. This crybaby shit is fucking insane.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Hang on a minute. Tommy C. Hello? Oh. What's Tommy C want? Okay, there's some problem. It's saying awaiting endpoint. I don't know what's going on, but it's not working.
Is that back whenever Casey Tron was not a completely irrelevant streamer, and she was using her cleavage on stream to attract views, this was in probably about 10 years ago. Guess what happened? Well, my ex-girlfriend Izzy, Pink Sparkles, came on, and everybody started watching her instead. Now, why did everybody start watching Pink Sparkles instead of Casey Tron? I think everybody knows why. So Casey Tron talked mad shit about Izzy constantly. Perpetuated a lie that she was a view botter, and wouldn't back down.
I really feel like everyone went and started watching Izzy instead of, well, Pink Sparkles, whatever you want to call her, instead of Casey Tron, because she was involved with Asmund, and obviously Asmund's a huge streamer. So, I mean, when he gets a girlfriend, I mean, all his little cronies are going to flock to her. So I bet you her numbers went up because of him, not because, oh, she's so much better looking than Casey Tron, which I don't really care about. Like, I am in a happy, committed relationship. I do not really care about how a girl looks. I don't know. And plus, my tastes are different than everybody else. I don't think Pink Sparkles is that good looking. To be honest with you, Izzy really isn't that good looking to me. She just looks like every typical, your average OF girl that you see on a day-to-day basis online, like on like Instagram showing their bodies, or Twitch, or Twitter, or wherever showing their bodies. She just looks like the typical online sleuth,
Down on it for years until finally.
right? Typical lobster kettle. For all those that don't know, a lobster kettle is a French whorehouse. So a typical lobster inside of a lobster kettle.
Finally, she got confronted recently.
She's just one lobster in that huge OF kettle, that whole lobster kettle. She's just a typical lobster.
And apologized in DMs to it to Izzy. This is like 2 years ago. The point is that I think Casey Tron is disgusting. She is a disgusting person.
See, now let me stop there. That Asmund can't call someone disgusting when your wall has blood from your gums on it because you would just wipe the blood out your mouth when you'd wake up and then wipe it on the wall. He's gross. Like he's a very gross individual, and he wants to sit here and pretend, or not pretend like he's not, but he like adheres to it. But you can't call someone else disgusting if that's what you're doing, dude. If you're just like some goblin ass dude, you can't really do that, man.
She fell off over 10 years ago, and the only relevance that she will ever have is being a bottom feeder and farming people that somehow hate another person more than they hate her. And to be honest, guys, I don't want to say anything more about it.
But how do I make money
Because the truth
off
is
oppressed
that
people?
Aluna
at the end of the
became a
day,
member. Aluna
I'm
celebrates
still
2 months of membership. Casey Tron is the Ethan Ralph of women.
Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. I am. I've only been doing this since, well, I started in 2019, but I only really got going, as a full-time thing, like 2022. I want to say.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I was
2021
talking
mid.
about when the Rich Campbell allegations threw me away from OTK, and then the Crazy Slick. That was I was talking about, the Crazy Slick situation.
2021 was the true start, the true beginnings. But yeah, I mean, obviously this goes back fucking ages to all the old panel shows and stuff. Casey Tron got like kind of popular on that and stuff. But yeah. Oh, hey, J Stork. That's incredibly insulting to Ethan Ralph. True. Very true.
still me, and she's still her. And that's worse than anything that I could ever say. Casey Tron under fire for liking tweet blaming Asmongold's lifestyle for his mom's death. Here we go.
Whoa!
So I guess this is today.
That tweet. It says, thankfully, XQC's lifestyle hasn't led directly to the death of one of his parents yet, so he has that going for him over Asmon at least.
Ooh, that is. I gotta be honest, okay? I've got to be consistent. I find the kind of policing of likes often to be cringe. However, I mean, this is clearly, you can be read as an expression of like what Casey Tron agrees with, right? Like clearly she believes this, otherwise she wouldn't like the fucking tweet. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy to bring XQC's dead mother into this. It's just unnecessary. I don't know. It's not even that funny. Look, if you did it and it was funny, I'd be for it. But this isn't even funny. I'm not even laughing at this. It's not even a funny way of doing it.
I'll admit, I did like that tweet, and I have a lack of respect for Asmongold after letting his mom with COPD live in those sort of conditions. I'm sorry.
He kind of did. I mean, we won't say that Asmongold killed his mother, because I don't really believe that at all. But I do believe that he could have gave his mom a better living situation, considering the health problems she was suffering. I feel like he could have gave his mom a better place to live in.
Like, you're a millionaire, you have all of the resources
He could have done that for real.
in the world. Why is your
I wouldn't say that he's like solely. I mean, his mom did what she did throughout her life and smoked and all the other stuff. His mom did things to attribute to her own passing, which, rest in peace. I won't talk ill of the dead, and I would never speak ill of the dead ever. especially, you know, someone that was close to their mom like he was. That was, I'm close to my mother, and I lost my father to COVID. So, I mean, I know what it's like to lose your parent, but he definitely could have done things to make the environment around her better, at least. I mean, she was doing her own things to attribute to it, yeah, and there's nobody could tell her differently. She's a grown woman; she could do what she wants. But I really do believe he could have made the environment just a little bit better.
Your sick mother living like that. Like, I'll say it. I don't care if that makes me a bad person.
Okay.
Still miles above of Asmongold. Miles above Asmongold.
I mean, is this even true? I don't know. I don't know enough about it. The funny thing with Asmongold for me is always just that he lives in squalor, and that's funny. Gums on the wall, the dead animal shit. Like, do you know what I mean? I personally just don't really see any need to bring his mother into this personally. So I don't really. We'll see how this plans out, I guess. It's a pretty low blow. Yeah, exactly. Damn.
Gold. I'm sorry. Like, I have literally a fraction of the income, and I take better care of my parents than that. And I don't have anywhere near close the resources that he does. I did like that.
Should take better care of yourself. And if that's the case. Now, I'm going to be honest. This doesn't really offend me. It doesn't. And the reason why it doesn't really offend me is because I know that she doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't really know what she's saying. She's just saying this because I have said something to be mean to her. This is not...
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's true. Like, dude, she's clearly stating this as a serious sentiment or thought process when I've got no idea of the nature of fucking Asmongold's mother's death. I would not even think to go there because I don't know what happened or what didn't happen. And you just end up stepping on a rake, saying something that's wrong. Like, it's not even supposed to be a roast or funny. You know, Casey Tron is moral frogging about a situation that she probably doesn't know anything about. So, yeah.
Hurt my feelings. This doesn't, like, get me upset. It's malicious, though. It is malicious. She's a disgusting person, and she always will be. I don't like attacking people. I only respond to people who attack me. I don't go out of my way and go and personally insult people or anything like this, but if they do it to me, I will do it back. I do genuinely believe that bad things do happen to bad people. And so whenever I see somebody saying this, I think it's just a matter of time. And whenever it inevitably happens, I will be there to laugh. Call me out if I am attacking somebody who didn't attack me. But I don't think that's going to happen a whole lot, especially on a...
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this a bit more, and I'm like, look, is it a low blow? Yes. But the biggest issue of all, do you know what the biggest problem of all is? It's not even funny. That's the way bigger issue to me. If Casey Tron did a great roast or a great meme about it, and I laughed, I'd probably be like, okay, well, shit, that's a shit talking. But it's the attempt to moral frog over it, whilst likely getting the details wrong. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. It's like a genuine expression of sentiment that's probably wrong, rather than I'm just trying to talk some fucking mad shit and it's funny, I think that's my kind of perspective on it. Because I just think if you want to talk mad shit, be funny, and you're probably good. But don't moral frog about stuff you don't understand. That's gay.
Personal level. And also, by the way, obviously there was like a big conversation. And the reason why Casey Tron tweeted this out, there is a reason for it. Besides the fact that she probably needs impressions to make money. The other reason was because I had said on stream yesterday that I thought that standing in a road was not an effective way of protesting for Palestine. I thought this was counterproductive. I don't think it really helps anybody. Obviously, a lot of the...
I agree with him there. Standing in the middle of the road ain't helping nobody in Palestine through anything at all.
Twitter revolutionaries love to, they love to act like, this is some big thing and they're, changing the world, etc. So there we go. You are not protesting for Palestine by preventing a minimum wage worker from getting to work on time. Get out of the road. That's what I said.
It's so funny that we're now seeing this discourse in America when, I mean, if you watch my stream, you've probably seen, or maybe you've seen otherwise, but I covered this when it happened. But we've had the Just Stop Oil protests, which is exactly the same conversation. People protesting something by blocking a road, which is unlikely to have any meaningful impact. And in fact, it's gone on to not have any impact. And the opposite has happened. And it's the argument about whether or not it's effective and whether it's good or bad or something like that. And Asmongold is correct. He's just 100%. Yeah, it's like an inverse of the cultural influence. The Redcoats will commence again. We're coming back, baby. Let's go. But yeah. I mean, yeah, this very standard fucking shit we've talked about before, but obviously you can block. Fundamentally, blocking a road without notice is retarded because you are bringing an entire city potentially to a halt and you've got no control over what that is stopping, right? You could, for all you know, be stopping an ambulance that's trying to get someone somewhere. You're not going to realize at your point, but your blockage is going to have a knock-on effect that could mean that someone doesn't get care or, some other issue. It could be that serious. It could be more minimal. It could be that someone is on a late notice for the 4th time, okay? And yeah, they're retarded for getting 4 late notices. They would otherwise be on time and be fine, but there's a protest that stops them from getting to work, which means they lose their job. That's obviously fucked up. There's lots of different things you can point to and think about the issues that it will cause. But yeah, fundamentally, the biggest issue of all is what impact do you expect it to have? None. And it's not protected by the First Amendment either, right? Because what is the First Amendment clause or whatever the assembly thing is? I do not think that would cover blocking the road because that's not like a peaceful protest. To block a road, to block a critical source of infrastructure for a city. And also the other problem that you've got as well is what about someone's right to travel down that road without impediment because cops are obviously able to stop you in the road, but there's some limitation on that. They can't just fucking do whatever the fuck they want, and they've got to do it in a constitution adherent way as well, So, yeah, I think there's a lot of issues with it, legally, ethically, morally, and biggest of all, from the protesters' perspective, is it's not going to help you. And all it's going to do, literally the only thing it's going to do is piss people off and make them less likely to be amenable to the cause that you're promoting, But also, the other thing too is, how does stopping a road in some random American town or whatever, what's that connected to getting a ceasefire?
The craziest
how does that even
work to me is that she's really not even that. He's like, oh, she's fat and she's obese and she's a pothead. She might be a pothead, but if you've seen Casey Tron is not no obese girl. Like, she's not. I mean, I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm in a happy relationship. I'm not saying that weird or trying to be weird. She's a pretty girl. She really is. She's not no ugly, morbidly obese drug addict. She's a pretty chick, and she's not morbidly obese. And I bet you any amount of money that she doesn't live in the squander and filth that this little
work.
putrid
What is the
goblin
process
right
for
here
that journey?
lives in.
It doesn't make any
I can guarantee that. I can almost bet my entire bank account on that.
sense. What's the argument? Oh, loads of people are going to go, oh, this person's blocking the road. It's like, just on a pragmatic...
Don't, anyone that's watching, because I don't ever have no overlays up, so I don't even know if anybody's watching me say all this, or listening to me say all this stuff and watching with me. But don't think that I'm like, oh, this dude's like a simp for freaking Casey Tron, because honestly, I don't really know her. It's not like me and her personally know each other. I'm new to streaming. I'm new to this whole get up. But I just don't think that that's like, I don't know. I don't think that she's like some gross like from what I've seen of her, she's just a pretty and average living girl. Like she doesn't seem like she tries to. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Pragmatic level.
But to me, that's
The
just
road is
kinda
being
the whole
blocked.
thing.
Option 1 is you then decide to start putting pressure on the government to call for a ceasefire, which then hopefully causes a ceasefire, right? Which is a very convoluted way of getting that road unblocked. Or option 2, cops come along and drag them out the road. What's the better way to go about it? You know, do we do option 1, which is, oh, we do something which, you know, might not even work to hopefully get the road clear? Or 2, you send the coppers in to move them out the way because it's a fucking illegal protest. Boom, there you go. There's your option. So I just think whichever way you look at it, whichever way you slice it, there is no fucking, you know, there is no way of looking at it where this is a good thing and is going to have any benefit, right? And on top of that as well, if you look at the UK, where we had the Just Stop Oil protests, right? The whole point of the Just Stop Oil protests was to stop the British government from signing further like deals or further government contracts or something related to oil and all this shit. I'm massively paraphrasing this off the top of my head. And I think that, you know, in the midst of the protests happening, the British government did exactly that. And they signed some big contract for some new oil thing or something, you know. The point being that they did the thing that the protesters were trying to stop, and they did it, you know, whilst or after this protest had happened. So it was completely ineffective. The only thing that you're achieving, at best, is stopping pissed off working class people getting to work. And at worst, you're creating a dangerous obstruction that could lead to. I'm massively paraphrasing this off the top of my head. And I think that, you know, in the midst of the protests happening, the British government did exactly that. And they signed some big contract for some new oil thing or something, you know. The point being that they did the thing that the protesters were trying to stop, and they did it, you know, whilst or after this protest had happened. All you're doing. So it was completely ineffective. So stupid, man. Anyway, the only thing that you're achieving... There we go. That's my take on it. At best, well rehearsed, is stopping pissed off working class people getting to work. Now the Yank boys are getting to have a little flavour of the gay protest. Paraphrasing this off the top of my head. That's and I think
and so obviously a lot of these people are
the British government did exactly that, and they signed some big contract for some new oil thing or something, you know. The point being that they did the thing that the protesters
these are
trying to
people
stop,
who have no problems in life. These are people who live in first world countries, in the safest countries in the world, in the safest time in history, that are trying desperately to LARP as if they are anything even similar to the civil rights movement. You are not even 1% of what the civil rights movement was. You are standing in the street. You are harassing.
Also, the other problem with the civil rights argument is often the civil rights movement was directly protesting the institutions that were doing the thing that was bad, right? Like they do a sit-in somewhere where they had some racist policy in place, right? Like they were targeting specifically the thing that was doing the thing. You know, it was much like, but now it's so abstract. Block the street so that people who've got nothing to do with the conflict and aren't engaging or participating in either way with it go to the government, who also have got an influence but are not directly participating in the conflict, to get them to call for a ceasefire to try and influence a country miles away that they do have influence over to stop doing something. Like, it's so abstract and disconnected of the steps you need to go through to justify this sitting in the middle of the fucking road shit. It's just crazy. Of the steps you need to go through to civil rights movement sitting in the middle of the fucking road shit. It's just crazy.
Is fat, then I'm like,
of the steps you need to go through the fucking civil rights movement sitting in the middle of the fucking road shit. It's just crazy.
Is fat, then I'm like,
of the steps you need to go through the civil rights movement sitting in the middle of the fucking road shit. It's just crazy.
Is fat, then I'm like,
of the steps you need to go through the civil rights movement sitting in the middle of the fucking road. And it's
I'm like super morbidly obese, if that's the case.
Building over there is participating in racist policy. Let's go sit in there. They can't kick us all out. Boom. There you go.
By the way, I'm 100%. Like I'm really not. But if they're calling her fat, then holy crap, I gotta be the fattest mother on the planet. Like, when I think of fat, I think of like Tipster. Like, Tipster's obese. Like, I think of people like Tipster. Like, I don't think when I see Casey Tron, I don't think, oh, this girl's obese or this. I mean, like, personally, I don't like body shaming, so I don't think of anyone as fat, or I don't like look at people's bodies like that. But like, if I were to like sum it up, I would say someone like Tipster. If you say fat, I'm thinking of like Tipster. So when I see Casey Tron, I don't see, you know, tipster fat. I just see like a decently average girl that, like decently average size girl that's kind of cute. Like, that's it.
So yeah, it's kind of insane that we've got this comparison constantly to the civil rights movement, where it's not even comparable at all to like what is happening with this modern thing. And it's, they're trying to make that connection
I just don't
in order to make it seem like you're bad for not supporting it, right?
I'm
Like,
not like
the reason they
simping for
made that
Casey
argument
Tron.
is to make it seem,
Like I said, I'm not like a simp for girls. I'm in like a committed happy relationship. And I got a daughter. I'm like, I'm pretty good in life. I do this as a hobby. Like, that's why I don't like shill. I mean, if anyone's watching and does want to donate, you could donate through Streamlabs, but it's not recommended. I don't care about it. That's why I don't do tip overlays and super chat overlays and all that other stuff, because I don't really care for all that. I mean, I make my money working 9 to 5. I just like doing this as like a hobby. This is just fun to me. I like coming on here and I'm new to doing it. And I liked playing video games and like watching this kind of stuff anyway, so I figured why not, why not soup up my computer with the 40 series and, grab a mic. And I got a camera. I don't feel like installing it right now. I just went out today and bought a whole bunch of new gear for the computer. I installed the new boom arm, the new mic. And I don't know. We're just doing that for now. I mean, probably later I'll set the mic up or set the camera up, and we'll go live with that too. But for now, I'm just watching some videos, relaxing. That's about it. So we're gonna get back into it though. Enough talking about that. We're gonna get back into it. But when I see Case Chan, I don't see some fat, morbidly obese girl. When I see Asman, it's just because of what I know of Asman, because I watched him for a long time, and I know that he's just a gross-ass, filthy dude that's got a filthy-ass, dirty room with a bunch of garbage all over it, and that he wiped blood from his teeth on the walls, so there's, like, blood stains on the walls next to his bed and shit. I just know he's a filthy goblin. So, like, he doesn't say it, but he is one. But when I look at Casey Tron, I don't see some fat, gross girl. It's just, like, a stinker. I see average-sized cute girl that just smokes a bunch of weed. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. Smoking weed ain't nothing wrong with smoking weed. I'm a 40-year-old man and I smoke weed, and I've been successful in life. I have a home. I have kids. Like, just because somebody smokes weed doesn't make them a loser or anything. I smoke weed and I've made it through life pretty good. I've been married twice. First marriage didn't work out. Yeah. But I'm in a happy, committed relationship. I have kids. I have a job. I make decent money. My girlfriend has a job. She makes good money. She doesn't smoke weed, but I do. But the point of it is to just say that just because you smoke weed doesn't mean you're some like basement dwelling loser. Like, you could definitely be a productive person in life and in society and still smoke weed.
Seem like you're bad and you're like some sort of racist person because you're not supporting a retarded fucking protest, But yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's 5 layers removed. Exactly.
Harassing random people. You're not protesting injustice. You're protesting somebody going to McDonald's.
Go and do it in fucking... Listen. Go and do it. Go and do it in Gaza. Haven't there been anti-Netanyahu protests in Israel, funnily enough, recently? I've not really followed it, like I say. But yeah.
McDonald's. Anytime that I see somebody
that's
do
just-
that, they
that's
don't
what I feel.
actually believe that it's
That's it.
okay to break the law and protest. The only reason why they are saying it is because it's being said in a way, the protest is for something they agree with. They don't agree with the principle. They just want to get what they want, and
Yes,
they don't care how
true.
it happens. It's not breaking the law. You think that standing in the middle of the street and obstructing traffic
I mean, that's true right there. Like this whole, would you have said the same thing during the civil rights movement? What a ridiculous and self-serving oversimplification to imply the civil rights movement was successful because people stood in the street. It's very simple. Just get out of the road. People standing in the road don't serve no purpose to the people being bombed in Gaza. Like that's just fucking retarded. But yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I think that standing in the road ain't doing nothing. It's not doing no good for anybody. I mean, like, what purpose is it serving at all? It's not serving no purpose. You're just being a nuisance and getting in people's way.
isn't breaking the law.
Dude, I fucking...
Technically,
Oh, you
there's
get...
technically-
What about...
There's technically nothing anybody can do about what's happening in Gaza. My take? I said my take last night on stream when I was watching Hassan Piker talk about Israel and Palestine, and I gave my take about it last night. I think that Israel's response is justified. I really believe, like, I live in America. I believe that if what happened to Israel happened to us, I really believe that our government would stamp it out instantly. I mean, it probably wouldn't even still be happening. Like they probably would have went so aggressively with indiscriminate bombing, and you can't say that they haven't because they did. If anybody remembers World War II with Japan when they attacked Pearl Harbor, what did we do in response? You can call that indiscriminately bombing. We dropped 2 bombs on them in the middle of cities, not even military targets. We killed over 400,000 people that were not military targets. The number might be more than that, but I'll say 400,000 at the minimum, just because I know that has to be at least the number or better. Indiscriminately, for just bombing, just for what they did, just for their involvement in what they did at Pearl Harbor. We went back 30 times harder than they did. But I don't hear nobody being like, well, when America, they were indiscriminately bombing. I never hear nothing about anything because at the time people felt like that was justified. Just like Israeli people, probably more than half the Israeli people feel like that what the IDF and what Netanyahu decided to do in response to October 7th should be happening. And I think that in any country that you're in, if anyone's watching from different countries, and I really feel like that would be what would happen. That would be what would happen anywhere. I really feel that. And I feel like if your leaders don't do that, they must not care about you. They must not care that if another country's army comes in here, or a resistance force, or I can't even call Hamas a resistance force because what they did wasn't really any revolutionary shit. Like, what you did was just an indiscriminate killing of innocent fucking people. That's all you did. There was nothing more, nothing less. That's what it was. And I feel like if you flip it and reverse it, Like if Hamas came into there with the military might that Israel has, and Israel had Hamas's bullshit little military, I feel like Israel would have been gone by now. They would have ethnically cleansed all the Jews. I don't feel like any of this, and I know it all didn't happen. I know because everybody's favorite thing to say is October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. I know it didn't happen in a vacuum. But guess what? The last time that there was a peace talk with Israel and Palestine, the Israelis and the Palestinians went to war with them. They attacked them instead of signing a peace treaty. They lost. What happens when you lose a war? You know? Like, come on now. They lost. They lost in, I think it was like 40, 47, 48 was the war? Is with the colonial settings, the British colonial settlers or whatever went to they did that little war thing. I think it was in the 40s. I might be wrong about that, but I think it was 47, 48. But yeah, you lost, and they didn't get expelled to Gaza. That was like the terms of an agreement. Both sides had agreed that they would go and live in their own little like state of that Gaza would be theirs. Like that was like an agreement among them. They weren't just like walled off there and they were just throwing Palestinians in a walled off Gaza. Like no, this was like a thing that was amongst them because think about it like this. And I know I keep going. This is the last thing I'm going to say though about it. Think about it like this. How many Israelis or no. How many Arabs live in Israel? Like how many Palestinian Arabs live in Israel? I'll give you guys like 6 seconds of silence to Google search if you want. Or I could just tell you. Okay, I'm just going to tell you. No, but seriously. They're about 2 million. I think the last time I was researching it was like 2.1 million Arabs live in Israel. Now, how many Jews live in Gaza? None. And I don't think it's because, the state's so damn deplorable, nobody would want to go and live there anyway. I don't think that that's what it is. But I think more of what it is that Israelis are tolerant of Arabs, but Arabs aren't intolerant of Israelis. I believe that no Jews live in Gaza because they're not welcome. They're literally not welcome. There's zones that Israelis can't even, Jews can't even go in because if they go in there, they get shot. It's not like that for them. It wasn't like that for the Palestinian Arabs before October 7th. After October 7th, hell yeah, you can't come into our country. Hell no, you're not coming into Israel. But before that, they were allowed to move there. They were allowed to have jobs, live there, and maintain, and be in society, like societal living inside of Israel as an Arab. You could do that. But as a Jew, you can't just go do that in Gaza because they don't like them. They even said in one of the peace talks, they even said that they would accept living side by side with Israeli or with Jews, as long as the Jews were a subclass like citizen, like second class citizen. They wanted to be able to treat them like dog shit in order to live side by side with them. Like they wouldn't have as many rights as the Arabs would. Like, come on now. Like you can't blame Israel for wanting to get rid of, even if that was the case. I know they say they're snuffing out Hamas, and if it wasn't just snuffing out Hamas, everyone wants to call ethnic cleansing on the Palestinians. Even if it was ethnic cleansing, if you don't do it to them, they're going to do it to you. That's been told to you already. So there's literally nothing Israel can do other than what they're doing right now. And whoever says that they have other means, please, we can get in it. We can go into Discord and I'll debate anyone on that. Just give me a good reason why. Give me a reason. Give me the reason that Israel has other options, because I really don't feel like they do at all. But we'll get back to the video. Enough of me talking. We'll get back to the video. I know, sure, I don't want to just sit here and listen to me talk.
Free speech! What about free speech? You can't just block a road. That's against the law. What are you on about? That's what was so annoying about the protests in the UK. Is there's been these like sweeping powers that were put in place to deal with fucking protests. And lefties were, you know, in some cases rightly criticizing how broad it was. And then they weren't using it to stop these fucking stupid protests and people blocking the street. Crazy.
Why don't you go out there and do it and see what happens? Go ahead, go find out. Fuck around and find out. And at the end of the day, I will support any time that the police come and remove these people and or arrest them. A lot of people say it's the most effective way of protesting. Is that false? Is it the most effective way of protesting? I think that it can be if the focus of the protest can be linked directly to what they're protesting for.
Also, by the way, it's like you can block roads, but you have to get a permit and permission to do so that a city can reasonably accommodate for that, you know? Which is totally fine. And people go, oh, well, you're asking the government that you're trying to protest. Yes, because you have to, because roads are like very complicated in a city. You can't just block a road and not have a fucking knock-on impact. Cities need to know so that they can accommodate it and fit accordingly around your fucking protest. You know what? Some random fucker sat in the back of an ambulance bleeding out deserves to die because of your fucking stupid protest. It's so fucking retarded, man. God, I'm so sick of these stupid arguments about this shit. It's crazy. Yeah, they just route traffic round. And there you go. You get your protest. You get to be disruptive. But you do it in a way that doesn't mean people fucking die. No, Chudge, you can literally do anything you want as long as you call it a protest. Stringing up fucking Mike Pence on January 6th. Here we go. We're going to hang this guy. Wait. You're not allowed to do that. This is a protest. Come on, what do you mean? Oh, sorry. Carry on. Continue.
So, for example, and I think that sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. This is an example of it completely not being it. So, for example, with a lot of civil rights protests, they were protesting directly the laws. So, for example,
yes.
It was like, you know, you can't be at the front of the bus. So a person goes, like Rosa Parks sits at the front of the bus. It's not like people are just out there randomly causing riots and shit like that. Now, obviously that happened during civil rights, but I think the most powerful protests of civil rights, the ones that we remember, are the ones that were directly protesting the laws that they were protests for. And so whenever you go and you stand in the road because of a war that's 6,000 miles away and you block some random minimum wage worker from getting to work on time, and then you try to hijack that, you try to kidnap their life because they don't have any empathy for your problem. Why the fuck would they have any empathy for your problems whenever you're the one who's ruining their life right now? They're trying to get to work. They can't get to work. They can't live their life. Why the fuck would they have any empathy for you? It doesn't even...
What would be the appropriate way to protest this in a way that is directly connected? Book a flight over to Gaza? No. I mean, it's complicated because, yeah, you can't protest directly, like in the sense that you go to Israel or Palestine or whatever and do it there. But, you know, it would be do it in some political office that has got some impact or say in what's going on. Like, that's the other thing as well. It's like you're protesting like what? Local American towns and shit. Like what? There was one we watched recently, I think. We watched it on stream, I think. And it was like, oh, it was the woman. It was the woman that said she was going to redact all of the council people. You know, we're going to come to your house and all that stuff, right? Some random city council. What the fuck are they going to do? They got no control over it. You know, oh yeah, ceasefire based actually. And then what does that change? Nothing. Like, so much of this stuff is just directionless frustration and anger aimed at nothing, doing nothing. The only impact, well, doing nothing positive for your cause, pissing people off and probably making people fucking hate you.
Even makes sense. I have no problem with
Crazy.
people protesting. And in fact, yesterday, and this is actually
These are pressure campaigns. Okay, so a pressure campaign, even if you blocked an American city, a pressure campaign on the city council of that city. And what are they going to do? I guess the idea is you get so many city councils annoyed that they get asked the government to like ask for a ceasefire. And then what then? The government goes, yeah, we think there should be a ceasefire. And then what? Let's say there should be a ceasefire, and Israel goes, nope, not doing a ceasefire. What then? Like, dude, it's so stupid. It's like not impacting anything. You're not having a positive impact. It's doing nothing except pissing people off against your cause.
A pretty weird thing that's happened. I'll even say,
and that's beyond the fact that most people are on the side of the J boys. Okay, like, look, you cannot stop. The J boys are already hopping off the porch. They will not be stopped. But no, it's like, you know, my view on it, and I'm not looking at any statistics. I'm literally firing from the hip on this. Okay, the majority of people, right, don't give a shit about Israel-Palestine. And if asked about it, would probably favor Israel more than Palestine. Okay? And that's it. That's the reality. Now, it's kicked up a fuss recently because of all the shit that's been going on. And it's been in the news cycle. But most of the time, people don't give two fucks about Israel-Palestine. And come election season, they're probably not even going to factor it into their decision making on who they're going to vote for. You'll get your fucking retard leftoids that are going to be like, no, actually, Labour, relevant in the UK, Labour, I think you should support a ceasefire. If you don't, I'm not going to vote for you. Okay, well, we're 20 points ahead in the poll, so fuck off then. We don't care, you know? But people are not going to decide who they're going to vote for based on their policy on fucking Israel-Palestine. No one cares, okay? So stupid. They're fighting over rocks, for God's sake.
This is going to really maybe upset people. But I'll say it right now. If I had to say which group I think is more wrong, I think Israel's more wrong.
Ooh.
I'm more pro-Palestine than pro-Israel. That doesn't mean that Palestine hasn't done anything wrong, but I am. I just don't think you should stand in the road. No, that's true. Yeah, and I'm not saying, guys, this is not like a good guys and bad guys. I think they're both bad guys in a lot of ways, but especially, you know, like
they're both bad guys. Let's go.
Killing innocent people. I mean, there it is. I'm pro-America. Fuck them both. Sure. Yeah, I understand that, but there has been a lot of There has been a lot of conversations about this. Pro-Hamas idiots at UT discover what happens when you try to pull a Columbia in Texas. And this is our governor here, Texas, my governor. Arrests being raided right now will continue until the crowd disperses. These protesters belong in jail. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in Texas, period. Students joining hate-filled anti-Semitic protests at any public college or university in Texas should be expelled. So I completely disagree with the governor here. I think that whenever I look at a lot of the videos of the UT protests, I think...
Yeah, I've seen people talking about this because Greg Abbott is referencing anti-Semitism. Let's just say, not that I agree with them, but you can certainly see why certain narratives perpetuate amongst certain groups, can't you? Is Greg Abbott saying they're getting arrested for anti-Semitism? I mean, I don't think that's the case because that's against the First Amendment. But I guess they're getting arrested because they're on a public campus. And that's the university's property, right? I don't fucking know, man. You need to chat. Americoids! You're going to need to tell me what to think, okay? Certainly, you know, I can understand why people would perceive this as being, oh, Greg is like talking about arresting people for hate speech. It was, okay, it was completely against the First Amendment rights. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, if it's against the First Amendment rights, then obviously that's fucked up. And it looks like Greg Abbott is with them boys, eh? Huh? Hey? Greg Abbott, free speech, free speech, free speech. Criticize the J-boys. Arrest, arrest, arrest. Okay, come on, we need to be careful. I do need to be careful, as you well know, okay?
I think everybody is behaving in a generally law-abiding manner. I completely support those protests. And I think that our governor is totally fucking off base.
No, he's not off base because those protests turn into anti-Semitic rants. They chant from the river to the sea, which is, You know, everybody knows what that means. River to the sea. It's a genocidal slogan. They scream intifada. It's violent. Violent uprising. So no, them protesters. They might you can be peaceful and still try to incite violence all at the same time. Like I can go outside and peacefully sit on my porch and just keep screaming, things people should do to other people. I'm still trying to incite some kind of violence, but I'm doing it in a peaceful manner. I'm not being violent. I'm not being, like aggressive. I could just sit there and be like, yeah, intifada, intifada, yeah, violent uprisings. Everybody out there fight. Violently uprise. Do this. From the river to the sea, kill them Jewishies. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, that's what you're saying. So, like, you could peacefully protest, but you're calling for violent action in that peaceful protest. You know what I mean? Like, Donald Trump came out and peacefully told people to come to January 6th, but look what happened. That was supposed to be peaceful. He peacefully asked for people to come and be violent, so they did. That's what this is. You're peacefully asking for violence. He's not wrong to be, breaking it up and putting people in jail. I don't think he's off base at all.
I think that how is this not a First Amendment violation?
Okay.
And I understand
fair.
some people might be getting a little bit of whiplash for this. They're like, oh, wait, I thought you said.
And then on top of that, what else you got to think about is you got to think about the Jewish students on campus. You know what I mean? You got to think about the Jewish students with that, how they feel. You know what I mean? You got a whole crowd, a whole mob outside screaming for the genocide of Jews. You don't think the Jewish students are going to feel some kind of way about that? Feel threatened, maybe? Maybe a little. Damn, if I go outside being a Jew right now with a mob of 500 people out here screaming, from the river to the sea and intifada, what's going to happen to me? You don't think that they don't have a right to feel safe on campus too?
Said it's not, it's bad to protest. No. I support protesting.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this. I've seen this tweet and I've seen people criticizing it. I thought that it was some sort of violation of trespassing or something. But if it is that straightforward, that they are legally protesting, this is insane. And, yeah, it's wrong.
Absolutely. And as I said,
the
I even support the majority of what this cause is for. Not all of it, but the majority of it. However,
look, I'm genuinely not anti-Semitic, okay? I'm not an anti-Semitic guy. 100% not anti-Semitic. Definitely not. I just feel like sometimes some of this stuff doesn't do any favors, does it? Can we be honest for a second, okay? Because it feels sometimes like if you say a certain thing, it can be quite severe. The punishment could be quite harsh and severe, right? Like I got banned on YouTube for a week because I made a comment which, was considered far right or whatever, when it wasn't. I was just explaining a perspective that I perceive the far right as having. And then I said something about Hitler, which, wasn't, listen.
Oh, I don't condone that.
Look, all I'm saying is
YouTube, Twitch, everywhere I'm streaming to right now, I don't condone that. I don't condone that talks of Hitler and stuff. I don't like that. I read his book, though. His book is good. The next book I got to read is we got to find Masab Hassan Youssef. I want to read his book on I want to read his book. This is going to be the next book I want to read. play the video because I got to respond to somebody on my on my Twitter. So we're just gonna let the video play for a minute while I mute this.
Is just chill out a little bit, okay? Don't be so het up about some of the memes, and you'll be all right. I get it. There's some people that try and, you know, like smuggle in bad views with jokes and stuff, but yeah, just chill out, guys. Come on, relax. Just relax. You got a lot of power. Like, come on, no, stop. Okay, we do need to be careful. We do need to be careful. Okay.
Get out of the fucking road. Get out of the fucking road. Like, what are you doing? Is it possible a school doesn't want them to, so then they are trespassing? That's between the school and the government. And that doesn't have anything to do with them being protesters or not. Everybody has a right to decide why somebody is on their private property other than a discriminatory reason. So they have every right to make that decision. And imagine they're doing this to avoid having a school shut down like Columbia, though. People are paying money to attend their classes and learn. I don't think that they should try to shut down the school because that's infringing on other people's ability to go about their daily lives. I think that to the extent that people hijack something and then they say, basically, we are holding this hostage until you give us what we want. I feel like most people in the public at large doesn't respond well to a hostage situation. And at that point, like, Hamas or Israel is not the enemy, you are. You are the enemy right now. You are directly affecting negatively their life. So they're not going to be like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, Asman's take is like totally fair, and he's being fair to all sides. You know, he's even calling this out as a First Amendment violation. Look, there's a courting doing it as well, which apparently is true because apparently the charges got dropped because of that. Is that right? I'm taking that from chat, so, you know. This is actually good because I was meaning to talk a bit about some of this stuff that's been going on in America, and this is a good opportunity to do so. What's the difference with the Columbia one then? Is Columbia private property and that's why they're getting moved? Is that right? I'm understanding that correctly? And so therefore it's trespassing, which is why they can do it? Right, okay. So it's just to do with the ownership of the property as to why it's considered differently. Got it, okay. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Wait a second. These people are standing in the road.
I'm back. I had to respond to something. People are trying to think that I'm simping for someone, and I'm not. It's totally not a simp at all. Like, the things I say about Casey Tron or the things I say about Asman going at Casey Tron aren't because I am a simp for Casey Tron. I'm not. Like I said before, I have no interaction with Casey Tron. I think maybe she had liked one of my posts that I had like comment on something telling her not to let a gross little goblin bring her down because he is in fact a gross goblin, so he shouldn't be calling anybody gross. I would say that if he said that to anybody, if he went and said, I'm gross, like my room is nice. I have my own little, office game room. That's like what I do. It's nice in here. My house is nice. It's not filthy and gross, and I don't live like in squander or anything. I would say that about anyone that he said that. I've seen pictures of this guy's room. Like, this dude's got, moldy in cups with like moldy drink in it, like mold floating on top of the drink. He's got like he's got like his food wrappers and stuff all over the goddamn place. He's got like just smeared blood all over the wall. Like, if this dude said anybody was gross, I would defend them, because how can you be so gross and putrid and just blech and then go and call somebody else that? That's like you're homeless calling someone else broke. What the fuck are you even doing there? How could you even say that? Bro, you don't have anything. How can you talk down to somebody else when you're worse? Like, does Casey Tron have moldy food in cups laying around her? Does she, was she missing half her teeth and wiping the blood from your gum disease or whatever the hell he had from not brushing his teeth and taking care of himself hygienically. Does she have that going on? Like, I mean, I don't know the girl that well at all. I don't know her personally at all. But from the looks of it, and the streams I've seen, and like the things here and there I've seen of her, doesn't seem like she lives like that. But you do. So how can you sit there and call anyone gross, and then to say that the only two real things he tried to say are maybe one of them's true, maybe she's a pothead, but like I said, yeah, I'm not successful. I'm not like Mr. Moneybags, but damn, I make a pretty good. I make a pretty damn good living, and I have a nice house. I have nice shit inside my house. And I smoke weed. I smoke weed every day, daily. Once my daughter goes to bed, oh yeah, yeah, I'm gonna spark up. Why not? Why not? Because it's legal in the state that I'm in, so I'm gonna partake in that recreationally. And I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. I don't have a bad career. Nothing bad came from doing that. So I don't look at it as a problem. You know, if she wants to smoke pot, let her smoke pot. Hey, I'm going to say it out right now. Hey, Case Tron, you want to light up? Shit. Let's jump on a Discord call together and smoke together. Shit, I don't care. It's whatever. But then to body shame someone, like to call someone fat, like ooh, that hits me. Oh, whoever's watching, I don't even know if anybody's watching, but if you're watching, oh my God, that hits me in a way that, ooh, it pisses me off. I hate when people body shame. I hate when people body shame because I just do. Like you, mm, sometimes people have issues, man, and sometimes they can't control certain things and they do certain things, or maybe their eating habits are out of control, or they got a thyroid problem or something, and maybe they're just big because they are. And oh, I just hate when people do that. I hate when people focus on things that like things about people and then like attack those things. Like him being a filthy ass animal, you can change that. You can simply put your shit in the garbage. You can spray your fucking desk down and wipe it down. You could, brush your fucking teeth instead of just letting them bleed and wiping it on the wall like a fucking, I don't even fucking know, like a mongrel. Like you live like a wild fucking mongrel, and then you have the audacity to fucking try to talk shit about somebody else being gross, and then saying that they're gross because they're fat, which one, they're not, and two, because they smoke weed. Dude, you know how many people smoke weed that aren't losers? He's just a fucking scumbag.
Holy shit, I hate Israel now. That's not happening. People see this, and if anything, it makes them fucking hate Palestine.
Yes.
Because every time they see Palestine, it's some dipshit that's standing in the middle of the fucking road. It's not even a question. It's so crazy and
Terrible. Sorry there. I got sidetracked and started going off on someone. Sorry.
Counterproductive. I don't even know what to say. And I think the reason why people...
Yeah, I mean, look, it is a bit complicated because obviously there's a cultural differences in America. But I'm genuinely not trying to be like anti-Semitic here. I'm genuinely just saying how it is, right? But obviously, if you're like pro-Israel, you can present. Well, I don't even know if that's true. Like, you can be pro-Palestine and you can be very well-to-do, well-presented and stuff like that. It's just for some reason, pro-Palestine people have decided to portray themselves in the stupidest, most retarded ways they possibly can at every turn, you know? So I was going to say, well, is pro-Israel people who are kind of well-to-do, suited and booted, etc. You can have a pro-Palestine person do that, but for some reason they just want to act like fucking monkeys chucking shit at the wall. Constantly doing the worst possible strategy. You know, it's like it's like, you know, someone is saying, right, you can either be well-to-do and present your arguments in the best way and present yourselves well, or you can go and stand in traffic and piss people off. I would say the former is probably better. We'll do the latter. We're going to do the latter. We're going to piss everyone off and look retarded. That is our primary strategy for pushing the Palestine movement. And it's the same in the UK as well. I've not been to London recently, but it's like apparently endless fucking protests, pro-Palestine protests every weekend. Just acting like the biggest retards going. Fucking stupid.
People do it is they think they have the moral authority to do so. And what I was trying to get at with posts like this is that these people don't really believe this. Because if they actually believed it, you would...
Well, the thing is, you know, earlier people were saying about the Alec Baldwin woman, the crackhead woman or whatever she's called, they were going, oh, troll, troll, troll. And it's like, okay. But people act like that. It's easy to see they're a troll when they've got fucking fake their tits out and shit and dancing about. But people act like that. People do act like that. It's very believable that someone would go up to Alec Baldwin and say free Palestine because people have done that to other people that are genuine Palestine protesters. It's fucking Poe's law shit. Because that's the kind of shit they do. They do stupid, retarded stuff that doesn't actually help their cause or move anything forward, you know? Jesus Christ. And yeah, it's just, you know, obviously retarded. Didn't fucking, what's his name? That Finkelstein guy. This is based on a tweet. But apparently that fucking Finkelstein dude apparently did a speech where he had to, even Finkelstein was going, listen guys, you got to chill a bit with this stuff. You're taking it a bit too far. And people were annoyed at him for that because even he had to say, just chill. Be likable. Be more likable. And people thought he was fucking condescending them. Yeah, I saw it in passing, so you'll have to take my word for it. But yeah, apparently, yeah, even he did a little speech where he was like, tone it down a bit, guys.
See them probably exercising this same type of discretion about, for example, January 6th, or for the Canada truckers protests. But these were the same people that were celebrating, maybe not this guy specifically, I don't want to shit on this guy specifically, but these were the same people that wanted to have the January 6th protesters. And let's be honest, in a lot of cases, insurrectionists put in jail. These people have no principles.
Yeah,
they have no morals.
This is like 100% true as well, especially with these campus protests and shit that are going on, right? Because the whole attitude and perspective on campuses for so long has been to deplatform and to shut down speakers and protest people that are just speaking their opinions or whatever that you don't like. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing that happened for years. And now all of a sudden, this is what's so irritating is I guarantee you the same people that are fucking crying about free speech have been using it as a fucking baton against people they disagree with for years now. And now all of a sudden,
oh, that's how it is. That's how it is. People only scream that shit when it serves their narrative. Like, fully against it when it's like, when it's down in it. But when it's fitting their narrative and it's up, oh, they're all for it.
Tables are turned. They don't fucking like it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%.
God, it's
with Chud. I agree with Chud 100%. Asman, not so much. And it's not like I'm hating on Asman again. It's not like I'm just like, yo, I used to watch his videos all the time. Like, honestly, I used to even want to try to get into like his raid groups and stuff in WoW because I'm a big WoW player. I've been a big WoW player for like 11 years now, 12 years. So like, I you know I wanted to like get down with some raiding with them in Classic WoW and Season of Discovery and stuff. Wanted to get in their raid groups and stuff, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not. This ain't just like a hey, I'm bashing Asmon thing. This is just a. I don't think that if you live like a scumbag like that, I don't think that you should just come out and call people scumbags. You know what I mean? Like that I just don't think that's hypocritical as shit. Like, you're a hypocrite if you want to come out and say, "Yo, this person's this or this person's that," but that's technically what you are. I think you're a hypocrite. I don't think you should have the right to say that to anybody.
It's so irritating to see. Like, has the whole culture on campus not been about shutting people down and deplatforming and not respecting the speech of people and trying to fuck with people's ability to speak freely about things? And now the shoe's on the other foot. They don't fucking like it, do they? God, it's so irritating to see, and it's so obvious. And the thing is like, it is correct fundamentally to, have a consistent principle. But it does allow people to take the piss. There's no doubt about that. Just the unfortunate reality of it. But yeah, people are able to take the piss completely. They would have been hitting you with the fucking idea that your speech is dangerous. And then all of a sudden, when they're making a dangerous speech, it's, oh no, please, what free speech? I thought you believed in free speech. God, it's so fucking annoying.
They have no ethics. And the only thing they care about is getting what they want. And the funny and ironic thing about that is that's the reason they never will. Because nobody respects that. That's not the way you can build any sort of sympathy. You can't get anybody to be on your side if you're constantly trying to harass and hurt them if they don't immediately bow down to you and your ideology and take it as seriously as you do. The point of a nonviolent protest is to showcase the violence of the state. I think there's a lot of instances and reasons for that. But I would argue that obstructing cars and stopping people from driving is violence in itself.
Yes!
It might not be.
Yes, it is! Of course it is! Yes, it absolutely is. Because you're putting someone in a position where they are literally trapped there. They cannot move. They cannot go forward. They cannot go backwards. They're trapped. Their only option would be to get out of their car and, fucking leave their car there and fuck off. So it's just, of course, you're trapping someone there. They can't move. Yeah, I'm sending a timestamp to someone and I didn't realize it was going to play so loud. My apologies. There's a multitude of problems with it, which I've kind of touched on. But yeah, there's like, you can probably come up with your own even. But yeah, it's just, dude, it's so funny to see this fucking breach into American discourse when we've been dealing with this for a little while now. Hopefully the Yankoid police are a bit more handsy. The Brit police have been a bit cucked at times. But I'm sure the Yankoids will... Do you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for the first police shooting at one of... That's going to be fucking brilliant, Some retard sat in front of a car, makes the wrong move, and a cop just fucking eviscerates them. 5 cops just mag dumping on some dude sat in a car that puts his hand in his jacket the wrong way. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. That's going to be great. Oh, let's go. It's going to be very cathartic to watch that, okay? As much as I disavow police violence, obviously, I can't help but feel a bit of cathartic release watching some retard, after everything that's happened in the UK with this, get fucked up, okay? Anyway.
Be direct physical violence, but it is a violent action as you are obscuring somebody's, obstructing somebody's ability to move around. Hell no. Tell that to MLK.
Oh my God. Okay, listen, I'm going to go on a limb and say this. I do not study ethnic history, okay? I know nothing about the civil rights movement to that level. Did Martin Luther King ever advocate for just randomly blocking a street? Did he just say, oh yeah, we'll just fucking stand in that street there for black rights? I thought the whole point was to target institutions with peaceful protests, like sitting in a fucking racist cafe or something like that. Like, there was civil disobedience, but I don't think it was just, yeah, just block this random street for the hell of it. Like, is there even a plan? Do these people even have a plan of like what they're doing, or do they just randomly fucking block a street? That's what it looked like in the UK. It was just, oh yeah, just block this street here. block this fucking through road in London or something.
Okay. I saw a quote today. Let's see. I'll go ahead and I'll show you. Also, by the way, you're not Martin Luther King for standing in the road. Okay? You're never going to be. They're not going to write about this in the history books of, oh, wow, these brave students decided to stand in the middle of the road and they saved everybody. It's not going to be remembered. Nobody's going to care. But let's talk about Martin Luther King. I saw this on Twitter. I thought it was interesting.
Yo!
An organizer with King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference declared, "We will tie up public transportation by laying our bodies prostrate on the runways of airports across railroad tracks and bus depots. This degree of disorder was too much even for King."
Yo!
Who walked back the staffer's comments. Wow. So yeah, let's listen to Martin Luther King. Great idea. This King actually wanted change, not to become.
It could be like this, you know. The civil rights movement is it's a rich tapestry, isn't it? Very rich tapestry of information. So there's probably other stuff you could look at, but it at least backs his point up in the moment, I guess. Before Ottawa's trucks, it was a right stalling. Oh my god, dude. I ain't reading all that.
That's a lot to read.
2022. So yeah, this is in relation to the Ottawa trucker stuff, right?
That's too much to read right there. We're not going to do
become
that.
A spectacle?
We'll
Absolutely.
the rest of it.
And that's why he got it. That's why history will remember him. People have a weird...
The thing is, like, I'm not even against... Like, if it was targeted even, maybe. Like, if... Let's say there was a business that was doing something that you didn't like, and you wanted to blockade, you know, the public road outside of their thing. Like, maybe something... There's probably some example you could point to. I'd be like, okay, that's not that crazy. Something like that, maybe. But if it's just randomly blocking a road that a bunch of people use...
I just think that blocking roads isn't... You're not doing anything. Like, what are you doing other than making people late for shit? Like, honestly. Like, I mean, I can agree with Asman there when he said that, you know, you're not protesting right here in this tweet. He said you're not protesting for Palestine by preventing some minimum wage worker from getting to work on time. That's what I feel. I feel like all you're really doing, yeah, you could say it's a peaceful protest and it's a protest for a pro-Palestinian protest or whatever. That garbage. Really, all you're doing is making motherfuckers late for stuff. Like, that's all you're doing is you're affecting everybody's day-to-day travel. That's it.
Got nothing to do with what's going on, then yeah, that's obviously retarded. Possibly, yeah, single business, maybe. I don't know. It depends on... It's all contextual. There's probably some context where I'd be like, okay, I don't have as much of a problem with that, or I don't have a problem with that. But just a random road, or a road in a city. Nah, bullshit. For all the reasons. Yeah, listen, I was saying, us Euro cucks have dealt with this already.
A perception of MLK, you outgotched him. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
and
they were definitely doing that in the UK. Like, they were like really doing that hard in the UK.
This is the lack of education that the people that are doing this have. They don't really know what they're talking about. They're not actually educated in any of the topics that they believe in. They just feel a certain way, and then they work backwards to justify it. Why are people so emotionally invested in the situation topic? People are emotionally invested into it because everybody is on edge, because they're fed a constant, ever-increasing, like, higher pitched of emotionally driven news.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Vietnam War is closer, but then the Vietnam War, you were still protesting the actions that your government was directly engaged in, having troops in Vietnam, right? Because unless you believe the theories, the conspiracy theories that special forces operatives are currently engaged in the tunnels beneath Gaza, there isn't a direct American military involvement. There's not troops on the ground like there was in Vietnam, say, right? And also, yeah, it's difficult because there isn't really... The reality is, DK said it earlier, and it's true, it's very difficult to impede or stop
But how do I
actions
make
of another
money
nation you're
off
not
depressed
involved into
people?
that level, that far away.
Exactly. That's what I don't understand. What I don't understand is what do they expect? Like all the news outlets, like if you watch like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, any of them, like left and right, right wing media, no matter what, they keep like the right pushes it. I feel like a little bit harder. Like why doesn't Biden come out and like tell Netanyahu like not to be attacking them and not to do this and not to do, and Israel shouldn't be doing that? Why isn't like Biden and our government telling them not to do this stuff? It's just like me trying to tell one of you guys what to do. Like, sure, I can say it. I can say, hey, I don't know how many viewers I got right now, but hey, X amount of viewers, I'll go outside right now and like do jumping jacks. I could tell you that. I can't force you to do it. You know what I mean? Like Biden can come out and say whatever he wants to say to Israel and Netanyahu directly. That doesn't mean that they're going to do it, and he can't force them to do it. So he can't force them to not attack the way they're attacking, or force them to stop bombing certain areas, or not to invade the Rafah crossing or whatever before they started attacking the Rafah crossing. He can't. He could tell them, but he can't force them to stop. He can't force any action or inaction. He can't. So I don't know why people are like, oh, well, Biden supporting this and Biden support. Most bills are bipartisan, right? Most of the bills I've seen for aid have been bipartisan. So you got Republicans, you got the right and the left, both signing off on shit for Israel. I think our government should do that. Like, I really do. Because, again, my take on it, Israel's doing the right thing. Israel can't do it any differently. There would have been no response other than this one that would have been right. That's just it. That's my take. Like, that's my whole take on it. I think that Israel's doing the right thing. Because when I think about how I would react if I was in like a position of leader of a country and leader of a people, if those people were being snuffed out, and then you came and told me you're going to keep snuffing my my citizens out until they're dead, until they're all gone, until we're all gone and nothing else is existing but you, I'll do whatever I have to do to protect my people. Like, I really would. Just like, think about it this way, like your family. Like, I have kids. I'm a father. I would do anything to protect my kids. That would be like, my house is like a country, and I'm the leader of it. Let anybody say that they're going to come in here and hurt everybody in here, I'm going to hurt them first. You know what I mean? Like, that's, any country should do that. I said that earlier, just like an hour ago on the same very stream. I really think that they should. And if your leader doesn't do that, then obviously your leader doesn't care about its citizens.
Doing something that they consider to be correct. You know, it's very difficult. The only thing that America could do is invade Israel. That's what you need to do. You need to convince the American government to invade Israel. That's how we're getting out of this one.
Media in every single outlet they are like subscribing to. They go on Twitter and it's emotionally charged political social rhetoric. They go on Reddit, it's emotionally charged political social rhetoric. You go on
anyway, sorry,
Twitch,
this is important
because they're fed a constant ever increasing like higher pitched of emotionally driven news media.
Yes.
In every single outlet they are like subscribing to. They go on Twitter and it's emotionally charged political social rhetoric.
Yes.
They go on Reddit, it's emotionally charged political social rhetoric.
Oh my god, dude. This is actually such a base video from Asmongold. He's so correct. He is so correct that it is all hyper emotionally charged dross that they're being fed. At every turn. Everywhere you turn, it's the same message. Boom, 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 boom. It used to be, before the advent of social media, you would get your news from the news report. You maybe look at a paper in the morning, watch the news at the end of the day, and that's the main times you'd engage with it, you know? But now, It's fucking endless in your ear constantly. Difficult to switch off. It's very difficult to switch off. And people are just, you know, especially people that don't have anything to do in their lives. The bed blobs. You know, the bed blobs might as well just be fucking plugged in to a constant stream of shit. In fact, as much as they can be cringe sometimes, okay, that Matt guy from Chapper Trap House had a really good commentary on this. And I can't remember what it was. Maybe it wasn't as good as I'm thinking. But it was about this, like, that there's a constant push for you to just be, like, emotionally antagonized endlessly at every turn. And often about stuff you've got no control over. There's nothing you can do about it, you know? And it's just hopeless. It's just worthless and hopeless to be endlessly in this loop of being emotionally antagonized. And you just can't stop. You can't stop it when you're in that loop, you know? Always plug the fuck in. And sometimes you just need to unplug and just be like, no, there's nothing I can do about this. You know, if there's an opportunity to speak up or an opportunity to take some action, maybe I'll take that. But dude, just being constantly fed this diet of endless emotional appeals, it fucks your head up. And it leaves you, it leaves you very easy to manipulate as well, precisely.
You go on Twitch, look at me. You go on YouTube, same thing. And so people have done this to themselves. Thoughts on the UT Austin stuff? Yeah, sure. I completely support their right to protest. I think that they are protesting UT giving money or having some sort of investment in Israel. I think that it's totally fair for them to protest that, and they have every right to do that because of the First Amendment. Now, I don't really know enough about it to really think that I agree with it or not. And that's why I'm not really talking a lot about like the specific UT thing, because I'm not sure what their actual specific problem that they have is. I haven't really looked into it, to be honest. But what I do know is that I don't see anybody really committing crime, and the instances of police officers, escorting people out who have committed crimes seem to be relatively respectful, and, there's not any real violence. It's happening on multiple campuses now.
Dude, okay. Mavka, I know you're probably trying to wind me up, okay? But I'm not sweeping for the Jays. How am I sweeping for the J boys? I'm just correct. What can anyone do about Israel-Palestine in the US? What can they actually do about it? The best thing they can do is probably to go fucking fight for one side or the other.
Nothing. That's what I mean. Nobody could really do anything about it.
Like, okay, we're getting into the anti-Semitism memes again. I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic, but like America is too invested in Israel's success and their side for that to meaningfully change, right? Like, America will put pressure on, and Biden say can like steer, put a bit of pressure this way or a bit of pressure that way, but it's never going to be to the level where America's never going to invade Israel. They're never going to go like, oh, Israel are taking it too far this time, send in the fucking troops, because why on earth would they go after their biggest ally in the region? It's an impossible situation if you're an American beyond, I mean, I don't know. What can you possibly do? None of this is going to change anything. And why is that? Because of geopolitical interests in the region mean that there's no allies in that area besides Israel. So, of course, they're going to fucking want a foothold there for their geopolitical fucking aspect, right? It just so happens it's the J-boys. Not because they're J-boys, to be clear, okay? It's an aligned cultural aspect.
This one. What are we going to get into after this one?
Very good, Chud. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
so I just came on to test all the new gear out, but maybe we'll keep going with the stream for a little while.
I await my shekels from Netanyahu. Okay, come on.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Peace for Israel means security, and that security must be a reality. Israel's right to exist as a state in security is incontestable.
Wait,
Although
what?
a quote may surprise you, it's Martin Luther King Jr.
Yo! Thank you for the $10.
Well, if it's happening,
Israel does have a right to defend themselves, and I believe that 100%. I believe they are, and that's what they're doing. They're securing their state. They should be able to. I feel like they responded the best way they could.
Happening on multiple.
Anyway, listen, we're getting to politics here. I don't care. Don't care. Didn't want to know about all the brown people fighting.
Well, campuses, then that's totally fine, because that's their right to protest if the school allows it. I learned a long time ago I can barely make a change in my own country. Sadly, trying to do so in another is like pissing in the wind.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
I am part Palestinian. My great-grandmother died in the Arab uprising in 1937. That being said, if anyone thinks this conflict...
Really quick, I don't know if anybody's watching, because I don't like do overlay. I'm new to this. I don't know how to. I don't know really how to do overlays and stuff yet. But if you're here, thank you for being here. You could be anywhere, and you're here with me, and I appreciate that, and I love you for it. And that's all. I just want to say thank you for being here, and we're going to continue watching stuff.
Is due to only one side. They don't know history or politics.
Thank you for the $10. Very generous. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Hey, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. Let's go. Oh, shit. Freems resubscribed and I missed it. Fuck. Thanks for that, Freems. Sorry. Busy day. And I'm late. I was running late. People don't realize most of the famous civil rights protests were...
And quick show, if anybody does want to support the stream, you could do so on Streamlabs. It's in the description. And that's about it. Let's watch.
planned operations.
Not needed.
Specific goals and militant discipline for enduring violence and not striking back to make the police bad. Well, that one of the biggest issues beyond the sheer retardation of many of the members is that there is, there's no
wonderful.
centralized aspect to it, right? It's very anarchistic in how it happens.
Member. OPTIMAL celebrates 2 months of membership. Gay.
Thanks for the membership. But there's no centralized person or group or thing. Like, it was the same with the BLM protests, It was a bunch of retards fucking around, basically. And it was just disastrous and nothing was really achieved because, a bit of ruckus was caused and that was it, really. And remember, after the George Floyd stuff, we're doing a bit of Floydism today. There was like an electric, dude, it sounds so bad because the guy did. It was great. We're having a great time. We're having a grand old time. But there was genuinely a feeling, a perception of like, damn, this is fuck. Things need to change. But then it got taken over by anarchistic fucking retards who just did a bunch of crazy shit that didn't actually achieve anything. And the people that were leading the charge, these BLM fucking central figures, ended up getting rich and buying a mansion. And that's seemed to be their interest. Yeah, we're Marxists. Oh, $1 million. I'll have a mansion. There we go. Boom. Yeah, anyway, good luck with all that BLM stuff. I'm obviously fucking simplifying it. But there was actually a guy. What was the guy's name that got killed? The black guy. And we watched him before on stream, but he was complaining about there being too many fucking lesers in the movement or something.
I don't think that was him.
What was the guy's name? The black guy. And he died. And it was a conspiracy that they got murdered or something. But he spoke about how he was an organizer.
I thought he was talking about Floyd because he was talking about BLM. I thought he was talking about Floyd.
For, black stuff in a certain area. Right?
We'll do closed caption just for those.
Not George Floyd, no. He was a guy talking about BLM. A black guy.
100% sure about that. But
and he complained about lesers.
That's what I heard, so we'll do.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is he spoke about this and he said he used to do black organizing locally and then the BLM centralized org kind of came into muscle in and it all became very cringe and soy or something. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm going to start. Let's just finish this and then we'll get to the tip 10.
Well, I think that really people should vote. And I wish that this is the problem, right? Is that we live in America, and I understand that people think that all the elections here are rigged and there's no point in voting. But imagine going and telling that to somebody who's in China or telling that to somebody who's in Russia or North Korea. The truth is that we have such a tremendous and amazing privilege here in the U.S. and in a lot of Western countries to actually be able to decide who represents us. And the sooner that people know that, the sooner that I think that we'll have people that better represent us, which is why I believe all of the mainstream media that's owned by people who own the people that are in charge of the government are...
Wait, Uzi, wait a second. Wait a minute, as we go. Hang on, slow down, brother, slow down. Pump the brakes, pump the brakes. Okay, you don't want to get banned, okay?
No, let him go. Let him go.
are trying their absolute best to create a dichotomy between two people like Trump or Biden instead of actually providing real candidates with real solutions. I don't think that's happened. I think it's intentional. Voting should be mandatory? Absolutely not. If somebody doesn't know what they're doing with the vote, I don't want them to vote. Why would you want somebody to vote? If they don't know what they're talking about and they're not, if they don't care about voting, why would you want them to vote? That doesn't even make sense. What, like they'll just go in there and click random things. Mandatory voting has none of the above option on there? Yeah. Maybe that would be okay then.
I mean, to be honest with you, there's enough fucking retarded people voting as it is. I think we, you know. There's some people that will vote based on whether or not they like the politician. That's literally it. That's literally all they care about.
See, when I vote on. I usually tend to vote Democrat because I tend to be center left. But I do tend to vote Democrat. But I have voted Republican in the past. I go by policy. I go by what I feel. I know that they all lie. They all want to get they all want to tell the best lie to sucker us into voting for them. So, but I usually go off of when a candidate's running, I like to look at their past. I like to look at the things they've done, not just in politics, but for real change. Like if it's like I just go to look. I always like to look at the background. I always like to see the things they've done and accomplished before running for president, and then the politics that they're talking about now, like the what they want to change when they get to the presidency, things that they, you know what I mean, their agenda. I always look into the past and what they're saying now, and make sure it all adheres. Make sure that they stand by, they stand by their belief. They're convicted to it, and that's how I make my decision on who I'm going to vote for is based off of policy. Whatever policies they're pushing for, as long as I feel like it helps generally more people than it hurts. Then I go for that candidate. I don't just pick, I'm not just Democrat all the way. Although I do have to agree that this election's going to be bad. If the choices are Biden, the current senile president that we have, because his mind is going, he does say one thing, and it usually runs off track. Like when he was talking about the IDF attacking or invading the Rafah crossing, and he called it the Haifa. He called it Haifa crossing. He slips here and there. So, but Trump, Trump's not too far behind him in age, only 4 years. But Biden's about 81 and Trump is 77. So I look at it like we're gonna have two. Like, you guys ever seen the movie Grumpier Old Men? That's what this is. They're both old as shit, and it's either you're gonna vote for the senile Joe Biden or you're gonna vote for the deranged Donald Trump. I'd rather have, my grandfather that forgets things here and there, rather than my grandfather that is deranged. You know what I mean? I would never vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is just, he's not. My take with Donald Trump isn't what everybody else's take on Donald Trump is. My take for Donald Trump is everyone wants to be like, oh, he's a liar. Every single one of them, even including the sitting president, is a fucking liar. They all fucking lie. They're all foolish, all of them. The problem with Trump, the reason he's the most dangerous liar. And he's the most dangerous liar because his followers will, forget everything and just hold him up on this pedestal. And what he says is like the word of God. That makes him dangerous. There's no other politician I see that commands a following that really listens to them like that. Like when he says take up arms, they will take up arms. All of them are liars. Trump's just the most dangerous of those liars.
Well, I like this guy better. I'm going to vote for him. Policy? Who cares about his policy? Just fucking get him in. He seems like a nice guy. Fuck it.
Yeah, maybe that would be okay. Different countries charge a fee for not voting. Yeah, as long as you don't have to vote for somebody, I think it's okay. Yeah, I don't really have too much of an opinion on it. I just don't think you should be forced into like one decision or another, right?
Those
but yeah,
are based.
A lot of people have been upset about my take on this. And again,
dude, honestly, the whole look, this is getting way too political. At the end of the day, what is that fucking video? The people are retarded. That's what I think of. Democracy is when the people vote for the, that guy. That he's correct. He's just bang on the money about it.
Again, the reason why they're upset about it is because it's not happening to them. These are, again, people that want to co-opt your empathy and use it against you. And the moment you expect them to have any empathy for you, you are now a alt-right. You are now a white supremacist. You are now a fascist. You're now, a Zionist. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But I do want to let you guys know, and I know a lot of you guys are sort of real streaming. Yeah,
I'm Indian.
There's another one right there.
Isn't there an Aaron Bushnell meme of that where he's setting himself on fire? Classic.
Crying about it on Twitter isn't going to make it any less true. You can make as many negative tweets and get mad at me for saying something. You do that as much as you want.
Okay, easily found.
Because democracy basically means...
Democracy. Democracy. Democracy means...
government by the people.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
As the philosopher Luis J. Gomez would say, politics.
Thank you for the super chat.
For the people. But the people are retarded.
Dude, that guy just made it perfectly clear. That's class. That's brilliant, isn't it? He's bang on the. He is literally in that one comment, just correct. He's bang on the money. He's perfectly summed it up. That's exactly.
Yeah, like I have to agree there. It is so true, though. Like, a government is by the people, for the people, but the people are retarded.
Look at what it is. But look, the thing is with lefties, as with other like far lefties, as with other extremist groups, is they don't want to consider that there's other people that might disagree with them. They're correct, and they therefore want to circumvent traditional. The far lefties that promote revolution and stuff, they want to circumvent the interests of others and the opinions of others, and they think they're correct, so they're going to implement what they know is best. But yeah. The unfortunate reality is we've reached a stage where we kind of take into account everyone's perspective when we figure out what we're going to do.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Confucius say, tribal group who support people they do not understand for personal gain, invite bull to China shop. Also group who forget history of violence, forget how greater than Black September less than can get.
Thank you for the $10, Tofra. Meritocratic technocracy. IQ 110 plus to vote. Bit of a problem there in that that would eliminate certain minorities from being able to vote. Or did you think about that before you said it? Wait a second. I'm on to you. I know your game.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how
I know
do
your
make
game.
money off depressed people?
Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried.
Okay, that's
Winston
wonderful.
Yes,
How
actually
do I make
based.
money
You
off
can't even
depressed
say
people?
that democracy is the worst form of government, because democracy is the best form of government. I mean, all forms of government have been trash, but at least look at how well democracy's done for us. I mean, hold on, guys. Just putting batteries in my daughter's VR controller. There you go, babe. All set. We just got to get some more batteries. That was like the last of them. All right. Here we are.
Sue's opinion on Palestine.
But yeah, democracy has flourished better than any other governmental system set up so far. We do pretty good, right? I think we do. Yeah, I mean, we do all right. I mean, the government sucks, but that's just it's not because democracy sucks. It's just because the people that are in those positions are just terrible people, and they don't do what they should do for us.
Something Wong? Okay, come on.
Still going to say it.
Thank
and so,
you
yes, there
for
have been a
bits.
lot of people on Twitter canceling me, getting mad at me for this kind of stuff. And as I said, it's quite sad to see, because the truth is that I agree with them. I am also more pro-Palestine than Israel. I don't want to send Israel a fucking dime. I don't give a shit about them.
Yo!
They're on the other side of the world. I don't want to take our money. Like, what are we doing here? We take people's money through threat of force with taxes, and we send it over to some other fucking country in the Middle East? No, I don't want to do that. Absolutely not. Fuck off. You pay less because of that? If there is an argument that it is in our benefit to help Israel, it is in the benefit to America, I am open to hearing that argument, and I am willing to be convinced. But from everything that I have seen, I don't want to offer or help them at all beyond that that extension.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really listen.
Causing
look, I think that it's kind of like a populist perspective, isn't it? You know, I think the unfortunate reality is that the expenditure of a government can sometimes exceed, like, there's obviously disagreements and political aspects of it, but yeah, governments will spend money on things that we're going to think are stupid. And hey, maybe they are. I know the fucking British government spent money on stupid shit before. But there are certain like political interests, I think, that they support, which sometimes maybe escape our kind of understanding because it's not a direct knowledge. But obviously people will say it's because of the J-Boys. I think that there's probably geopolitical interests, which I don't really understand myself, that come into play with that stuff. But yeah, I think there's a very retarded perspective of don't worry about any of that, just keep the money to ourselves and don't worry about any foreign spending on anything. But there's a lot of complicated aspects and factors that come into that decision making, you know? But anyway, there we go. Enough politics. That was fun, though. I enjoyed that. That was fun. There was a bit of drama slung in there, but... Well, I don't know. Look, I'm not like a pro-Israel guy. I'm really not, as much as people like to say I'm sweeping for the J-Boys. If America stops giving them money, someone else will start. Well, the Arabs. Is that what you're talking about? At Chud Logic, support Palestine by improving their economy through sex tourism and taking advantage of their desperation. Oh. Okay. I will support Chud's Cozy TV arc. Well, it's funny because, you know, I understand that some of the groypers like some of my coverage, but I can imagine they probably don't like my takes on this conflict because I'm not anti-Israel enough for that like it. Oh. Anyway, guys, there we go. We've got one more main thing to get into.
That's done and over with. We're gonna get into
Flourishing,
something else
as far as
here.
I'm concerned.
I just don't know what else we're gonna get into. Let's see here. Anything else interesting happening? Went over the Casey Tron thing. Is this somebody going at Casey?
Yeah, they should put a limit on how long you can talk.
So for those of you who don't know who Casey Tron is, I don't blame you. I wouldn't be surprised if she fucking botted all of her followers on Twitch. But basically, she's this streamer that smokes weed every single day on her stream and calls it content, and then calls other people out for their content, such as Asmongold, calling him out for just having a fucking disgusting man layer. And to be honest, like,
look at that. That's what oh my god, that's what I was just talking about. Like, how could he call anyone gross? Look at that. Look at that. I gotta go use the bathroom to, drain it. But we're gonna leave a pause there just so you can look at the Actually, well, no. I'm not gonna let the video run. I'm not gonna Hassan it. Yeah, I will, because it doesn't really matter. I just talked about this. But look at how filthy this fucker's room is. And you have the audacity to call people gross when you live like I don't even know. I don't even know anybody that lives like that to even compare what he lives like. You live like I don't even know. I don't know. Somebody can come up with the perfect way this dude lives in chat. Let me know.
I can see her point on that.
Gross.
Because, like, it is fucking filthy. Asmon, I will fucking clean it for you. Just give me $50. Please, man. You gotta clean that shit up. But anyways, Casey Tron decided to make a tweet talking shit about Asmongold, which then XQC and Asmongold himself responded to the tweet, and both honestly gave such a good response to it that I just had to report on it. So basically what Casey Tron says here is Asmongold hates himself more than what any of us could Asmongold hates himself more than what any of us ever could. Just look at the lifestyle he chooses to live as a multi-millionaire. One thing that I want to say already, Miss Casey Tron, Grammarly is free. Hell, you could have asked ChatGPT to fucking form you the same sentence but better for you. Because it clearly seems like English is not your fucking major. But continuing on, there's nothing that could be said to that disgusting man that could ever make him change his filthy, hateful, putrid ways. Just a real stinker. Now, one thing that I do want to clear up right now is, Asmongold definitely does live a filthy lifestyle. He has rotting nachos beneath his feet every time he plays video games. Every time he's streaming, you just know that there's like a mug of coffee that was 80 years old. But for the hateful and putrid statements, I can't see that at all. And my biggest issue isn't even mainly what she said. Well, it is an issue, obviously, that's why I'm making a video on it. But it's mostly the fact that if you scroll down Casey Tron's posts on Twitter, it is just hate after hate after hate post. So the fact that she's trying to call other people out for being hateful, and then she is also being incredibly hateful, kind of contradicts her entire argument. It's kind of funny to me. Maybe that's just me though. Leave a comment and tell me maybe I'm just not seeing this properly. Maybe someone can clear the air for me. Continuing onto the responses now from XQC and Asmongold. XQC said, money is financial freedom. Freedom is having the ability to choose what you want to do as much as possible. Why are you mad he lives the way he wants to? You have a lot of money too, yet you are overweight and choose to smoke weed all the time. Respect people's choices, lady. And then Casey Tron's poor response starts with little bro. That's how you know that it's just gonna be a terrible fucking comeback. When anyone responds to you saying little bro, it's just bad. Like, even the abbreviated version of lil bro. If someone responds to you with anything like that, like lil bro, big bro, or something like that along the lines of like just preschool level comeback, just expect the most playground insult ever. Like, it's not gonna be creative. It's not gonna be anything that's gonna drop your fucking socks off, you know what I mean? If anything, it'll probably tighten your socks around your fucking legs, to be honest. Like, your socks would grow an extra 30 inches just to wrap themselves higher around your body, just so they don't fall off. That's type of response that happens when anyone says little bro or the equivalent. Little bro lacks basic reading comprehension. I'm not mad that he lives the way he chooses to. I'm saying he hates himself for choosing to live that way. You want to talk about my drug addiction? Worry about your Adderall abuse. Alright, so that's a good one. I won't lie, that's a good one coming back at XQC about Adderall. But here's the issue with that. I feel like, me personally, I would love to being on Adderall as much as XQC apparently or allegedly is, because at least that way it's boom, 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 action, 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 content, content, content. And people are enjoying it. People like that content. And he was one of the biggest streamers for quite a while. Like, I'm pretty sure he still is one of the top, like, 5 streamers or something like that on Twitch. I don't know. I don't check the stats. But the way he makes his content is just funny. It's fun to watch. And if it means he has to be on Adderall, I'd much more respect his dedication towards content creation and using the Adderall to have that energy so that people can enjoy his content over someone like you who does fucking weed or drugs just to seem more like a fucking bum. I swear I could walk around outside in Toronto and I'd find someone that looks exactly 1-to-1 like you.
This dude is a fucking loser. Like, he don't got that many subscribers, and I'm not one to pick on anyone about. I don't have any subscribers, but it's just I hate when people like focus the weed talk so much, man. Like, oh, I could go around the bums and fight. Those dudes that he just right here. Let's go back.
One of the top like 5 streamers or something. Just funny. It's fun to dedication towards content creation. You who does fucking weed or drugs just to seem more like a fucking bum. I swear I could walk around outside.
These people that he's talking
in
about
Toronto, and I'd find someone that looks exactly 1-to-1 like you.
The people he's talking about, dude, they did more than smoke weed to be homeless. Like if I just started like shooting up and shit and doing crack and stuff, yeah, I probably would lose everything. Those are the people he's talking about. Weed is not the same as a hard drug. I don't understand that shit. Like I just hate when people like focus so hard on that being like a horrible, god awful drug. Like they're, oh, you smoke weed. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's like they lose their shit over it. But weed ain't nothing. Like I've said, I smoke weed. I got a career. You know what I mean? I got a job that I go to work. I get to go to work when and feel like it. Like, and I smoke weed. I smoke weed all the time. I mean, I'm not all the time. I got kids and I got responsibility. I smoke like, when my kid's in bed and whatever. I'll blaze some bud at night. But that don't make me a horrible person. It doesn't make me a bad father, a bad employee, bad in life. I have a house. I have married stuff. Nice. I got a nice house. Got nice stuff in my house. I smoke weed every day. Have smoked weed every day since I was in my early 20s, and I'm almost 40 now. So for like the last like 20 years, I've like smoked weed habitually every day for the last 20 years. I have a nice job. I make good ass money. My girl's got a nice job. She makes good money. My daughter's well taken care of. I have a nice house. Smoking weed doesn't do anything. Smoking weed, if I didn't smoke weed, I would probably be in mental. Like honestly, I mean, it helps normalize. It helps normalize me. Like I suffer from like anger issues and stuff like that, but like real temperament problems. But smoking helps me ease that, and I've made it through life really good. And I just hate when people look at that and be like, oh, and then he shows pictures of like people being in the street and shit. Like
you. I swear that you're just such a common person. I'd find someone that looks exactly
like
one.
Like you're not gonna find like a weed smoker. You're not gonna walk up to a bum on the street living in a cardboard box and just be like, "Excuse me, Mr. Homeless Man. Was it smoking weed that made you homeless?" No, he's probably got like heroin or a crack addiction or meth addiction, or he's probably got something way out of the borders. And I don't want to say that, and I hate the weed is a gateway drug. Weed is not a gateway drug. If weed was a gateway drug, I'd be on mad shit by now. Like, seriously, I would have tried a lot of stuff by now. But honestly, I haven't and never have tried a lot of those hard drugs that I just mentioned. Never tried any of them. Weed never gatewayed me into other things. The only other addiction I had to suffer when I was in my 20s, I was about 24, 25, I suffered from a pain pill addiction. But that pain pill addiction came because I blew out my right knee and needed surgery to, like, there's pins and rods in my knee. I blew out my ACL, tore everything in my knee. And I ended up getting addicted to the pills the doctor gave me. So, like, I had to get weaned off of those when I was done with like my recovery and everything. So honestly, it was doctors that got me addicted to something else. But other than that, I've smoked weed and only smoked weed, and it's not a gateway drug. So him and everyone that keeps saying that stupid ass shit.
One-to-one like you. I swear that you're just such a common person.
The same dude will be like, "Oh, weed's bad," but you'll drink and fit the fucking vodka and act like a dickhead to everybody.
You look easy to draw. That's the type of person Casey Tron is. But anyways, now on to Asmongold's response. Basically, he said, "You're fat and you spend your life smoking weed and..."
Just right there, you're fat. That people jump to body shaming when they have nothing intelligent to say. That's what I've noticed. Because, like, I'm a bigger guy. I'm not obese. I'm not, like, morbidly obese or fat or anything like that. I'm a big dude, you know. I do a little exercise. I do my exercising here and there. I'm not, like, a really, like, morbidly obese dude. I'm a big guy, though. People would say that to me when they would fail to give me an intellectual response, like any kind of intelligent response at all. They'd immediately jump to you're fat. I'm like, okay, what else are you gonna say? You know what I mean? Are you gonna say anything real? Like anything of substance? Because just calling me fat doesn't really, it's not really saying much, because at the end of the day, you're still what you're doing. You know what I mean? You're still what I said. But it's just stupid. Like, I think body shaming people is a call from the unintelligent.
And doing drugs. If anyone's a stinker, it's you. And then Casey Tron's mega brain response to this was, anyways, ... with some random lady yelling, I think. What is that fucking face? Is that a zombie screeching? I don't know. Now, for some context, apparently according to Casey Tron on what happened is being hateful towards people protesting a genocide.
What did he do, LOL? Being hateful towards people protesting a genocide because it inconveniences him when he doesn't even leave the... Oh, Casey. That's a good one. Because he doesn't. He lives in his little goblin hole. In his little goblin hidey hole. And he don't come out.
Because it inconveniences him when he doesn't even leave his house. Womp womp, I don't give a shit. Taking a look at some of her other tweets, just to make fun of her even more, and just to look more into what type of person Casey Tron is, here's the clip, or the rest of the clip that I played at the start of the video.
Why do men hate it so much whenever a girl's just having fun? Like, imagine if I just went into, like, a sexist rage every time, like, men were like, "What's up, bro? Bruh? Bruh? Yeah, man, bruh. It's like a masturbation of my day." You know? It's like, why can't girls have fun?
Yeah, you know what, Casey Tron, you have a point there. Every time I get mad with my boys, I just have to bring up masturbation and sucking my dick. Because that's just how
most of the online just because he doesn't do that or say those things doesn't mean that the whole of the online communities don't. Because most dudes talk about, cooming and gooning and, SMD. If you don't like what I'm saying, you could SMD. You could do. I mean, she's not wrong. I mean, she's not. Most internet brain dudes do that. Like I said, they lack intelligent responses, so they say that, They say that shit because they can't say anything intelligent.
And acts. Oh yeah, so you're generalizing a population of people, but if I were to do the same about women, I guarantee you would come out at me being like, oh Yin, you're the fucking devil, you...
Not entirely true on that, on what he's saying, because lately people have been coming out and saying a lot of shit about women, and they're not getting castrated at all, or cut off, or canceled, or anything.
Like, the double standards you have is fucking hilarious, and not to mention, the issue being, it's probably...
And it's not even a double standard. This dude's an idiot. Like, the double standard would be if she was doing that. Like, if she was doing what she's saying the other dudes do. You know what I mean? Like, complaining about one thing, but doing that one thing. I don't see
because you're fucking annoying. Ever think about that? Like, every clip I have of you where you were in game.
Like, this dude just feels like, right now it feels like this guy just really likes Asmongold.
Talking to someone at all, you're just incredibly toxic and mean towards that person for fucking no reason. And usually, you know, maybe you would have...
And that's what he's doing. Like that's a double standard. Listen to that. This dude is talking double standards, but giving the double standard. He's talking about how she is ripping on someone for no reason, while he is ripping on her for no reason because she never really said anything to this dude. She said it to somebody else.
Wanted to have some context in those clips.
So which tell me how bright this motherfucker is.
You can gladly do. Like, if you find this video, Casey Tron, and you say, oh, but you didn't have the context, please, I would love for you to give me the context behind every single one of the clips. Because as far as I'm aware, because I'm not watching your shitty content, I'm sorry, there's too much shit to fucking siphon through. But as far as I'm aware, you're a fucking...
And I don't think she ruined her career. I mean, maybe she ruined her career for Twitch, but, you know, a girl can't really ruin her career because, I mean, she could just go to OnlyFans and then she'll make money there.
Cockhead. Like, you're just straight up arrogant.
I mean, even if she did end her Twitch career, she just began her OnlyFans career.
Maybe that's why people get mad at you. Just a suggestion. And here's a clip of her playing Overwatch just to back my claims.
My high was like super genuine, and you just kind of debunked that.
Are you saying I'm fake?
Yeah.
Don't fucking call me fake, motherfucker.
So I'm gonna have to pause it right there because just that alone made me fucking cringe to my bone. It is actually hilarious. It's like, how can you get so mad at someone calling you a fucking name on the internet? You're fake, and that's enough to anger you? You're telling me that you have the temper...
You said, don't call me fake, motherfucker. What is that?
Of a fucking baby? Like, that is actually fucking hilarious. And the worst part is, that guy didn't even sound mean in the clip. He just sounded like he didn't want to fucking deal with your bullshit. Because the second you started talking to him, he just knew, like, just then and there, a fucking flip switched in his brain saying, oh no, I'm going to be in trouble this game because I have the most annoying human being on my fucking team. Like, I feel bad for the guy, actually. I don't even feel bad for you. I feel bad for the guy because he had to deal with you. He had to listen to your shitty fucking voice.
Yeah. I came in here and I was wanting to be nice. I was wanting to have a fucking good time. They just unlocked me after fucking weeks. And then I have some motherfucker call me fake. You don't fucking know me. Do you know what's really fake is to go around and make fucking judgments on people you don't even fucking know.
I'm not fighting you at
all.
Well,
I'm fighting you.
He even said it broad daylight. He doesn't want to fight with her. And then she responded, well, I don't care. I want to fight you. So you're just an argumentative little...
You can't necessarily just say something to somebody and then just be like, well, I don't want to fight you. You can't just walk up to them and be like, you're a fake-ass person. And then expect not to at least have an exchange of words with them.
Oh, baby. What makes it worse is, like, this guy's just dealing with your bullshit. He's just listening to you, and it's all going out his other ear. It's honestly amazing. If only he had just muted you, I feel like you would have been talking to a brick wall, which would have been 10 times funnier. But it's seriously just annoying to me how you get so easily offended. And then you also, again, you're being hypocritical. You're making judgments on other people that you don't even know. Like, you only know them for their internet personas. You don't know them in reality, and you're making judgments off of them.
I was going to say the same thing this dude said down here about his Weeb desktop game that he's playing. That Shit is weird.
You would get mad at someone else for like stereotyping women into a certain category, but then doing it yourself to men all you want and then calling the victim card because
I mean, this dude, let's see. No, I'm not even gonna leave a comment. I'm not even gonna interact with this retard because he is
you
a
don't like
retard.
dealing with all the
I just
backlash
don't like
and then just
interacting with
coming
dumb
back
people
with the most like uncreative snarky remarks ever. I find it a questionable appearance for you. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like your entire content model is questionable, but that's just me. Again, if you think I'm wrong, leave
Yeah, you can say her content model is questionable, but her content model does better than this kid's doing. So
a comment below, tell me how I'm wrong, and I'd be more than willing to listen to the comments. I read all of them all the time.
Okay.
Call me fake.
I didn't.
The only comment I would leave for this dude is the fact that he called out a double standard while he's doing the same thing he called out. Like that's he called her out as like I don't like the double standard, just talking trash about someone to talk trash about him. Well, that's what you're doing right now. You're making a video on someone just to make a video about someone. She probably never done anything personal to this dude at all.
Call you fake.
You did. I literally have it on
So,
recording.
like that's what I would say. Like my comment would say you talk about double standards and then say somebody was talking shit about somebody just to talk, just to talk about them, but then you just make a video about making it. That's all content creators. All content. It'd be like me saying that while I'm doing that while I just question shit about Asmon and this dude. Like you can't be a hypocrite. Like you can't do something and then be like, oh, these people shouldn't do that. That's for content.
Okay. This is going very well, guys. You guys are killing it. This is amazing.
Shut the f up.
And again, just proving my point. She's just overly toxic and hateful towards other people. It's honestly fucking comical because she's calling out other people for being hateful and her words, not mine, and then she herself is no better. She's just a fucking massive hypocrite. Like, someone please tell me what the fuck this guy did wrong to her. He didn't say, he was being positive as shit, dude. And you're just over here being toxic. This is probably why people don't like you.
Yeah, nice. Dude, kid.
Easy.
Dude,
I'm a main.
Dude, that was amazing.
Don't call me fake.
Good job, guys. Never. I swear to God, I did not even mean it at all like that.
I accept your apology.
So if you couldn't already tell, Casey Tron is the biggest narcissist that I know so far or have covered so far, and just super toxic for no reason. Like, this guy
Where
was.
did he get the narcissist from?
That was amazing, dude. Kid.
Easy.
Dude,
I'm a main.
Dude, that was amazing.
Don't call me fake.
Good job, guys. Never. I swear to God, I did not even mean it at all like that.
I accept your apology.
See, there you go.
So if you couldn't already tell, Casey Tron is the biggest narcissist that I.
How is that narcissist? How is that narcissist behavior? Where did he get that? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, where did he get that she's being a narcissist and that narcissists boast about themselves and everything's about them? Why in the world did he say she's narcissist?
I know so far or have covered so far, and just super toxic for no reason. Like, this guy was the nicest person I think I've ever seen in Overwatch, and she just held a grudge against him because he called her fake. Now let's get down to my favorite part of the entire drama, which is Destiny's response. And basically he posted a tweet saying, or quoting, Casey Tron saying, Asmongold is so fucking gross and filthy, I can't believe someone making so much money would choose to live such a disgusting
Can't he just,
life.
like, get a maid or something? Like, because that's all he would have to do, is just, pay somebody to come clean your house, man.
With the best image
But then I think he would feel like he wouldn't be able to be in his room. I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't. He's a millionaire. Why ain't you got a room clean, man? You can hire somebody.
Possibly attached to it. And then she responded to the tweet saying, I cannot seem to shake this. I'm not going to say that word for obvious reasons. He has been obsessed with me ever since I was too busy to meet his creepy ass in 2015. I blocked him on every platform, but he still desperately tries to get my attention. What do I do? That's a crazy fucking allegation to be
that's a wild. I mean, that I have to admit is a wild. It's wild to call somebody a PDF file without even knowing if they really are or not. Like that. That is a bit much.
Throwing around. That's an actual crazy allegation for someone such as yourself. So if you couldn't tell, Casey Tron is just the biggest narcissist ever. She just can't get her ego out of her fucking head. Anything talking about her is apparently being obsessed with her, and the amount of self-love that she
that is not narcissism. This dude really needs to pick up I don't know, a dictionary. He looks some words up.
really has for herself is impeccable. I don't think even Drake
I
could.
do have to say that Colin Destiny PDF. A PDO is a bit much. Is a bit loose.
Fucking cut her down. I don't know who else could. I don't even think that her fucking father Joe Byron could cut her down with that fucking massive ego of hers. But seriously, I don't understand how you're just calling out words and calling out the boy who cried wolf or the girl who cried wolf for some of these allegations that you throw out. Not to mention that's something that someone could easily sue you for defamation really because you're just dragging their name into dirt saying that fucking allegation. Like that's something you could easily get
we will we're just gonna keep watching the video.
Sued for. And with how many fucking people are already talking about it and have screenshots of this, I wouldn't doubt that your case would be a fucking lost cause. And just to prove my point about her being a fucking narcissist, she made another tweet saying, both these disgusting men that nobody wants were made fun of and turned down by girls like me in high school, which is why they have it out for me so bad. And she has a picture attached where, again, she looks both easy to draw and like the most stereotypical, like, high person on the street. I swear I could go down somewhere in downtown Toronto and find her 3 times in like less than 10 minutes. Hell, it would probably be more if I was in the US and in fucking Chicago or something like that. Like honestly, if people were turned down by you, I feel like they were fucking blessed. Like God just told them, hey, don't do it. It's a fucking mistake. You're gonna have yourself trapped in a cage by the age 20. Like I feel like something or someone told them to stay clear of you because god damn I would hate being with you. Like it's to the point where I don't even think that the guy that shares food with raccoons, rats, pigeons, any form of wild animal would want to sleep with you. I'm pretty sure they would rather fucking fighting a bear than being with you. I mean, one thing I can tell you though is that I give you an A+ for your confidence because I certainly don't have that type of confidence. I have some humbleness to me, unlike you, because I'm not a fucking massive narcissist that is just convincing myself that everyone loves me for no fucking reason. Like I swear, I don't think you could have taken a worse picture. I feel like a homeless person that's never seen a phone before could take a better picture than you. Like it's terrible. You clearly didn't have a second thought about this picture because you were probably high. That's just how stupid you really are, Casey. And God forbid you find this video, because if you do and decide to make another tweet about it, holy shit, the amount of fucking clickbait I could do on your name is hilarious. I would flame you 10 times harder than I would be right now. Like I can swear I can hear you calling YouTube CEO and fucking dinging the bells for cyberbullying and getting me banned just like Leafy. With all that being said, I'm done talking about this absolute fucking clown. So this is the end of the video. I'll see you on the next one.
Just like this dude right here wants to, like, I don't even know, guys. Like, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong in chat. But this fucking dude is just a moron. Like, he talks about a double standard while he's doing the same thing he's talking about. Oh, she was just talking about people for no reason. Well, you're just talking about her for no reason. And then you want to sit here and be like, oh, she just smokes weed all day. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? What is smoking weed? When did smoking weed become such a bad thing? Like, I'm a productive fucking member of society and I smoke weed. Who gives a shit? Like, honestly, like, I just don't think that people should be coming out and talking shit about her because, like, the people that are talking shit about her are just people that shouldn't be talking shit about her. Like, you got Asmongold calling somebody disgusting. Like, that motherfucker should be never, ever in the world of anything, ever call anyone disgusting. Like, I'm sorry, if you sit there streaming and you're a fucking millionaire and you're streaming in your room with moldy food and cups around you, you're a fucking degenerate. You're a fucking degenerate. Like, I'm sorry. How the fuck did you even do that? Like, how can you sit there and stream with a bunch of people watching you? And yeah, they can see you. They just can't see the 7 months worth of food and drink around you. Like, that's gross. That's fucking gross. Like, and then you have the audacity to tell somebody that they're gross. Like, that's just, and then people are like, oh, she's going to end her career picking a fight with Asman. What, because he's got a big following? And then I feel like most of the people that watch him are probably like, that are like diehard fans of him, probably live the same way. Like, he's just a gross ass dude. Like, he is. And like I said, I don't hate on him. He's successful. Kudos to you for being as successful as you are, but you're also just, like, you live in squander. You live in filth. You can't call somebody else disgusting if you're fucking disgusting. Like, that's my whole point. Like, the point of it ain't anything other than that. Like, he's like, oh, you're fat. First, she ain't even fat like that. Like, I don't even, why do you got to pick on somebody that, you know what I mean? Even if she was fat, why? Like, I feel like I was telling, like, I don't know. It's just bullshit. Like, you shouldn't, oh, oh. We're just gonna move on, guys. We're gonna watch something else. Enough of the Casey Tron shit. I already watched a couple videos of it, talked about it. Let's watch Lyrics' video about the.
We're all young and we lecture the internet. Yeah. I did not like. I just think it's not very well thought out. But it makes sense for his bubble and where he's coming from, his age group, and
it's understanding
his relationship with these things. I think that all kind of makes sense that he's coming from that perspective. Perfect. Well, nice to meet you. I appreciate you reaching out. I know it's kind of weird when people make content about you, and then I always appreciate it when people slide into the DM. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's normal for this side, at least internet I interact with, so it's normal. But all right, so start this off. I guess if you're fine with me taking initiative. So I saw your coverage on my video and just want to have a conversation about it because you seem to be very confident and condescending when talking about this topic, even bragging about how much research you've done into this. So I'm looking forward to seeing where that confidence is from. And so just getting right into it. It's cool.
Yeah. Tell me what's on your mind, because I think we agree actually a lot. I think we just came from different perspectives probably. So do you know what I do as a YouTuber?
Yeah, you're like a commentary channel. It covers like a lot of like more on the psychology or philosophy side of things, I guess.
Philosophy, not psychology, but philosophy side of things. So when I'm making commentary, I don't know where other people are coming from, but I'm always trying to figure out like the most nuance, the most like what's probably happening versus what the audience thinks is happening. And then of course we don't know because like we're not reading any of these people's minds. So I'm interested, are you going to like talk to me about the situation, or are we talking about our different ideas about the situation, or kind of both?
Both.
Okay, cool. Okay, go ahead. Do you want to start then with maybe what we maybe agreed or disagreed on? I don't know how you want the conversation to flow.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I got it. So at 7 minutes in your video, you say, we have no evidence that Katie is manipulative, malicious, or a liar, but it's interesting that everyone runs with that. Does anyone have any actual evidence that she did that? And yeah, we do, which you actually did react to that evidence in the same video that I covered. So you may have missed it or not, I don't know. But the reason why I say Katie is manipulative, malicious, and a liar is because she lied about George being the one who pressured her to drink alcohol and play drinking games to get her vulnerable when text proof came out showing it was her and her friends who asked to play. She lied about being freshly 18 and then got called out on that she was actually 6 months into being 18. And then she lied again to cover her last one, saying it was a typo in her script, even though she said it multiple times in her stream. And lastly, she lied about George touching her out of nowhere and that she could barely move or breathe, completely leaving out the context that they cuddled and spooned for over an hour beforehand, which after being called out, she then conceded, completely admitting to that. So I call Katie manipulative, malicious, and a liar because she manipulated and provably lied about information to make George seem more of a predator than he actually is in her allegation. So it would be received better to the public. which by the definition, that shows she acted in malice by making George seem more guilty and a worse person than he is.
I
Hey guys,
definitely see that perspective, and I think that she
too much into the middle of this. We're gonna let it run for a few minutes while I handle some stuff, and then I will come in with my 2 cents, like usual.
corrected herself a few times with any of the misinformation, but I think there's also a question of, do they perceive the information the same? So that's where my brain has to ask people, have you ever been in the situation where like you both see something and then you have different opinions about the thing that you saw? Sometimes I wonder how much of that is playing a role. I agree that there were some absolute miscommunications, and you could call them a lie. And I think that's where I want to be careful, is like, was it a lie or was it a miscommunication? Now, I do agree with you that in some areas I could definitely see the evidence for a lie, but I personally don't feel comfortable making like a definitive, it was on purpose, she 4D chessed this, she absolutely planned this, like that kind of a feeling. Is that kind of the feeling you have though? Like you think Katie was like sitting there twirling a mustache and being like, I'm going to make this, I'm going to ruin George?
Well, here's the thing. There's manipulations and there's lies in this situation. And I mean, sorry, miscommunications. There's miscommunications and lies in this situation. I only mentioned the lies, a few of them. There's a lot of miscommunications, which is basically this whole situation you could call miscommunication. But on top of it, Katie did lie outright, completely, and that's
so
provable.
The lying, so the one lying I would agree with is definitely like the who initiated the drinking games thing. Like that, I would say is like a lie, or I don't know if like I'm trying to be too good faith here, but I could be okay with that being a lie because obviously there's text proof, right? So that would be definitely one I would agree with you on. The freshly 18 thing, I think we're just going to disagree on this in terms of language. I think what freshly 18 is meant to imply is that her naivety is there. She's young and inexperienced, which I think all 18-year-olds are. So I think it doesn't matter if you're freshly 18 or almost 19. I would still put you in that category. Do you have a different version of freshly 18 being something else?
So the problem is that she said she was freshly 18. People called her out, said, no, you're actually 6 months to 18. And then in her final thoughts, she clarified and said, oh, it was just a typo in my script. But I think she forgot that she said it multiple times in that stream. I know you didn't get to this part of my video because you clicked off it because, I don't know, you're frustrated. But there was proof of her saying it multiple times in that stream. And it wasn't just that she meant to say, I freshly graduated high school. She meant to say freshly 18 and then made up another lie to cover it. I could play that part if you've missed it.
Yeah. Okay. So here's how my brain works when I'm seeing people. I know people misspeak all the time, and I know people aren't as smart as they think they are. So they're also not as Machiavellian as they think they are. They're not as malicious as people think they are. So in my mind, when I see somebody fumbling, especially as a streamer who's been doing this for so long, you fumble over words, you say the wrong things, you make mistakes. I do it now, and I'm 35 and I've been streaming a long time. Like I do it now. So I'm trying to look at Katie as somebody who feels under pressure, who's someone who's very like nervous, who's saying things. And I agree with you that she either misspoke or was too embarrassed or something changed. But a part of me thinks there's too many reasonable reasons that could have happened. So my brain goes to, okay, she's either malicious, but keep in mind too, and maybe this is part of the miscommunication, I think she's a girl who genuinely feels like she was essayed. Whether or not she will agree to that in 5 years, maybe not. But I think for the person she is now, she believes that. So everything she's saying, no matter how sloppy it is, I think she is trying to make it seem as clear as possible that George is a predator, even though you and I don't agree that he is, right? You don't agree George is a predator.
Of course not.
Okay, and I don't agree he's a predator either, right? I mean, 3 full videos, like fully going over this. This was my 4th, I think, video on it. And so like for me, I obviously don't think George is a predator. But if I'm Katie and I'm in that situation and I'm 19 and I don't know better and I spent 3 years of my high school at home because of COVID, then maybe I'm telling a story that sounds, quote, worse than it is because people won't believe like it's as bad as it felt. Because like do you know what I'm trying to say? Like I'm not trying to say she didn't lie. I'm trying to say, did she lie with intention or did she fumble over her words? Because for me, like lying is a very specific thing. So she fumbled over her words. So in your way of things, she fumbled over her words and then noticed, oh fuck, I fucked up, and now everyone thinks I'm malicious, and then made up another lie to cover that up. Because it's undoubtedly true that would you appreciate if I could just play the clip? Because I don't know if you're familiar with it. All right, let me show you the screen.
Because this was in the last part of my video, so let me get this pulled
Yeah.
up.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's see. Would it be right here?
Because you allowed George to be the one to point out this inconsistency.
What I meant to say was I was 18 and
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
when in reality,
Script that was supposed to say freshly out of high school.
also the fact that I said I was freshly 18, which is something a lot of people are mad about, when in reality, I was 18 and 5 months old. My bad. What I meant to say in that original stream where I said I was freshly 18, I said I was freshly 18 and just out of high school. What I meant to say was I was 18 and freshly out of high school. I just put it in front of the wrong thing.
This excuse would work if
So she says, I just put it in the wrong thing, but then there's more evidence showing that she said it multiple times in this stream right here.
flimsy excuse, but it would have at least worked here. But you can't use that reason for the second time you said it.
That's Brittany.
They knew
That's
that I was
Brittany
freshly
Simon's
18.
girl. She's Theodore. I think that's your name, right, Theodore? Dude, she is fucking batshit crazy. Dude. I mean, batshit crazy.
And they also knew I was very drunk.
There's no mention of high school.
So that's the second time she said it. So her excuse of saying that she just misplaced it so that the sentence would flow as I freshly graduated high school is a complete lie because she said it multiple times, proving that she was just making up an excuse.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would say the way that I would read that situation, and because I saw her original video, right? I did, and I know I skipped the end of yours. I would say that this is how my brain would read that. I would read that as okay.
Yeah, Brittany Simon. Theodore, I don't know if you've seen the freak out when she was talking about Destiny's kid, when she was talking about how he doesn't tuck his kid into bed every night. Dude, do you know his kid's like 16 years old? But dude, she went on a tirade about some crazy shit about Destiny not tucking his kid in and shit. Dude, she's a wild ass character, man.
She means the same thing. I think she thinks it's bad either way. It's bad that she's freshly 18. It's bad that she's freshly out of high school. And now she wants to reword it in a way that makes sense to people, but obviously could mean both or either. Do you think Katie cares whether it was freshly 18 or freshly out of high school?
No.
Okay, I don't either.
But regardless,
So I think
I guess I don't know. I feel like it's pretty black and white. The problem is that she said one thing and then lied to cover up. She said freshly 18 and then lied to cover it up and said, "Oh, I actually just meant to say freshly graduated high school," and that was just an outright lie because she said it multiple times. It's like it's that black and white, you know. I don't know what the miscommunication is.
Well, that's the dilemma, right? So I think I could see that perspective, but the dilemma is that it's not the only perspective. So it's not as black and white as it seems. Like humans don't work that way. We're not good at communication. We're not good at things. So I agree with you that she seems like she's mistelling the truth or rewording the script, but also to me, she just seems like she's not good at communication and she's fucking up multiple times, which I think we agree she's bad at communication.
Wait, what do you think
right?
she
Like,
messed up the communication of?
I think when she corrected herself, I'm not sure why she did that because she could have just, because I think she probably, this is me reading her mind, which is not something we should do, but
Oh no.
I do think, I know, she probably doesn't think either is bad, but she probably thinks the audience is going to read it that way. So she's trying to defend herself. And when you come to be defensive, you're going to end up trying to say things to communicate better, but it sounds worse.
So whether she said it under distress or not, it's still a lie. Like I can see where you're getting at, is that she said it under distress to try to defend herself. Regardless, she's still culpable for lying about George.
I think, well, she's culpable for anything that was a lie that she knows is a lie. I agree.
She
with
did
you.
know this was a lie. She did know this was a lie. The freshly
what is
18
the this?
thing. She said it was just a typo in her script. That is a provable lie. That's what I just proved.
Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. Is it? Yeah, my brain is like, and again, this is why my channel is like a philosophy channel. Because we're like, what does this mean? What does this mean when people say this? I'm okay with it being obviously possibly a lie, for sure, 1000%, right? I just don't know if it was internally a lie, but if it would help, I can concede and say that I could see why this could be considered a lie. I couldn't gun to my head if they're like, was Katie lying? Like, I wouldn't know how to answer that question personally. So I'm not sure it's a lie in that sense, but if it helps move the conversation forward, we can do that. The problem is, like, again, I can't read her mind. So I can say the implications of it.
What would be a lie, in your opinion, from Katie?
Let's say she didn't think George essayed her. Like, she did not think that. That was not even anything in her mind at all, ever. Not convinced after, not, talked to, blah, blah, blah. And then she was like, okay, I'm going to say he touched me so I can get clout and views. And she orchestrates a plan to tell a lie about him. That would be a lie. I think intentionality matters a lot to me personally. So I would say that if she, like, if I found out, oh my God, like, this was a 4D chess plan, she knew he didn't do that, she never even perceived it that way, even because, people perceive things differently every.
Yeah, sorry, I understand. So you first said you, like, I guess, don't want to be too fucking debate brained right here, but you first conceded saying that she did lie about the text messages. So we already have a proven liar in our hands. And now we're bringing up the freshly 18 thing.
Hold on.
What's up?
Do we agree that everybody lies in certain ways?
That's completely besides the point. We're talking about this situation. She lied in this situation. Of course, everyone is a liar in other aspects of life,
Okay, hold on. This is the difference between my work and other people's work. My work is to talk about the philosophy of the consciousness. So if humans are liars, and even though we all pick and choose how we lie, like, I think in survival lying, it's good. I don't think lying is good generally, but if you're in a survival situation, it makes sense. So I'm looking at Katie in a survival situation, right? So once a liar, not always a liar, but everybody lies. So I can't debate I can't debate you on Katie specifically, because when I review people on stream, I'm never talking about them. I'm talking about them to learn about us.
Okay.
So that's what my work is. My work is not meant to.
It just seems like you're, like, dismissing a lot, though. It comes across as that way.
It should, because if I was doing what you guys were doing, if I was in your work, then yes, I would be like, oh, Brittany's not, like, engaging in what we're doing. But that I'm not doing the same thing. So I think sometimes people review my work and think I'm just a commentary channel, but I'm actually, like, reviewing them to talk about us. So my audience goes, man, have I been Katie before? Have I been a George? Like, I've been falsely accused. I went to court for it. It was incredibly anxiety inducing. It was, like, the most, like, intense moment of my life. It was so exhausting. And now I never talk about that person, never bring them up. I don't have to go to court ever again about it. But it was horrifying. I cried. I was desperate. I went home to my parents. It was horrible. Now I'm lucky it didn't destroy my life because I had a support system and stuff like that. I can go to therapy and stuff. But it is a horrible situation. But, like, I know ultimately that, like, my stalker is just a very sick person. And that, like, they did what they thought was right because that's what stalkers do. But, like, they're just very sick, right? Like, that's what it is. So my work is about understanding humans and why they do what they do instead of thinking it's black and white.
Yeah,
so does that kind of help? I'm really not trying to like.
No, it's good. But to get, like, the brass tacks here. So basically, that you said you're fine with admitting that she did lie with the text messages, and you're saying there's enough evidence for you to understand the perspective of her being freshly 18. I showed that it was clear cut, and now you also have a girl who completely omitted the fact that they were cuddling and spooning in her first allegation to make George seem more predatory than he actually is. She said, quote, that he touched her out of nowhere. So is that not a complete another lie?
Could be. Explore this with me. And again, I've done a lot in my life. I've lived a lot of lives. So in my cultural view, cuddling is inherently sexual. Is cuddling inherently sexual to you? I don't know your perspective.
I don't know if I want to go down the cuddling route. I mean, she admitted that she would spoon with him too. I think to act as if two adults who are the opposite sex who are cuddling and spooning for over an hour after just 2 days of knowing each other at night at some VidCon after party thing. I mean, to act as if there wasn't some kind of flirtatious context going on here would, I think, be dishonest.
No, I agree with you. There is the possibility of flirtatiousness. Does the flirtatiousness allow for the ramping up, right? So where does your line personally draw? Because like, imagine you're Katie, you're on the couch, you've just cuddled, and everything seems pretty normal. And she also said they were group cuddling. A lot of people said that too. They were group cuddling on the couch. That's very normal. I've group cuddled with my friends. I've slept in the same bed as my friends. I've done camping trips with my friends. That all seems like pretty normal.
Is it normal to group cuddle someone you've known for 2 nights who's the opposite sex that you're attracted to?
It depends on the cultural bubble. If you're sex positive, sure. If you're like an atheist,
positive.
probably. Well, if you're an atheist, probably, right? Like, what's wrong with like spooning, right? Is there anything inherently bad about it?
There's nothing wrong, but that does give the
Right.
context that they are interested in each other. If you're spooning,
Maybe it depends. Well, I've spooned people I am not interested in, right? People have spooned me.
this
I'm
has
not
got to be
interested
like
in, or they're not
5. This has
interested
got
in.
to be a very low percent of humanity we're talking about
Well,
right now.
that's the thing we're talking about. I
And I
think we
doubt
are
that's
talking about
Katie.
it. Well, we are talking about a very unique part of society, right? Streamers, successful, they're one percenters. They are not normal society. They are kids who were stuck during COVID in their high school years. They're kids who are chronically online. They're not normal kids. And allegedly, some of them are neurodivergent. They're especially, I know, what's his name?
George?
Dream especially is neurodivergent, but like, that's what I mean. I don't think we're talking about average kids. I think we're talking about a very select group of inexperienced, naive, socially awkward people who don't know.
You could be socially awkward and you could be a weird kid and be like terminally online kid from like, it don't matter. It doesn't give the right, it don't give the right to girls to just make false allegations about some dumb shit. Like the chick is cuddling with them and like the whole physical cues are huge, right? I mean, come on. If I'm wrong, chat tell me I'm wrong. But aren't physical cues like a big thing? Like if a girl's cuddling with you and pushing her ass up against you, don't you think that maybe like damn, she likes this then, right? I mean, that's what I would think. Like like, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You know, my girl pushes her ass up against me. You know, I'm thinking about, you know, submarining, thinking about going down. You know, you know what I mean. So, physical fucking cues are huge to me. I don't know about anybody else, but I mean, that's how I would take it.
Exactly what the rules are.
I mean, I hear what you're saying for other contexts, but I feel like you have to reach such a high bar of evidence to dismiss that they were cuddling and spooning to say this isn't inherently flirtatious. Like, we're talking on a crazy odds right now, you know?
Well, you know, based off how they.
Yeah, because I mean, like, really, who cuddles with somebody that they're not really attracted to? Like that don't really. Like, I'm not gonna let some girl just walk up to me and start grabbing on me and shit and like trying to like cuddle with me if I don't like them. Like, that's just like if you're physically unappealing to me, I'm just gonna, you know, back off or not like it or tell you I don't want you to do that. Like, I don't know. I guess that's just me. I guess there's just a bunch of people out here cuddling with a bunch of ugly motherfuckers they don't like. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think verbal. I don't think you need verbal permission. I mean, now don't think that I'm trying to say that like being rapey is cool, or grapey. Sorry, TOS. Sorry. I don't think being grapey is cool, but I don't think you always need a verbal confirmation or verbal consent or permission, whatever you want to call it. I don't think you always need that. I think physicality plays a huge part. If somebody's being physical with you, I feel like that's just as good as a verbal as you know what I mean, verbally consenting. I think that being physical is the same. Like if you're cuddling with a girl and she's like, you know, like moving her hips and like working into you a little bit to get comfortable and shit, that's kind of like an intimate thing, right? Am I just tripping, or is that kind of intimate to me? That feels like it would be intimate, and I don't know. I think this is just as stupid as the who's that dorky girl with the huge glasses? Oh, I can't think of her name right now. The super mega shit. Lex up, dog. I think this is just the same as that. Really, I mean that's kind of worse than this. That was way worse than this. But the physical cues. But yeah, I don't think this is as rough as the Lex up dog thing, because I think that was a little, she consented to give him the BJ and then wants to be like, oh, he pushed my head down, he assaulted me. That's just stupid. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my fucking life. And I've been around almost 40 years. I think that is by far that was worse than when what's his face? George Bush stood in front of all of Berlin and said, "Ich bin Berliner." He meant to say, "I am Berlin," but he said, "I am jelly donut." That's about just as fucking stupid as that was.
They both told the stories. I'm not sure because George said, right, that it was comfortable and he thought it was okay, but he never even did he use the word sexual? I think he used the word like comfortable,
No.
like I thought everything was okay, right? So I'm thinking maybe even he was thinking like, oh, I don't know what might happen tonight. And the fact that he didn't even ask her back to his hotel room after the elevator moment told me that maybe even he wasn't thinking sexual. Maybe he was thinking, I don't even know if George has sex. Do we even know if George is sexually active? Like we don't know anything about these people.
Okay,
I don't know. So let me tell you. Imagine you're Katie, you're spooning a person and maybe it feels comfortable, and after an hour, all of a sudden his hand is on whatever. That might feel out of the blue, but to George might feel like it makes sense. I think these two people miscommunicated and it set each other off. I don't think George intended to go over the boundary, and I don't think Katie is telling a lie, but I do think that in 5 or so years, she might have a different perspective on what happened, right? I think she might end up, and I hope she does come to this different perspective that, okay, this was maybe that wasn't his intention, that maybe I just didn't understand the social situation. And same for George, which I think he admitted, right? He said he obviously feels like something like went wrong. And yeah, it happens, right? Like adulting is accepting that things will go wrong. The question is, are these people bad actors? Are they intentionally malicious? Are they evil, right? In a philosophy sense, like are they intending malice on people? And I think that's what I'm more interested in. So do you think like
That's
Katie
been
is
proven,
intending? What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
When you lie about someone to make them seem more predatory than they actually are, that's malice. You're making them seem more guilty than they are, more predatory than they are. You're doing that maliciously. That's what the definition means.
I was thinking about this. I didn't like that Katie kept trying to read George's mind. Like she kept trying to put a lot of maliciousness on him. Like he targeted me. He did it in front of a group of people to make fun of me. She put a lot of like negative spin on his actions.
And what I don't get is if there was like a whole group, if what he was doing was so god awful, why do it in front of a bunch of people that can see what you're doing? And nobody else thought to like say anything about it? All these people in the room, no one thought, it's kind of weird. Like, why are you doing this, man?
And though I could see that being a possibility, I think if we're being honest, like George doesn't seem like that kind of person. And I don't think Katie, I don't know anything about her any more than George, right? These are new people to me. This was the first time I ever heard about them. So I'm coming in totally like just neutral, right? I don't know who these people are. So when I see both Katie and George, I see both awkward people who might not know what they're talking about or doing. And so I didn't like that Katie put all that maliciousness on George, but I'm not sure that she couldn't do that. Like, okay, hear me out.
I feel like we're getting a little in the weeds. Don't you think so?
Well, that's the problem is like when I review content, this is my perspective of my work. So I'm not here to say like Katie lied. Like I don't have evidence that Katie maliciously lied. I have evidence that Katie lied about this and this, but why would she lie about those things? Did she think it just sounded good?
But you don't have evidence? We don't have evidence that she maliciously lied? So you disagree that she purposely made George seem more predatory so her allegation goes down better to the audience. You disagree with that?
Oh, no. I could agree with that, but I think she
Oh,
did that. No, I agree that because this is from a branding perspective, if she thinks he assaulted her, which she does from our understanding, then she wants to make it as clear to the audience as possible that this is a bad person. So she'll play up and be hyperbolic about the way that it impacted her. Everyone does this when they tell stories. It's like an exaggeration to push the point
there's
across.
playing up and exaggerating, and then there's lying.
Yeah.
And she's lied. She said it was them who tried to make her vulnerable by offering her drinks, and that's just a lie. That's just one of them.
Right, for sure. And I
I'm-
think I mean I agree with you.
Yeah, she
I'm
definitely.
saying I can
sorry,
see
that
why all
Katie Bugs chick, she definitely went on like a fucking lying tirade. Like she really did. Like she really lied about a lot of different stuff. Like it was
all of those
just
things could be true at the same
crazy.
time. So I can't write her off completely, but I could say we agree Katie's in the wrong here. Yeah, like we agree with that.
Okay, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, then we agree with that. So now you and I agree. False accusations are bad. Katie is in the wrong. George is innocent. We agree to all those things.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So then once we agree to that foundation, now my work goes, why would Katie do this? And like, is it
Katie
because
did
she's
it because I
malicious? Kind
think
of like
Katie
a court
was
and a
just trying to
jury.
get some clout
Right?
out
Like
of
I
it,
don't want to I don't
honestly.
want a system. I don't want the mob going after 19-year-olds because they feel offended.
The mob isn't going after 19-year-olds because they feel offended. The mob is going after 19-year-olds because they lie about what happens. Like, oh my God, they lie.
I want to know why we're going after 19-year-olds who might have made a mistake. And if they didn't just make a mistake, how do we hold them accountable through values that are their own or society's?
And another thing that's making a mistake. How do you come out with a story a year after it happens and then make a mistake? I can understand if you're just going off the top of your head, yeah, maybe some details got, jumbled, you know. But if anybody watched the Katie Bugs video, she was staring at the phone. You wrote it down and came off of a script. So how did you misspeak on anything you said? Like you preemptively wrote all this down. So you came into the stream knowing what you were going to say. How do you misspeak? How can people be like, oh, she just misspoke when she said that? No, that's how she wrote it. Like she wrote this down, and I'm sure, as I have, because I'm in the middle of making a Sandland review video, and I'm right. I wrote the script out for it. How many times I've read it? Like I can't even tell you how many times. I already done recorded it over and over and over and over again. Changed words up, recorded over and over and over again. I still haven't posted it, but like you read it. I'm sure she read that when she was done and thought to herself, yeah, this sounds good. Knowing that some of that's lies. How could she have misspoke? If she misspoke, it's because she intended that, in which case it's not a mistake. And it wasn't her misspeaking. It's what she wanted to say. It's just so stupid.
Because these are very complicated issues, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty understanding like your position. I feel like I say something, you say I agree, but then you disagree right after. I feel like we're having a miscommunication there somewhere.
I think most people do things because they think it's right.
Yeah.
And the deviation.
She thought she was right. She thought she was right. And she thought she was doing the right thing. But regardless, doesn't mean she can't be held accountable and culpable for this.
I agree with you.
She can
now
think she's doing something right, but still lie.
Just because somebody thinks what they're doing is the right thing, or they're right about it, and they come out with it, doesn't exonerate them from being held accountable for lying. Like that even if you don't think that you are lying, even if in Katie Bug's brain that's how she feels and how she perceives it, still doesn't make it A, true, or B, doesn't exonerate you from it. And I think that more and more of the shit that happens, because it's happened a lot lately, guys. It's happened a lot. It's happened with the Katie Bugs George Not Found situation, the Shubble Wilbur Soot situation. Because I believe that was, I believe the biting was playful. I believe it was playful. People have different ways of being playful in their relationships. My relationship is I constantly smack my girl's butt when she walks in and out of her room. That's just what I do. I mean, that's not assault. I mean, by today's ladies, that's assault. You know, by the women of today, I consider it like they'd consider me assaulting my girlfriend every time I do that. But I'm not. But they would think that I was. But anyway, everyone's got their own playful little things. If this playful thing was biting and she was okay with it and consented to it, it was all right with it. Why is she gonna come out later and be like, "Oh, you bit me," and you used to do this stuff in front of people and blah 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 blah. But you were okay with it. That's. You were okay with it until you weren't. Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's a lot of these girls. And then another situation that I thought was really shitty was the Miss A and Lady Emily coming out about Emil, about Chugga Conroy. I really think the Chugga Conroy situation was messed up too. Like, yeah, he's got a weird kink, you know, feet. He likes feet. That's weird. I don't like feet. I'm a booty guy. I like, you know, that's the first thing first place my eyes drift to. Your booty got to be mock big for me to even approach you. But no, seriously, the false allegation thing is getting crazy and out of hand, and I really do feel like there needs to be some kind of accountability, like some kind of responsibility needs to be held against the girls that are doing this. Like, it really does, because if you don't get it under control, it's just going to keep happening to everybody. And then eventually you're going to get into men are going to fall into a rut in society where we don't even want to communicate with ladies because we feel like any kind of communication, if it's not something that they like or something that they're fond of, that, you know, that's just going to be it for you. Like, and guys are going to eventually get to the point where they just don't want to speak to the women, like, because you never know, because even consensual things, like with the Lex Up Dog thing, she consented to giving him that, and then he, you know, pushes her head down during it, which, yeah, I've done that to my girl. You know, I pulled her hair, grabbed her throat during it even. I mean, let's not get into all that wild stuff, but still, like, that's, like, and then you come out and say that's assault. So even, like, consensual, intimate acts with your partner or another consenting adult, you got to be afraid of it now. Like, you really got to, like, be afraid to have a consensual relationship with someone, and it's terrible. It really
along
is.
the way to make George
Yes.
seem more predatory, and she should be held accountable for that.
Yes. Now,
And she did. I'm sorry to keep pausing. I promise I won't pause as much after this. The freshly 18. She said that she meant to say that she was 18 and freshly out of high school. She only said the way she said it to make it look more predatory. Like, oh my God, I was just 17. Oh my God, I was just in high school. And then her little retarded sidekick. I don't even know if she's her sidekick. I don't even know if her and Shovel are, like, friends. But then her retarded sidekick wants to come out and be like, she's still a kid. When at 18 years old are you still a kid? You're not still a kid. That's just stupid shit to say.
how do you want her to be held accountable?
That's not interesting to me. I don't know.
Okay.
I
So
don't
that's
think
the
the
part-
consequences are that interesting.
Okay, what do you think is interesting then?
Well, like trying to explain the disagreement in our perspective. Well, like, is the consequence that interesting? What, she should lose her career and lose her channel? Like, I don't know what should happen to her. She should learn from her mistakes. I mean, she still is very young. She's probably gonna learn from her mistakes. The problem is that she's just young and she had these mistakes online. A lot of these people make mistakes in the 90s or whatever, and it's just never broadcasted. And they just have to. They don't have to deal with the public pushback because she's a, public streamer. She's gonna have to deal with a lot more pushback.
And I agree with that too, right? And it's hard to know.
At the same time, she did put out a blatant false accusation accusing someone of a crime.
Ooh, so she cannot. See, that's where we disagree. You can't put out a false accusation unless you know it's a lie.
That's bullshit. I said I would stop pausing it after that last pause, but holy shit, did she just say that?
What?
Well, because we agreed that.
Okay, that's just semantic definition, though. We agree it's a false accusation.
Yeah, I see. I'm not too fond of. I can't say I'm not too fond. I like lyrics. Lyrics is cool. Questionable things in the past, we'll leave that alone because he's okay. I don't watch a lot of them, but I recently started like watching him here and there. But I have to agree with him. She's playing a semantics game now. You can't just be like, oh, somebody can't make a false allegation unless they know they're lying. No. You can still make a false allegation even if you think you're telling the truth. Because at the end of the day, it's not true. It's false. And it's a false allegation. And that's why a lot of these girls don't run to the... I feel like that's why a lot of these women don't... Or women. I don't even want to call them that. A lot of these girls run to the police or don't run to the police because I feel like the story that they're telling, I think that they would just be like laughed out of the precinct. Like, yeah, we're not even gonna entertain the bullshit you're saying right now because that's what it is. It's bullshit at the end of the day.
But no. Well, I agree. Well, it depends on who you ask, which is the point of my work as well. Words are contextual to culture. They're not objective. So a false accusation is knowing they didn't do something to you and accusing them of it anyways. And Katie thinks she was assaulted. So she can't falsely accuse him.
Okay. I don't know if this can be literally proven in a judge format to make her like seem guilty, but regardless, I think this is semantics. I feel like we both understand what I'm saying, right?
Well, no, because we are disagreeing now. Now we are disagreeing because you cannot falsely accuse someone of something you thought they did.
Okay.
Like she thinks she was assaulted, so she's saying I was assaulted.
She thinks she was assaulted, and she's saying I was assaulted, but you weren't. You know what I mean? To the core of it, you still weren't.
Okay.
She's not lying.
Yeah.
Right. But then that's where I would come in and say, okay, girl, like if I could talk to Katie, I'd say, let's talk about how he might have, by definition in certain cultures, assaulted you, but didn't intend to, because I think intention matters. Some people don't. I do think it matters. Because I think it's the difference between George, who admitted to touching Katie, right? He didn't say how exactly, but he did say he touched her. And so there's something there, which I think he might have gone off physical. I think you even said in your video, correct me if I'm wrong, that like physical cues are important.
It's been like 2 hours since I said it. Like, follow, subscribe, share, please. All of it helps. All of it helps. This isn't like I don't ever really shill for donations. If you feel like you want to support the stream and you've been here and you like it, you like the content, you like what I'm saying, you like the whatever, Streamlabs. Hit Streamlabs up, donate whatever you want. Donations in the description. You don't have to. Let's get back to it.
Well, the world is changing to require verbal cues.
But you have to go follow. Follow, like, subscribe right now or else. No, I'm joking. But yeah, please follow, like, subscribe, share, whatever. It helps me. It helps me out a lot since I'm like new and I don't really have a following yet. I don't really have many subscribers on my channels or anything like that. So it would all really help. But that's all. That's enough of the shill. Let's get back to it.
And since they didn't use verbal cues, they
Are they
will
really?
run into that.
Is the world really changing like that?
I'm gonna stream here for a couple more hours still before I gotta do adult stuff.
This is a
Yeah, and
very small minority of people.
no, it's
like feed my child and stuff. Still gotta go do that.
it's hugely changing, and it should change in a way to mitigate consent violation, right? Because I'm assuming you don't want people getting violated, right? That's not the goal.
No, I
the
do.
goal is to communicate.
Obviously,
is that a joke? Okay, okay, it's a good joke. Okay, well, you never know. Okay, I don't want to like tell you how to think.
Come
so
on, man. She
the
should have
point is
known he
like
was
in order to
joking.
mitigate
Who wants
harm
who to
and to
get?
say like
You know
we
what
want
I
to
mean?
communicate the best possible. So I agree. I've absolutely verbally communicated with people, and it's gone okay. And then I've verbally communicated it's gone okay. I've written down our intentions. I've talked to friends and said I intend to sleep with this person. We're going to go have sex. We'll call if anything goes wrong. Like I've done a lot of safety checks with people. I don't know if you've practiced any of those safety checks yourself. Like, hey, do you want to have sex with me? Like and I don't mean for you to like tell the internet if you're sexually active or something. That's none of our business. But
Asexual.
the point is, is that a joke?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you're making a joke because Katie said she's asexual. I get it. Okay. So the point is that what you are seeing as black and white, I'm seeing like as a cultural difference because I know the world is diverse. Like I'm pretty traveled. I've read lots of books. I've like talked to lots of people. I really wish the world all spoke a universal language, but it's pretty clear we don't. So I'm saying the reason I do the work I do is to point out the fact that we are not all saying the same things. And so I think a person who thinks something happened to them can't falsely accuse somebody of something they think happened to them. I just don't think that's possible. But I see that you think it's possible, and I think there's something there. I think what we could do instead is tell people like Katie, people didn't intend to hurt you. And even though they did, and George apologized for that, and Dream did, which I thought was really, really good of them. Now that we've apologized, we need to learn that how we process information and communication will help mitigate this in the future. So in the future, let's ask before we touch. Let's, have a conversation if we're having problem reading body language, right? So I think we mostly agree. I think our only disagreement is maybe on the can she falsely accuse someone if she doesn't know, right? Is that the only place we disagree probably?
I'm not sure, but I don't really want to clarify because I feel like it's getting really weird. So if I could just, bring it a little back on trail.
Okay. Okay.
So we talked about the line. You gave your opinion about that. I brought up the lies by omission, especially of cuddling and spooning, and the fact that she only mentioned those details after her hand was forced by George when he called those out. So I don't know. This girl seems very suspicious in the way she's going about this. But regardless, we can move on from that. I think by definition that shows she acted in malice because there's provable lies that she knows. But we can move on. So at 1:58, 15 seconds in your response video, though, you said there was misinformation in my video and that I got facts wrong. So I wanted to know where's the misinformation and facts wrong that I got?
I think the biggest issue I had with you, and correct me if I'm wrong, was about the misinformation about rape victims and how real victims act. To be fair to you, this is a very common narrative in the world that like all victims act the same. So I think my biggest issue with your content was just that I felt like that's not true. Like victims of sexual assault don't all act the same. Some people stay with their abusers. Some people report them to the cops. Some people never tell anyone. Some people only tell their best friends. Some people only tell their therapists. I think that was the biggest issue I had with it.
That was like the misinformation?
I think so. I can't recall at this point what else it could have been. Do you have an idea? Maybe I'm misremembering what else it could have been.
Well, I mean, I think the only thing I said is like imagine being actually like raped and having to look at this girl act as if she's getting on her soapbox and lecturing other people about how false accusations hurt real victims, trying to act like a genuine real victim. I think that's just hilarious. Irony.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about that? Like, I've heard that narrative a lot. Like I've heard people say like she's like ashamed to real victims and stuff like that. I'm not sure I really understand that perspective.
Katie hurts real victims that come out with their story. Yes, because when you come out with your story,
when you come up with a story and then you get blasted for it and you get all these people talking like down to you, bad about you, bashing you about your allegation and stuff like that, it makes that harder for an actual survivor of SA to come out against their actual abusers, because then they feel like they're going to get the ridicule all of these girls get. But really, you're not. But yeah, it's you take away from real abuse, and I know people close to me that have been victims of that. My mother, my mother was raped before, a long time ago. Um, I know a lot of people. There's a few other people. I just don't feel like getting into that. But there's a few other people that have been assaulted that I know, and it's hard for people to come out because they feel like they're going to get bashed on like these girls do. But in reality, these girls are just bullshit, and they deserve to to get to get the mob after them the way the mob's been on them, because you really do make it harder for actual SA survivors and victims to come out and actually out their real abusers. Like, you make it harder for them. So yeah, it is detrimental to people that are actual victims of SA.
Story and you lie, that hurts real victims, and it's going to put doubt into more people and more women who come forward with their story. That's just objectively true.
If she lied, right? So the dilemma we're having, right?
Did we not just cover that she did lie? We already know that she
Well,
lied.
she
Didn't
didn't
you
lie
concede
about
that?
George. We didn't lie about George sexually assaulting her, right? We agreed on that. That from her perspective, he did sexually assault her.
We're getting to the weeds. This is semantics. She lied in her story, accusing George. That hurts real victims, and that's why people discredited her.
Well,
That
people
hurts
discredit people who
other women.
don't lie as well, right? Like, I don't think I agree with you that lying hurts and adds to the contribution, but at the end of the day, like, one person isn't impacting the movement. This is like saying, like,
one person with a huge following that a whole bunch of like the internet has latched onto. Maybe if you're talking about a normal girl in like a friend group, but this is a girl who's had a ton of public like news where XQC covers them, big streamers. What do you
Right.
mean? This is a huge example that will make people disbelieve women who come forward in the future. It's a huge
right, but just to make sure, even if she lied within the storytelling of her story, doesn't mean she's lying about the essay.
No, but regardless, that discredits her story.
Well,
and that's why people dismissed her.
I think that's the problem, is like, no one is a perfect victim. Like, victims of SA do lie. Victims of SA can be bad people. Like, I don't know. It doesn't mean the SA is okay, right?
Okay. She's
so
I feel like I don't know. I feel like isn't it pretty obvious what I'm communicating right now? She lied in her story.
Yes.
Therefore, that's going to hurt real victims coming out with their story and put doubt on other women who come forward with their story, because people are going to think, oh, dude, Katie Bugs just happened a week ago. She's probably doing the same thing. Amber Heard just happened. They're probably pulling an Amber Heard. This is what puts doubt in people's minds socially.
Yeah, I think that's
exactly
the problem
what
of
happened.
society, though,
was
because if
just saying,
Katie's enough for you to doubt real victims, I don't think the problem's with Katie ultimately. I think it's with you. But I do agree with you in general, because people are sheep. They will think, oh, well, this one girl must represent all women, which makes no sense, right? Like, it makes no sense for that to be the case in terms of statistics.
I'm not
So
arguing whether it's
you.
justified if society does it or not.
Right.
I'm speaking
They'll do it.
that on the assumption that this is society and this is what happens in society. And because society is the way it is, she is hurting real victims who come out with their story and putting doubt on their story.
Yeah, she
I
is.
agree. That's how people perceived it. I think that's why, like, look, you took the side that a lot of people took, which is great. And a lot of people took Katie's side, and that's great. And then here's my little channel where I'm like, can we do something different with this story? And then here we are having this conversation. Why do you think it's important that what does it matter what Brittany thinks if I'm like the one person who's like, let's look at this from a philosophy perspective, bros? Because that's like what I do. That's my niche.
I don't deeply care about what you think. I just think it's interesting content to have a conversation. Do we have to have like a
right?
big
So
meta
like
thing?
you're here for clicks and views, right? Like you're here
of
for
course,
clicks and views,
everyone
right?
is. Yes,
okay.
I'm here for money.
right. Okay, so like that's great. But that's what I'm saying is like I'm here for the answers and to make money. So I'm actually here because this is my hobby.
What is the relevance of this?
The point is, like, in order to have this conversation in a way that might make sense to you, you have to understand my motivations, just like you have to understand Katie's motivations. So you want to argue and debate me and something I don't do for a living. My job as a living is this: I dissect things. So the reason our conversation might not.
Honestly, I wish I could do this for a living. Like, I really do. I wish I could do what they do for a living. Like, I play video games. I go over Hot drama topics. I like politics. I like political debate. I like debate of any kind, really. If any of the viewers ever wanted to get in Discord and like debate anything that I have takes on while you're watching, feel free. Feel free to drop it in the chat, and I will hit you with my Discord, and we can debate things. We could talk. We could play video game. I play a lot of video games. I do a lot of different stuff, but I wish I could do all that for a living. I wish I didn't, have to, grind for at the job every day. But I just do this for fun. Like this is literally just a hobby. That's why I don't like plug donations or try to get money out of anything or anyone. If you feel like you want to, it's in the description to the Streamlabs. You could donate there. But I wish I could do this as like a full-time job, but unfortunately, that's not my career right now. Hopefully, maybe one day it will be. But for now, this is just a hobby. I just like to come here and stay in tune with stuff, talk to people about stuff. Like I said, if anybody ever wanted to debate, ever catch me playing a game, you want to play a game, we could do that on stream together. I got my Discord. My Discord's open for anyone. Anyone that wants to come in, that's fine with me. But let's just get right back to the video. That's enough talking about me.
Now work for clicks and views is because I don't do this for clicks and views outside of my field.
Oh, and anyone watching, share. Please like, follow, subscribe, share. I was talking about it last night. We're going to be doing a lot of like giveaways on this on my channel. Like seriously. The first things first, most donations are going to go towards that. Because I do like have a career. I do work I got a 9 to 5. Everything's going to get paid for out of my pocket. If you feel like you want to, the days that we do the giveaways, you do have to donate at least $1 to enter the little giveaway. But we'll be doing like PC peripherals, video game consoles, games, gift cards, accessories. We're gonna do a lot of different stuff here. We'll even get into like figurine giveaways, Pokemon Magic card giveaway. We're gonna do all kinds of stuff on the channel. I really want people to subscribe and like follow, and just for that. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't care so much about getting money from anybody. Just that's how we're gonna do it. To like enter the donate, like you got to donate $1 to enter the little giveaway. We'll give away what we're gonna give away, and then with those donations, I'll buy more stuff and we'll give that stuff away as well. That's what I want to turn my channel into. I want to turn my channel something into where as I'm making money, I'm giving that back to the people that make that possible. So we're going to be doing that a ton on this channel. I'm even going to do it as like giveaways in the beginning just for like subscribers. You subscribe and you come into the stream, that alone is your entry to the giveaway. Just being in the stream while I'm doing it. And I'll randomly select someone and give it away. The first giveaway we're going to do is probably going to be video games. We're going to do some either a gift card or we're going to do like a video game giveaway. So like I hope I get a lot of subscribers, followers, and everything like that. Even if there's only 5 of you in here, we're going to do it with the 5 of you. Doesn't matter how many people are there. We're gonna give something away. We'll probably be doing that Sunday. I'm going to put that down on Twitch's schedule Sunday. I will pick a video game out, and Sunday stream, we'll give it away to somebody. And then all post will be handled by me, like shipping and handling. I'll pay for all of it. So, yeah, like let everybody know that to, like, subscribe, follow, and the first couple giveaways we do are just going to be whoever's in the chat right then and there, whoever's like in the stream watching. We'll pick a random person and we'll give like video games, figurines, PC accessories, Xbox accessories, PlayStation accessories, gift cards, Pokemon cards, Magic cards. We're going to do all kinds of giveaways coming up. So make sure you like, subscribe, and follow for it.
My field is in dissecting information. So I can pretend to fight with you, but like this is what I think does matter. This is how I have the conversations. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you meant to hit me up because you thought we were going to debate.
Okay.
But if I wanted to debate, I would have been a debater.
Okay. I don't mean to fight you. Okay, no fighting. This isn't fight night. We're not fighting around.
Sure.
Just I disagree with you, and we're speaking about the matter of the situation. So let's.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to talk about the details of the situation, not this big meta. Why we're here, my motivations.
Oh, here's something. Okay, here's some. You basically are saying I don't want you to do your job because that's my job. So okay, I'll jump into your job and I'll do.
You can do what you want.
But we're definitely going to go big on the giveaways. So make sure you like share this, share that. I'm going to post it to my Twitter. I'm going to post it on Facebook, Reddit. I'm going to post it everywhere that's what we're going to be doing. So the first giveaway will be happening in the next couple days. And I hope we get a lot of people in here. And that'd be great. So let's continue watching though. I was saying that last night to people. My stream, I don't know, my internet last night was being really, really weird and everything was choppy. The video was dropping frames. My bit rate was terrible, so I don't know if anybody heard that or caught it. But if you're here from last night, that's what I was saying. I said I would talk about it more today. We got like all kinds of stuff to give away though. Like we're gonna be giving away like streaming equipment. I got all kinds of stuff in mind to give away. And just being here allows you to win something. So spread it around to everybody. Like don't just be like, oh no, I'm not gonna tell no one so that I'm the only one here and I win it. Please spread it around, let everybody know that that's what we'll be doing here. Because as I grow, I wanna grow with you. I wanna be able to like give back and all that other stuff. So yeah, let's get back into this.
Okay, I'm just trying to explain so we get on trail here, to discuss the story, right?
Okay, how about this? Something you said that did upset me. Okay, ready? You discounted Katie, George, and Dream's perspective. I think you called Dream and George like a beta or something. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I probably called them like snakes for fucking over their friend and throwing him under the bus.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that perspective, because I honestly think those friends should get lost if they didn't check with George first. Like, fuck those people, right?
Yeah, I believe you said I didn't have enough empathy to understand that Dream and Sapnap didn't actually throw George under the bus, which, yeah, I mean, agree with that. They didn't completely cut ties, of course, with them, but they disavowed him publicly, saying he did a fucked up thing and supported his false accuser. I don't know. If my friends did that, that would classify that as them throwing me under the bus and fucking me over, like 100%.
Well, from my understanding, did you hear something different? I heard they're all still friends, and that what they did was...
I didn't just say it. I just said they didn't cut ties. They just disavowed him publicly and fucked him over by that.
Well, in public... Okay, so when I covered this story, a bunch of their viewers came into my stream, and from my understanding of the bubble, their little ecosystem, they all agreed, including George, that they feel bad for Katie, that he apologized to Katie, that he did wrong by Katie, but also it was not malicious. They didn't mean to hurt Katie, and they're sorry she feels that way. So they did apologize to Katie, and they supported George, which is, by the way, I think the most mature outcome. What do you think?
So I think they're kneeling to public pressure. At first, Dream was on George's side 100%. Then the pressure got a little bit too high. It got a little bit too hot for him. And then he went on an impromptu Twitter space and started crying live on the Twitter space, saying George did a fucked up thing. Please support Katie, on his hands and knees, begging like for forgiveness. I think that's pretty clear what his motivations were there.
I think you're doing that thing where you're like, I don't know if it's pretty clear.
Okay, we don't have to get into the like whole semantics of the motivations or not, but regardless, like the thing that you push back on me is saying is that this isn't fucking him over. Where I don't know, I think that is the disavowing him publicly and supporting his false accuser over nothing.
Well,
Even if this did
again-
happen, this is nothing.
Yeah.
Even if it did happen, it's nothing. And they're supporting
Oh,
Katie Bugs
wait.
and not
You're saying
backing
if
their
George
friends.
did assault her, it would be nothing?
Under what happened, what Katie Bugs said happened, that is not. I mean, if we want to get into the semantics of what sexual assault is, regardless, I'm looking at the actions and I see no problem with the actions. It was a slow progression of flirting, touching. She positively reciprocated, and George kept going. I have no problem with those actions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have a problem with people having social mistakes, but I think if you hurt people, you should apologize. And I think you should move on. I think George should apologize and Katie should move on.
What if I said you hurt me in this conversation by being too rude? Would you like apologize to me? Would you think that's like a justified apology?
I would definitely say that my intention is not to be rude. And if that is very serious, obviously I'm not trying to be rude. And I hope you know that.
No, but what I'm
Right?
trying to explain is that it's bullshit. Like, just because someone says something about you doesn't mean you now have to apologize.
I agree. I agree with that. But George, I think genuinely, and so
Wait,
did Dream, felt it necessary to apologize. I'm saying I don't think they're doing it to fake. I think they actually believe they should apologize for making her feel uncomfortable. Right?
Okay. I think that's just, I just disagree with the fact that George needs to apologize. I think he didn't do
That's
anything
fine.
wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fine, right? And again, I think like sometimes like I think that's the dilemma. So now you're projecting your morals onto George and everybody else, and you're saying everyone should think like me.
How? Explain.
Well, because you're saying I don't think it's wrong, so therefore George did something silly by apologizing, and I'm saying, but George thought it was wrong, so he apologized.
I mean,
and
yeah,
that should
sure.
be good enough.
That's my personal opinion. I feel like I back
For
it
sure.
up pretty strongly, though. But sure, it's my opinion.
Yeah, but I think that's the point. Is like you do this thing which is fine in your video where you basically you're making the video about you. It's not really about them. So you don't care about their opinions or what they think about you. Care about yours, which is totally fine. And I make a
care
video
about
where
their opinions, and I'm critiquing their opinions. That's what the video is.
Okay. So then like I guess agree to disagree, right? Like you're taking a moral high ground. You're trying to like make it sound like you have the best opinion. I just think you have one of the many opinions, and I don't think it's the best. I think it's probably one of the worst, but like it's fine.
Can you expand
You
on that
know
a
what I
little?
mean? Oh, I think it's not well rounded enough. I think it doesn't take into account different.
To be honest, I do like Britney's mug. The human's gonna human. That's a pretty cool mug.
Cultures and different people's belief systems. I think it doesn't honor the people involved. I think it doesn't include a lot of like understanding about like why people do what they do. I think it makes sense. I think you explained yourself clearly. I think you have a worldview that makes sense to you. I just don't think it maps onto other people's. And I think the world is diverse and doesn't revolve around me. So I think your content felt a little bit like it revolves around your narrative, which is fine. It's the world. But yeah, I that's probably my disagreement is that it just felt a little bit like fuck George, fuck Dream, fuck Katie.
Well, here's the
fuck
thing.
anyone.
I can listen to what they're saying. I can understand why they did it. I have a pretty good assumption why George did this thing, why Dream did this thing, why Sapnap did all these things. I can still critique it at the same time, though. Is your problem that just I'm critiquing it at all and not only listening but just agreeing with them?
No. It's definitely not that. Like, agree to disagree, right? And ultimately, my video about you is agree to disagree. Like, I just don't agree. But I think
you said there's misinformation and facts wrong, and that it was the worst video on the topic. I feel like you're, I don't know, you're really hot in your video, but now you're coming on. It's a much more, neutral conversation, and
to be fair, you know how it is when you're alone on stream and you're like riling up the audience, and it's a lot of fun. Okay, like I'm a little bit more heated on stream for sure than I am when I'm talking to people.
Yeah,
for sure. Take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Like that, I'm just like being entertaining as well. But no, I do think that I was disappointed but then, and I mean this with the utmost respect. As an older sister with 7 younger siblings, are you 20? Are you really 20 years old?
Freshly 20 on the market.
Okay, freshly 20. Okay, so like with peace and love, I have 15 years on you, and I am assuming, I don't know how much you read. You probably have read as much as I have, or maybe not. But I've read like thousands of books. I've traveled countries.
What is this supposed to mean to me?
It means that I have like so many different cultural references and people's like way of living in my head. So when I observe a situation,
but this isn't an argument. This isn't any information. Like you're not giving any argument. You're just appealing to your age. You know that, right?
Well, I'm saying the age has given me time to do all this research and to consume all this content. I could have been 35 and never consumed this content for sure. 100.
So this is
So
just
it's not
not an
just the
argument. If you
age. I'm
disagree
just
about something I'm saying, that's fine. But this isn't an argument. It's just a waste of speech. This is a waste of oxygen right now. Okay, I mean, sorry, I'm getting to debates, but like I don't know.
It's not that. It's like we're coming from very different experiences, so different perspectives. So we're going to disagree, and you're focused on the argument, and I'm not arguing for anything. I'm arguing.
What do you mean you're not arguing for anything? What does that mean?
I'm saying because I'm not trying to change your mind.
Okay, what are you doing then? You're talking without arguing? I feel like these are just semantics. Like, clearly you're making your argument by explaining your position, right?
Well, so okay, okay. Making a prescription, trying to change someone's mind is insinuating that you have the right answer. I'm more about exploring ideas and figuring out who has the right answer because it might not be me. But also, I have to know how you got to where you are. So when I tell you a little bit about me, I'm telling you how I got to my conclusions. I'm explaining the math problem to you and not just giving you the answer. But it sounds like you just want the answer. The answer is 69.
What?
Does that make sense? Yeah, see, it doesn't make sense. So I'm trying to explain how we got to 69. But you feel like the explanation doesn't make sense to you.
Okay.
But also you know what I mean? So
okay, I think we should can I get us back on trail a little bit? Is that okay? I have another question. Put down. Yeah. Humans get human, like in the mug.
Based.
Okay, so
said that.
in 22 minutes in your video, you said, in your opinion, Katie is freshly 18 until she is 19. This sentence is a contradiction inherently, though. How can Katie be freshly 18 for the entire duration that she is 18? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of how we use these words in the first place?
Mm-hmm. So literally, if we're only talking about age, she would be considered somewhat 18 or a little into 18 or halfway through 18. But the insinuation of the context of the conversation was I'm freshly 18 because it mattered because she was naive and young and didn't know anything. I think all 18-year-olds are young and naive and don't know anything. So the way she's using it is my assumption is freshly 18 is meant to signify naivety, which exists throughout the whole age of 18 and even into 19 and 20 and whatever.
I think freshly 18 was meant to make that shit sound way. I think that they the freshly 18 thing was because she just wanted it to sound like way more predatory than it really is. No. No, man, that's a dude named Lyrics. I was just watching him and Brittany Simon's debate about the George Not Found Katie Bugs thing. It's not me in the corner.
Whatever. That's what I'm saying in my work. I'm saying if her point was that she was newly 18 without any baggage attached to it.
Yeah, the dude in the corner, this guy right here. He's his name is Lyrics. He's like part of like the drama commentary, like the drama tubers. And then this girl is just a psychotic girl that always argues with Destiny on his streams, if you know who Destiny is. There's just two people that I don't really give a shit about either one of them. I just wanted to hear their takes on the George Not Found and Katie Bugs thing. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were doing. I think they're only really talking about this to farm.
It whatever, but the baggage attached to it is that she's naive because she's freshly 18.
Neither one of them have anything to really do with the situation at all.
And my argument is all 18-year-olds are freshly 18.
So can I be freshly 20? When does it end? Can I be freshly 21, freshly 22?
Well, it actually changes. So Dr. Kirk Honda, who's a therapist in Seattle, but he has a YouTube channel. He says like, oh, you guys are so young. You're just kids. You're in your 30s because he's in his 50s. I think.
I'll say it again, though. Make sure you guys like, follow, subscribe. Stay tuned for more streams from me like in the future. We're going to be doing a lot of giveaways for like streaming equipment, PC accessories, Xbox stuff, all kinds of stuff. make sure you share it with your friends. Make sure I'm going to put the schedule up on Twitch when I plan on streaming and stuff, and I'll let you guys know when the giveaways are ahead of time. The first couple, I was going to do like a donation-based thing, like you donate $1 that enters you into to win it. I think the first couple, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do no donation. Just being here in the stream, hanging out with me, either whether I'm playing a game or just, you know, watching stupid stuff like this and you know, giving my opinion on these retards. Whatever it is I'm doing, as long as you're here and you're, you know, active in the chat and you're watching the stream, when I do the giveaways, the first couple giveaways, that's all. You just got to be here, and that enters you in to win it. And I'll randomly pick people. The first one's probably going to be some video game stuff. I was thinking maybe, I don't know, like a game or two, or maybe like gift cards to like, I don't know, GameStop or Best Buy or something for like whatever you guys want. Or, you know, maybe we'll do like a console giveaway or something. I don't know. We'll do something. I know I'm a little streamer. I'm still trying to like, I'm just starting out recently and I'm trying to make it. But like, I plan on doing a lot of giveaways as I grow my channel and as I grow with you guys and you guys grow with me. I plan on giving back to everybody. I notice, you know, the more I watch streamers, and I've been watching them for a while. Like I said, I'm almost, you know, 39, almost 40 years old. I just think that a lot of streamers made it to where they are off the backs of average people. And I don't feel like they give back to those average people enough. Giving them content isn't the same as like giving back, like giving something back. Anything. It could be anything. But that's what we're going to do here as I continue to grow. And then even if I do grow in a huge channel, we'll be giving huge things away to people. I don't, you know, like once I get comfortable to a certain point, I want to start doing the giveaways and stuff weekly, like at least once or twice a week, do giveaways for, like I said, anything that ranges from, you know, gift cards to like, you know, Best Buy, Newegg, GameStop, stuff like that, all the way up to like whole computers, consoles. Like, I really want to just, you know, give back to the people that were with me the whole time. So that's why I said like, follow, subscribe. The donation's there in Streamlabs now if you want to donate. I don't ever tell anybody they really have to. But I would like you guys to spread the word about the giveaways and stuff, and look forward to more streams from me. I mean, I'm not ending this stream yet. We still got a little bit. Still got about another hour before I end it. But yeah, I want to push that a lot so that you guys know that that's exactly what we'll be doing. I wanted to do the first one Sunday, so I'm thinking about even putting it up in my Twitch now, saying that the first giveaway is going to be Sunday. And I don't know, like maybe I'll do like a poll. Like, should it be a PlayStation 5 game, Xbox game, Switch game? Do you guys just want to do giveaways for like a gift card? We could do gift cards. Let me know, and that's what we'll do. Probably do a poll for it on my Twitter. So I'm at Kakarot Jenkins everywhere. YouTube. The only thing that's not at Kakarot Jenkins is my Discord. You could just message me on my Twitter if you ever wanted to like my Discord, and I'll go ahead and give you the Discord. You can hop in. We can talk. We can play games. Whatever. Let's get back to it.
When you're old, everyone is young. So I'm a kid to people. Most people who meet me, who are older, they're like, "Oh my God, you're such a baby." I'm like, "I know, thank you," because I'm 35. I'm a baby. So obviously it's contextual. I would say that in Brittany's opinion, if I would say like, what age would I start looking at people a little bit more seriously? Probably 28.
Okay.
27, 28.
I guess just what I'm disagreeing on is that you use this as a defense to like defend Katie in a sense. You brought this up in your video saying, well, you know, freshly 18, you like dismiss the point saying she's freshly 18 the entire duration she's 18. And that's just inherently a contradiction of a sentence. That just makes no sense. How can someone be freshly 18 the entire time? That's like what I'm pushing back on.
I know, but the point she was making is what I agree with her on, that she was naive. And that, from my understanding, her parents or her mom, I don't remember who, sent her friend with her to watch her.
Are you like mind reading her position right now? I thought we weren't assuming. Like, that's a big point you made in your videos, not to assume.
But that's the context. So like That's the context of the video. The context of the video is to show she's making a case for why she's naive, and she's like, I'm freshly 18. And that's like, okay, so she's 18. That's like,
yeah, but
that's
do you know
good...
the purpose why she said she was freshly 18? She used this phrasing purposely to make George look more predatory than he actually is. If she said she was like an adult, that would be fine. But she chose this wording on purpose and then got called out on the fact that she wasn't freshly 18, then lied to cover it up.
Yeah, but that's normal, isn't it? That's so human, dude. Everyone does that. Politicians do that. News anchors do that. YouTubers do that. That is so everywhere. Everyone does. You're doing it now, kind of.
So you can't critique it?
No, you can critique it, but I think you're critiquing it in a way that...
Today's stream was really just a test equipment. I just got a new mic, boom arm, and stuff like that, so we're just testing it all out.
Doesn't allow for the truth to come out. It's too biased. It's like you're doing it now. You're putting so much on her. Like you're putting so much responsibility on her that I'm not sure you're being fair to her either. Like, do you think you could be fair to Katie? Like, do you think you're being fair to her?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's the thing, right? I think I'm being fair to Katie and George as well.
Okay, that's cool. But I'm explaining points why I believe this way, and that she said she was freshly 18 to make George look more predatory than he is. Like, that is, do you disagree with that? She did that to make him look more of a predator.
Well, I think she did that to make it a point, right? If I was 22...
A point of what? A point of what? A point of what?
Well, I agree with you, to make it clear that he's a predator.
Oh, okay.
That he's picking on younger women.
Okay,
I agree
boom.
with you.
So okay, gotcha.
But you're making it sound like she's maliciously doing it. I'm not sure she's planning it so much as she's doing a good strategic... Well, I know, but no. There's two different kinds of... When I went to court to defend myself, you have to plan a good case. Even if you're innocent, you have to be strategic. You're implying that because she's strategic, she's guilty. And I'm saying no. I'm saying
because she's strategic, she's guilty. Yeah, but what if the strategy is literally lying and over-exaggerating to the point of just misinformation?
Right.
Exactly. So do we know which one it is? But do we know which one it is? For real? Or
as I explained earlier, yes, because we have the text message proof showing that it was her and her friends who suggested get the alcohol.
Yes,
I don't know. I feel like...
Yeah, so her and her friends suggest to get the alcohol. Then they're like, oh, these dudes were feeding me alcohol so that they could take advantage of me. So he kept pushing alcohol on me. It was your suggestion to buy the alcohol with your friends, you moron. That in itself is a lie. And then when she first said it, remember, if you guys watched it, her first stream, she had said that he went up my shirt and was touching on my stomach. And then after he said that he did do that, I put my arm around her and had my hand on her stomach and on her side. Then she wants to come out and be like, see, he admitted it. He grabbed my tits. Wait, what? That's not the first. That's not what you said in the beginning. And now you're changing it up after he had admitted. It's just, it was all BS.
But,
it was all lies.
Now it's like we're like a judge and jury. I think it's fine that you came to the consensus you did, but you feel like I came to the wrong consensus. And I'm saying, what's the difference from me saying you came to the wrong one and you saying I came to the wrong one? What's the difference? You think that...
Because I believe I have evidence and facts to back up what I'm saying, and you don't.
Exactly. And I believe I don't have enough evidence or facts to come to a conclusion. So the one I came to, I'm open to changing, but the evidence isn't going to come from you. It's going to come from Katie, George, and Dream. Well, Katie and George. Right? Because I've seen the same evidence you have, and I still came to a different conclusion. I saw the videos, I saw the text messages, I read them out to my stream. My stream and I also agreed, yep, I maybe could be a predator.
Your stream
Katie
agreed
could be
with you
fucking
because
tricking
they're
all of us on the internet. We could all be dumb as fuck, and maybe you're so right, and I'm gonna, need to call you up in a month and be like, bro, you totally fucking called it. For sure. But I'm not willing to come to a definite conclusion. So my definite conclusion, I feel like, is more realistic, which is miscommunication, awkward communication. Maybe Katie has somebody in her life that said, tell this story. And we're assuming it's the friends. Maybe it's not the friends. Maybe it's somebody else, right?
We can move on from this point. I guess just the disagreement with the awkward communication. Yes, there's miscommunications, but then there's lies. So there's both two different things there. But,
I agree. I agree. They're different. Mm-hmm.
We can move on to the next thing, I guess. What is this? Around in 38 minutes in your video, when you react to me showing how Katie blatantly lied, you dismiss it by saying, I don't know why we're attacking a 19-year-old, any of you are better. What is this point? Katie should be exempt from criticism after making a false accusation about lying.
I'm sorry. You all in my chat are lovely people, and you are better than that. I'm pretty sure that the people on my stream haven't had an intimate encounter with someone and then immediately ran around saying that they SA'd you.
And about George. So yeah.
Okay, don't think it's
Expand
a
on
false
that.
accusation. We don't know if it is, right? So you have to take that out of your narrative. You have to ask me the question without that narrative. Like, do you think
Is she
Katie
exempt
should be
of
held
criticism
accountable?
for lying about George?
Okay. No, if about the cell phone lie, no, she should be held accountable for like misrepresenting that. And absolutely, the way we would hold her accountable is probably by unsubscribing, right? That's like how the internet can work. You don't have to send her death threats, which you know she's gotten. You know she's gotten so much heat. So don't do that, right? But like unsubscribe, you know, maybe don't trust her. Maybe give her a chance to come back from it. Maybe, who knows? But I don't think 19-year-olds are exempt, but I think I meet them where they're at. I don't treat a 19-year-old like a 35-year-old. I don't treat everyone the same. I treat everyone based off of the context of who they are, and that's how the law works. That's how people judge people. We treat people usually better or worse if we know them or don't know them. So I see 19-year-olds and I think, okay, undeveloped brain, not socialized, probably mentally ill.
I mean, it just comes across as like a dismissive defense when you say, I don't know, why are we attacking this girl? She's only 19. Why are we attacking this girl? Like, what?
It's because people are going harder on Katie than other adults in the space. And I also, to be fair, had just covered the Andrew Huberman case, and my audience and I are up to date with things. So I'm also talking to my audience, right? I've got to learn as a YouTuber when I make my clips to assume people that aren't my audience will see them and how they might read the context. But like obviously, like even Andrew Huberman, who's a Stanford professor or like a scientist, sorry, for Stanford, he just got outed, and like that doesn't matter. And he's a grown up. They're holding him less accountable, you know, then they're going to hold Katie. But again, like Katie's 19, people lie. Like this grown man was caught lying. Nobody gave a fuck. You know what I mean? Nobody gives a fuck. So the point I was making was just that it's funny that the internet keeps going for Katie so hard, but they won't go for any of these other people who are adults. And I just think we pick and choose. I think Katie's an easy target.
No, I think that's bullshit. It's not because Katie's an easy target, and it's not because she's like a 19-year-old and people just attack younger kids. That's not what it is. I don't care if it was an adult, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the mob, as she keeps calling it, cares about the age. They care about the action. You know what I mean? No one's attacking her because she's 19 and she's still too young, wet behind the ears, and she don't know much and have much life experience, and she's an easy target. No, she lied about an essay allegation. She made an essay allegation that wasn't true. So yeah, the mob's gonna come after you. The mob. I keep calling it the mob because that's what she's calling it. The mob is gonna come after whoever makes the false allegation. That's not the problem of the age. The problem is that these girls keep coming out and saying things that are completely untrue. Katie Bugs, she came out with that dumb shit. Shovel came out with her dumb thing about Wilbur Soot. Who's that girl? I just mentioned her name not that long ago. The goofy girl with the huge big ass glasses. Lex Updog. Lex Updog in the super mega drama where she consented to doing something with a dude, and then the intimate act got a tiny bit rough, so she feels like she was assaulted during a consensual act between two consensual adults. Just things like that. Like, yeah, you're gonna get attacked when you come out and you say bullshit like that because you take away from real SA victims and survivors and make it harder for actual SA victims to come out and out their abusers. You know, people that are actually being abused. Makes it harder for them because they don't want to come out and deal with this bullshit. They're like, oh, I'm going to come out and then the internet's going to attack me. No, we're not going to attack you like we go at some of these people because these people are lying.
I think she's
clearly,
annoying.
If you're a real victim of SA, you're not going to get harassed or bashed. You know, people are going to want to know, you know, whatever. People might ask questions, but it's not going to be to the extent of this. And that's what's terrible, is that they keep putting it up for actual SA victims.
And people
Well, it's
think
just
she's
the
annoying.
popularity of the topic. You know, she's going after a 10 million subscriber YouTuber. That's probably why it has the most attention.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely, right? And then she's rolling in those circles and like, oh my gosh, I've been to so many VidCons in my life. I've hung out with so many YouTubers. It's drama and it's messy. And honestly, I thank God I'm like in my little corner of Europe. You know the internet's messy. And I'm just trying to be as factual as I can be, but at the end of the day, like we just don't have all the facts. You know? So I think you could be right. There could be a potentiality for that. And if Katie comes out to be a Machiavellian genius, I will fucking DM you. I will get on stream and be like, bro, you were right. She's Satan, bro.
No one's saying that, but we can move on.
You know?
At 11 minutes in your video, you defend Katie by saying, quickly, if you want to, do you have any questions for me? I don't want to just get my questions out. Do you have anything you want to do?
Nope.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, at 11 minutes in your video, you defend Katie by saying she corrected herself over the misinformation she spread about George's friend, sending a text message saying he is watching a 26-year-old George cuddle with an 18-year-old Katie. I believe that's what was said, but this isn't Katie taking accountability or coming forward for her mistakes at all. The only reason she's now apologizing is because George called her out for it and put her in a corner, and this is her only way out. I don't know if you're aware, but Katie in the same stream says that she was given the information beforehand that it wasn't George. Wait, information before George responded. Yeah, she was given the information before George responded in his video that the text message wasn't from the guy she claimed it was, but still chose to not correct the record and let that lie continue to spread, despite her knowing it was wrong. I know you didn't get that part of my video either, but I can play that for you.
Maybe I misheard that. Yeah, maybe you need to replay. Maybe you do need to. Is there a way you can make the volume a little louder too? Because it's a little low on the video playing. If it's not, it's okay. I thought she said that she found out later that that's why she corrected it after. Not that she posted the video knowing it was wrong. You're saying she posted the video knowing it was wrong information?
No, not video. This is the Twitter response. So she posted a Twitter response.
Oh.
She posted a Twitter response claiming that it was George's friend. Then the real girl messaged her after she posted the Twitter response and said, hey, you got this wrong. Actually, it wasn't George's friend. It was me. And despite knowing that information, she never corrected the record herself, let that lie to continue to be spread without correcting it, despite her knowing it was wrong, until George had to be the one to let it.
So then it looked like one of his good friends was the one that said that foul stuff, but really it was her friend. Then she never corrected it, so she just let everybody continue to think that his friend was saying that about it, but it wasn't.
Be known to the public. So just more.
Okay.
Because she's awful.
Ooh, that's good. Okay, that's pretty bad. Okay, so Katie, I'm just gonna tell that to my brain again. So Katie literally was told and didn't correct. Okay, so she did. That's really bad. Okay, didn't correct. No, I'm not a fan of that at all. So she waited for George to come out. Now, okay, I'm gonna do my thing again. Give her the benefit of the doubt, maybe. But again, she could be a bitch. Who knows?
Do you want me to play a section first, so you like?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Do you want to do that? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say something, but we'll wait till
the screenshot.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead.
Fucking cry me a river.
In this hour-long stream, though, Katie responds to a lot of the critiques that people have been levying at her, and apparently is taking accountability for lying. First, addressing the text that she said was from
I hope they really talk about one of the key thing that made me mad.
George's friend.
The screenshot, I will acknowledge, that was a complete miscommunication. There's a screenshot I said was from his friend that wasn't there for the assault. It's a real screenshot. What I got wrong and what was miscommunicated was who it was from. It was actually from, instead of the guy who left or wasn't there for the assault, it was from the girl.
Yeah, she's
I always want to know, what the hell is she looking at? Like, why doesn't she look like looking the like when I'm on my when I load up and I'm like on my camera and I'm streaming, whether it's like a game or I'm just streaming like this, but I got my camera going. I try to look at it like when I'm talking to people or when I'm talking to you guys in general. Like, what is she staring at?
Down on the fact that it was just a miscommunication on her end, which is the real reason why she got it wrong.
And this dude's hair, look at that. Like, that shit would bother me. Like that just like taking your whole eye out of the equation.
Despite her being the one who literally had to censor out the name or number of the person who sent the text. But get this, Katie then continues to say that the girl who's the real one who sent the text actually messaged.
My daughter tells me I look like a samurai all the time.
her when she posted it and told Katie that it was her, not the guy who she was claiming it was. But for some reason, Katie never corrected the record and continued to let that lie float around despite her knowing that it was wrong.
I got a message from the girl that actually sent the text and was like, it was a while after I already posted my response, and was like, you kind of mixed up who the text was from, but I'm sure it won't be a big deal because it was only one of the minor things you said, which obviously we've seen that was not the case. But I do acknowledge and own up to the fact I completely was wrong about that.
No, you're not owning up to this. You're taking the only option you have left after being proven. So yeah.
Okay. Do you see the way she said that? That's interesting to my brain. So I remember that. But did you hear the way she told the story, which could be wrong, by the way, that the girl said it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'm sure no one noticed, which means the girl is saying, don't correct it yet. Not a big deal. And she's the one who sent the text message. But I understand they should have corrected it because it insinuated that the guy who did it. And so both of those girls made a very bad mistake, or a very bad decision. Here, I'll stop saying mistake. They made a very bad decision in assuming it wouldn't be a big deal. It's a huge deal.
He purposely let the lie be spread.
Yeah.
He knew it was wrong
yes.
and didn't make a correction. That's like, come on.
Yes. Okay. But you're doing this thing again where are they kids who think it's not a big deal and literally won't matter? Or do they understand the weight of what they just did? I don't think they I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. So this comes across as really big as just dismissing all of this.
I'm not dismissing it.
When there's so many different things here. This isn't a one-off. This isn't a twice occasion. There's so much against Katie here.
Well, again, I think the problem is we agree Katie did something. Well, I think we just don't agree that Katie's being intentional. I don't know that. I can't know that. I know
how it's
you
not
feel
intentional. She knew it was wrong and she
Red
let it
Bull.
continue to be spread. Because it benefited her. Because she knew it would look bad if she replied down and said, actually, this is wrong. She knew that would look bad. She was hoping she could pull a fast one and George wouldn't correct her.
Well, she said that, okay, the video and stuff had been up for a while.
Yellow.
Then her friend goes, hey, this
be
is
the
me,
yellow
you
one.
misunderstood. Then she goes, okay. Then George makes his video and then she corrects her after. So I think that's fair. But again, was she sitting in her room thinking fuck it, fuck this guy, I'm gonna let him take the heat for it? Or was she okay, well,
Okay.
no, that's not, because this matters. I know you think it doesn't matter, but if you're being very serious, and I'm, okay, it very much matters.
Okay.
It has to matter. Otherwise, there's no point to us living in a society. It has to matter. It has to matter why she did it. If I want the world to get better, we have to understand why people make these decisions. And it's not just because they're bad. It's because they think it's right. So why does Katie think this is okay? You keep thinking
Why
she
do you
knows
think it's
wrong.
okay? Why do you think it's okay? That
Well, I
she just
don't
did
think
that?
it's okay.
Why do you think
it's
she
okay.
thinks it's okay?
That's a great question. I think she thinks it's not a big deal.
Really?
Probably.
What?
Maybe. But I don't know that.
How is she gonna say she probably thinks that she doesn't think it's a big deal, and then go, I don't know, probably, maybe. What?
Okay.
But I don't know that, right? That's the problem is so listen, let me tell you, okay, how many instances I've had grown adults to my face justify the weirdest things to me. They're like, but it's okay. You can logic bro your way into anything. Including a war. But here we are living in a world. So Katie could have logicked her way into any bad decision. And I'm saying it's not a justification. She should be held accountable within reason. I don't like the mob. I'm sure you wouldn't like it if a mob came for you, right? And you didn't feel like you were being represented. I'm not saying Katie's innocent. I'm saying Katie might not be as evil as she's being painted. And George is doing the best he can with what he has. I'm saying I can't, as a grown-up, look at a 19-year-old and not remember being messy and miscommunicating and knowing how messy. Look at the politicians, girl. Everybody be messy. I don't know why we're putting so much responsibility on Katie, except to say that we would like to see a world that understands how to be better. And I don't think the world that's criticizing Katie is much better.
Okay. Just to put in perspective, do you know what Katie has done to George? George will forever have sexual assault allegations following his name for the rest of his life. Any girl he goes on a date with, they search up his name and they see accused of sexual assault for his entire existence. That's what Katie has done to him.
Yes, I agree. That's pretty awful. And same with me. If you look me up,
That's
my
one of the
stalker
worst
brochure
things
will
you could
come
do
up.
to someone. That's one of the worst things you could do.
Okay, so I'm telling you, I have a lived experience. If you look me up, it will come across as Brittany sex trafficked me, which obviously isn't true. I've gone to court over this. And I don't say my stalker's name on stream because I've already gone to court over it. Don't evoke her name. She will take you to court. Okay, because that's what she does. She's a serial, whatever they call it, perpetrator of this. there are rumors of me on the internet. Brittany sex trafficked me. Brittany did this horrible thing to me. I never did any of those things, and I've already proved my case. And that
So
will
you
follow
should
me.
understand better than anyone.
Yes, and I do understand, which is why I'm telling you, as somebody who's experienced it, I know what it feels like to heal from the trauma of somebody violating your name. And I know that my stalker is sick and Katie is sick, and people do bad things to people because they think it's right. It doesn't make it right. And I held my stalker as accountable as I could through the law. Didn't do much, by the way. She's still a free person. I don't know if you know this. Like, it's very hard to keep those people in jail. But ultimately, I don't know what Katie's intentions were. Right? So I am telling
Regardless,
you,
based off of her actions, this is what she's caused for another man, which is like will destroy, like, I mean, heavily damage his reputation for the rest of his life.
But remember, we don't know if she actually thinks she was sexually assaulted or not. We don't know that.
Like right now, but we've already discussed that ad nauseum. But right now, I don't really think that's like much important. This is the consequence. This is what she has done to this man based off of his actions.
I know, but she hasn't done anything to a man. She did something to a man who sexually assaulted her in her perception. Which you would agree, if somebody sexually assaulted you should tell everybody about it,
yeah,
right?
But do you understand how you can critique that? So let's say, like, like you can personally think that you were sexually assaulted over something as little as what? I mean, just for the sake of an argument, it's obviously exaggeratory, but say, like, you know, some girl touched my hand without my consent. Oh, well, you sexually assaulted me. Obviously, that would be insane if I now accuse her on my public platform of sexual assault and now follows her for the rest of her life. Like, it's a disagreement on the contents of it.
Yeah. I agree with that as well. I mean, I agree with you. I think this is the part of the society that we haven't had these conversations yet. Because remember that marital and spousal grape wasn't even a thing until because people didn't think you could grape your own spouse. Do you know that was a thing recently? Like, people didn't know you could be graped by your own husband. It had to be like put on the books. So like humans, like we're still learning, like what is the line, what is appropriate, what is a possibility. And I don't think I think this is one of those cases where we're going to have to learn the hard way. You're right. It's incredibly
So he just
disturbing.
becomes like a martyr. I don't know. I feel like you're just very dismissive of this, but we can move on.
I don't mean to be dismissive. I think what I am is I'm not personally involved. I'm not putting my personal emotions into it. I'm just speaking, like, I'm trying not to make it personal because it's not about me and it's not personal. And I think that there's a lot of pain and hurt, and people are projecting, like, what if I was that man? And I'm saying, as somebody who was that woman, yeah, I know that this is just how life goes, and you have to do your best to defend yourself, and life is not fair. But more than that, in order to stop this from happening again, we have to have more conversations about consent, more conversations about verbalizing desire, so we don't have false accusations running around.
Yeah, I think
so
like
men
both things can coexist, though. Like, I agree with what you're saying. We should have more conversations, whatever. But
yeah.
All right, you okay? Moving on.
Yeah.
All right, at 31 minutes in your video, you push back on my point by saying 26 and 18 is completely inappropriate, which is fine if you personally believe, but as I explained in my video, the problem is that Katie was using this to try to paint him out to be a predator by using phrases like, he's a much older and more powerful man, which is purposely phrased that way. And do you think a 26-year-old trying to get with an 18-year-old makes you not a predator?
No, I don't think anything makes you a predator unless you are one.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah, like, we probably agree. It's like, I guess, you know, at worst, I wouldn't want my daughter being 18 and hooking up with like a 26-year-old. We could agree if that's like weird and you'll judge them. But I mean, she was using this as another, you know, hay bale on like another something to stack onto George to try to accuse him of being a predator, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely think like, I'm assuming, I hate to say this way because I don't know this, but I'm assuming that was a part of the script, right? Make it clear, show the differences. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah, obviously I think we agree that whether or not malicious or not, because again, you can't know those things. Obviously it was meant to say like 26 and 18, you know, obviously if lots of people have that relationship and it works out fine. It's not my favorite age gap, but she is the legal adult. So at the end of the day, it was well within the law. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. And then you follow up 3 minutes later by saying 18 is the new 8. Can you expand on that?
Oh, whoa,
why did you say this? Can you like
18 is
I don't
the
know,
new
what was your
8.
perspective there?
18 is the new 8. Oh god, let's see what she's got to say about that. Because I'm kind of dying to hear how she feels like 18 is the new 8. There's another person that said, who's... I need a drink. Yeah, I think it was Shubble. Shubble's the one that said that 18-year-olds are still kids.
I think what I was trying to get at is that it feels like, and this is sort of coming out with studies, but we're still working on figuring it out, that a lot of things like COVID or the internet is kind of postponing like a maturity expectation. People are moving out later in life. People are getting independence later in life. So there's going to be sort of a stagnation in social situations. And I think 18 feels really young. Like, do they even know anything? Can they do anything? I don't know if you have parents that are very old. Mine are in their 60s, and I always say like, oh, they're grown, like they're 65. You know, they're like grown ups. When I look at myself and my husband, and we're watching anime, and we have a cat, and that's our biggest responsibility, I'm like, man, we kids, bro. But we're not kids, but like we're not grown. And even my parents, they're like, why aren't you guys growing up like we did? And I'm like, well, we don't have to, girl. We can make money and chill and watch anime for the
So
rest
just
of our
like
life.
basically an inflammatory statement of just saying like 18-year-olds are still young. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I
yeah.
thought it probably was, but
Yeah,
gotta make
yeah.
sure, you know.
Yeah.
All right, though. So in 46 minutes of your video, you gave the defense that in my bubble, cuddling is neutral, and bring up that when you Google the definition of cuddling, it uses the example sentence of he cuddles the baby close. But don't you think the context of Katie and George being both adults of the opposite sex obviously changes the implication of cuddling, though, as opposed to what you do to a baby? Like, you know.
Obviously I'm very into context. So yes, except and this is, look, again, different lifestyles, different experiences. Yes, but I also know there are contexts that I'm open to it, especially, and I know this might sound like a dismiss, but it really is context. Not everyone cuddles the same or spoons the same. I also don't know if they mean spooning horizontal on the couch or if they mean like side to side. I was confused on that because I think people describe spooning differently. Like, I think spooning is when you're like crotch to boobs, like crotch to butt, you know, and chest to back. So she said she was on the couch cuddling and spooning, and she was turning towards somebody else. So my brain was like, does she mean that they were on the couch and they were kind of like cuddling? It was confusing. So obviously it's hugely different. I'm just pointing out that we don't know the exact context. And since no one else in that room also thought it was weird or called it out, I'm assuming nobody else picked up on the context. So I'm assuming there was like a lot of miscommunication from everyone.
I still disagree that like cuddling is a neutral act and that in Katie's bubble it means nothing. I just personally disagree
I don't know.
on that.
It could mean a lot. It could mean I'm putting out tonight, girl.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah, but
you know?
even if I because any experience I've had, if I'm cuddling with a girl, it's like obviously it's going to go to the next step. I don't know if it's just my personal bubble, but you know, but
sure. I mean, we all have different lived experiences, right? Everyone does everything different.
Okay, yeah, but even if I grant you the sake of that cuddling's a neutral act for the sake of the argument, I mean, Katie also said they were spooning. How do you friendly spoon with someone? I mean, what bubble does that? Like, you know, do you know a bubble that friendly spoons someone?
I mean, that was all you're explaining all of my 20s, bro. Like,
you would friendly spoon with other men of the opposite sex you're attracted to?
Well, I'm pansexual, so everybody, girls, boys, it didn't matter. But like, think about it, right? Like, you're D&D, it's late at night, you're all kind of drunk, and you end up all spooning in bed. Like, I don't know, was my 20s just like maybe wild?
Do you not think that's flirtatious though when you're spooning in bed with someone? Wouldn't you self-admit that that's flirtatious?
Okay, here's a question for you, because like I'm also in the queer bubbles mostly, and I'm with a lot of like gay people. Like, we kiss, and we're not even going anywhere with it, girl. Like, we're in a different world. And so that's what I'm saying is like, I don't know how queer her bubble is. And apparently Dream is bisexual. So like, they might just be a bunch of queer kids. You know what I mean? Like, they might be theater kids. Theater kids be making out. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if
obviously
like,
George and George's bubble, he thinks it's more than just friendly cuddling.
Well, George, obviously, I think, well, you know what
I just have a tough time believing this because it's such a low percentage, I feel like, of people, especially in the States. We're not talking about like different cultures outside, like countries or whatever. People in the States, like Katie's in the States, and she thinks that really she was just friendly cuddling that night with them.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know what she thought. I agree with you. It's very hard to know. I agree. I would have, I'm so like blunt. I would have been like, what are you guys doing? You guys flirting? What's happening? What's going on? I'm confused. What are you doing on the couch together? But see, that's the problem, is like they're not verbalizing it. And also, you know what I'll point out that Katie did that I was really like, when I first covered her, I was really upset about, was she said, I thought this is what I had to do to hang out with bigger content creators and get views and stuff.
Yeah, like
which
that's absurd of a statement.
That's absurd, right? And I hate that narrative. And that narrative pisses me off because I'm like, hey, are you selling out your soul for clicks and views? Is that what you're doing? Or are you literally getting trapped in that weird psychology people have, which I hate, which is like, I guess this is just what everyone does. I don't give a fuck if it's what everyone does. Walk out. Who cares about views and money?
My safe estimation of why she said that is for the same reason she said freshly 18. She just wanted the medicine to go down easier with the audience.
That's the thing. Maybe I'll give you that. When I first heard that, I was like, oh, this girl be lying. But then I saw follow-ups and follow-ups.
Remember when she said her outfit was stained on her from that night? It's stained on her forever. She's so dirty that she can never even wash herself off. I mean, give me a break.
For sure, which is, by the way, I won't lie to you that a part of her story did sound like a kind of a fiction of an assault story. So there was something to that.
She read the rape Bible.
Yeah, and I agree that there definitely were some parts of that where I was like, I don't know, man. But then again, that's the thing. I don't know. And so I'm being very cautious. And also, I am older. And also, people do slide into my DMs. Like, you're not the only one. And so I want to make sure that if they see this and they slide into my DMs, there's like at least one person that's being like, okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it, girl. Let's go. Because like, I'm open to being wrong. And to being wrong means you have to give her space to like tell her story in a less threatening way, right? And George or Dream or whoever wants to reach out, obviously. I just want to give that space to people because that's, you know.
Yeah, I just personally think it's a safe assumption, especially based off all the other information, but we can move on.
For sure.
Okay, so at 1:23:28 in your video, you critiqued me for not listening to the parties involved. And so okay, I think we already went over that.
We did go over that.
Thing. This Sapnap George thrown under the bus. Oh, this was an interesting one. So about like an hour 46 in, throughout your whole video, like I guess this is your thing to like preach empathy and to understand both sides, be nuanced, I guess. But then you tell George to just get over it when he's falsely accused. And I bring up and you bring up the point, and I bring up the point that anytime this guy ever wants to interact with a girl again, they will be able to look up his name and immediately see he's been accused of sexual assault. And you even bring up Chris Brown as your example here, which is someone who got like accused and can still maintain his career. So therefore, George won't have a problem maintaining his career because Chris Brown still has a career, which, I mean, this is just like a complete non-comparison. George not found to Chris Brown. How is that comparable at all? And plus, you know, Chris Brown's reputation has been heavily damaged by his accusations. It's like common knowledge to make a joke about him beating Rihanna.
Yeah.
Like everybody.
Yeah, I mean, as it should, right? He like beat Rihanna, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Even more, that's like an insane comparison to draw to George not found. Why? Like this example kind of was like the worst.
Yeah. So okay, I need to clarify this because like this is very important for my brain. I do not make one-to-one comparisons. Everything is a spectrum to me. So what I was comparing in that moment,
everything's a spectrum. Okay.
Was not George to literally Chris Brown. It was to the fact that if Chris Brown has pictures of Rihanna getting fuck, can I say fuck on your stream?
Of course.
Have we even said that already? Okay. The fact that Chris Brown has pictures of Rihanna fucked up with bruises and people still work with him and are friends with him, which is
try to keep it to
maybe domestic abusers.
Probably because he's like an A-S class celebrity with a bunch of power. That's probably why. You know?
Okay, you say that, but in order for him to maintain that power, okay, but again, watch my logic. In order for him to maintain that power, people would have to consent to allowing abuser in their like arena, right? Because Chris Brown had an opportunity to never come back. And he still to this day complains that he's never back where he was because people say this about him. Now, okay, then George not found, okay, because what the argument was is like people's careers or their lives get ruined. So Britney's brain thinks your life getting ruined is like sent to jail for 40 years for something you didn't do, right? That's fucked up. That means you have no relationship with society. But George Not Found isn't getting locked up. He has access, status. He literally has resources.
Okay, he's not locked up. Can we agree? Can we come to the common ground that his reputation will forever be heavily damaged?
Yep, it will be.
Well, in what capacity do you mean that?
Just being accused.
I don't
the
think
guy's
that
name, the Wikipedia article.
Yeah, just being accused of anything, your following is gonna crumble down a little bit. Being accused of anything at all.
He always has. Will always have allegations.
If it's a PDF, if it's an essay, if it's weird, even like in Chega's case where you just got like a weird kink for feet, that's gonna get outed too. That's just the way it happens, man.
Sexual assault. I think that heavily hurts someone's reputation for the rest of their life.
I agree that
it's definitely gonna affect their interaction from their followers, if people, it's going to cause people to unsubscribe, people to not want to subscribe. It's going to cause a lot of friction.
Is going to impact him in some
And
capacity.
these girls know that. They know that it's going to cause friction. Don't tell me that they don't think that it's not going to, because it's going to cause friction. It's like the Me Too movement when that first started happening. The Me Too movement was grabbing up a bunch of people. By all means, now I'm not saying that like that shouldn't happen. All abusers should 100% be held accountable. Like 1000%. I know, like, if you were here when I said it earlier, people close to me, like my mother, my girl, people that were really sexually assaulted. And like, I want the people that do that to be 1000% caught, held accountable. There should definitely be repercussions. So I'm not just saying like every girl that comes out is bullshit, but lately that seems to be the temperature. Lately the temperature is just that's what's going on.
Yes. I'm not sure to what degree though, and I think that's probably what we're arguing is it will impact him. Everything, good or bad, will impact somebody. I'm not sure to what degree.
I'm just curious though, because like you give so much empathy and understanding to Katie, but then when George comes around, you say, get over it. When he's falsely accused. Like that was a crazy line you said, you gotta admit.
For sure. Keep in mind, my first 3 videos were about George, and my 4th video was about Katie. So, the first 3 videos I made, I'm purely on George's side. Katie's a bitch, all that stuff. And then I was like, okay, let's kind of hone it in. Let's try to make this more empathy. So the 4th video I made about them was specifically about Katie.
Fair, but still, it doesn't like defend like just get over it. I mean, do you backtrack that? I mean, how do you defend that?
Get over it. Just get over the fact.
This is what I
just get over the fact that she made a complete lie about what happened. Yeah, let's just get over it.
I mean, not George, a consciousness, should just get over it. George, the consciousness, should go through therapy and whatever he needs for his support system and reach out to people in his life and move through this process. But George himself will be able to move on from this, meaning he won't need to crucify Katie. He won't need to like, oh, Katie's a bitch and she should go to jail. He'll be able to say, okay, you did a bad thing. We all agree.
After this video, we're going to end stream for a little while, though, because I got to go do like adult stuff. I got to go get dinner and stuff.
Let's move on. I have a feeling George is the kind of person, he seems to have the maturity to move on, which is, by the way, incredible. I think very highly of George. That's why I'm giving him this amount of like expectation. Now, maybe that's wrong. I don't mean to put that on him, right? Obviously. But I think so highly of George and the way that he's responded to everything. I think he would genuinely just move on if they could clear the air. I do. I think Katie has less of a chance of admitting fault or misperception if she feels like there's going to be unjust consequences. I think if George was actually the reason, like her and George had the conversation.
So we'll be ending stream in about 10 minutes. Again, like, follow, subscribe, helps a lot. We'll be back later for some more. We might run some games. I'm thinking about doing Last of Us Part 1. Seeing how it looks on the new system. And that's about it. If you liked it so far, please like, follow, subscribe. We'll be doing tons of giveaways. We're gonna do our first one this Sunday, so in a couple days. I believe that's the 4th. Right? Or am I like entirely off on that? That's the 4th, right? 5th. Well, the 5th is going to be our first. Giveaway. So make sure you're here for it. And yeah, we'll be ending the stream in about 10 minutes. So enjoy the rest of this video. And then if you've liked what you've seen, I've been on 4.5 hours. If you want to support at all, Streamlabs in the description. Whatever, even $1. You could be my first donator. How about that? Whoever wants to be my first donator, it's in the description.
I think George could move on and Katie would say sorry, and this would genuinely be like a really big growth moment for society.
That would be great. But I guess it's just, just push back on the main idea. It seems like you have low empathy in that statement, but apparently you've showed empathy in the other statements to just get over it. And like, I mean, we just saw with Dream, Like I was at college and just random like people I would talk to, they would immediately say like I don't know, Dream would come up in a conversation like once in a blue moon, and they would say, "Oh, isn't that guy like a pedophile groomer?" I'm like, "Whoa."
For sure.
Like this is just this
Yeah,
guy's
yeah, yeah.
reputation with like the average Joe.
Yeah.
And I'm a
No. Well, average Joe. That's the
well,
problem, right? 'Cause
okay, well, you get what I mean. It's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
to
yeah.
a lot of
I
people.
agree, I agree.
To a lot of people,
I
that's
agree,
just
I
what
agree.
that's what he's written off as. And you know,
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
believe a similar thing might happen to George.
I agree. I 100% would be very frustrated if this was. It's frustrating. I'm not in any way saying it's not. I meant it more like in a philosophy sense, like in a after the math sense, like in the most mature sense. This is what adults would do. But obviously, the anger and the hurt and the pain, like I know it's so real. I dealt with it for so many years myself. But once you let go of it and you move on and you accept like this is life, there's so much more to life than holding on to this anger. But I understand it's a process. Like George has the right to be angry. If George came out making a I hate Katie video, like fair, right? Do I think it's where I would like to see him end up? No, because obviously we want to promote healing. Now, empathy, and I will tell this for your audience especially, not everybody has empathy for all people. So I am not perfect. Nobody is. And so I won't be able to be empathetic with all people, but I think as a person who's been falsely accused, I out of all people should know how George feels, and I'm a victim of sexual assault or a grape, however you want to phrase it. And I know that for myself, healing was a part of it. Therapy, philosophy, and making sure you understand that like this is life. Like being a human is a very interesting and dangerous thing, and we want a perfect world, but we don't live in that perfect world. And I just don't want to contribute to the best of my ability, though I know I will, to that imperfect world, right? I'm not saying you're a bad person, by the way. I think you're probably a very good person. I just think we disagree on maybe how we come to conclusions.
Yeah, I always ask for verbal consent. You don't have to worry about me. I won't end up on the news. You won't see me. All right, though. I think we covered that. Okay, last point. And then if you have any questions, you could do that after this. This is the last thing I got ready for you.
Yeah.
So, towards the end of your video, you say that George apologized for touching Katie's tits without her consent. Can you show me where he said that? Because from everything I've seen, George apologized for Katie's feelings, and if she feels bad about the interaction, but then defended himself in regards to touching her, explaining how he was given signs and nonverbal consent to touch her. Hence the
See, right there is when he had said he consented to touching her stomach, and then she came out and changed the story and said, no, he grabbed my tits. And he just admitted it.
Reason why he explained at the end of his
really
first
didn't. He
response
just
that
admitted
it's
the
okay if
sex
she
in her
regrets
stomach,
that night,
and then she
but it's not
changed
fair
it.
to blame him for regretting the experience. So I think there's just facts wrong on your end, unless you have some new information you want to give to me.
Right. Now, I will say, I do not know if he literally touched her boobs. Nobody knows.
Well, you said that he apologized for touching her tits without consent. That's just
Right.
not true.
I swear I was putting quotation marks up when I said that. Maybe not, but that's what I
have the
that's,
timestamp.
see,
You can look at the timestamp.
Okay, even if I didn't, that's what I meant. Like that's what I'm doing in my stream. I'm like, you know, he touched her tits or whatever. Like I'm saying we don't know, but I'm trying to add context to what Katie put in. So obviously I know that. So for clarification, I know we do not.
I think she said even if she did because she knows.
Wrong. God says my point is just because I apologize for someone's feelings doesn't mean they're valid. He's not apologizing for feelings. He's apologizing for fucking touching her boob. Confirm. And her feelings are her own. So I could be wrong. He's not apologizing for hurting her feelings, though that's a good apology too. He's apologizing for touching her without her consent. I won't go into details. I'll let her decide. He's apologizing for misreading the situation.
See, if somebody says, I've caught this a lot, and I've caught it even with Destiny doing it. If somebody goes, well, I don't remember saying that, but if I did, that's usually a good indication that they have a feeling that they did that. Just like she said, oh, well, I'm pretty sure I put quotes up. I did the quotations with my fingers when I said that. If I didn't, though, that's what I was meaning to do. No, you can't say that because you didn't. You just clearly didn't do that. We watched it.
There's like maybe I misheard that, but I felt like, okay, that's an insinuation of maybe something more happened, or maybe it was just her stomach, or maybe it was something else, but I'll let George and Katie decide how to mutually tell that story. So now Katie came out with more details. I don't know if she's telling the truth, obviously, but George did say that I'll let Katie kind of tell the details of what happened. And so we're assuming that's what Katie did. What do you think about that?
Assuming the details of Katie and what?
Like George said, we'll let Katie tell the details if she wants. And so when Katie came out and said, that he touched her boob, doesn't that kind of infer? We don't know that, but doesn't that kind of mean that that's what happened? Or no?
I mean,
do
yeah,
we,
I have no problem saying, yeah, I say in my video, yeah, George, I have no problem in saying, admitting that George touched her tits, but I just still don't care. I don't think that changes much.
Oh,
I don't think he did.
okay, yeah, I just think like that's where the
Still hasn't
miscommunication
been,
problem.
he still hasn't come out and said that he's touched her titties. He said that he's sorry that he said that he had touched her stomach, but I mean, natural conclusion one would be led to assume. But a great teacher, Miss Schultz, from back in the day, told me never assume because you make an ass out of you and me.
Probably came up, right? And I also do believe in the validity of asexuality.
In the miscommunication with you or Katie and George?
Oh.
Are you talking about the quotes thing still and saying that he apologized for touching her without her consent, or are you talking about just George
he
and
did.
Katie?
Are you saying you didn't see him apologize, or that he said he's very sorry to Katie? I think I'm confused. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so like the point is that he's never apologized for touching her without her consent. He apologized for her feelings and if she feels bad and regrets the night. That's what he apologized.
Well, that's
two very
obviously
different things.
Yeah, but to George, oh my God, like he would be a monster if he wasn't doing both, right? He's saying, I'm sorry that I made you feel that way. I wouldn't have done that if I thought it was wrong. Like, obviously, he's saying, like, I apologize. Does it matter? Like, it's not that he needs to apologize for literally touching her. It's apologizing for not reading the situation correct, right? Like,
The problem is that he
kind
pushed
of.
back exactly on that fact, too. He pushed back on the fact that he didn't do this without asking her consent. He felt like it was justified for the nonverbal consent. He never apologized for saying,
Oh,
Her hair looks
like,
really
I should.
okay, yeah, I can agree. I mean, I can agree to that. I think ultimately it's kind of the okay. I can agree to that. So he apologized for his feelings, but I do think that he, within reason, thought he had nonverbal consent. Right? I agree with that as well. I just think that he read the room wrong because that happens. That's the problem with nonverbal consent. Trust me. I've done this myself.
How could you read the room wrong? If the girl is cuddling with you and pressing her ass up against you, how are you reading that wrong? Like, I really don't think that people just, like, intimately cuddle with people that they're not interested in. Like, that don't even make sense to me. Like, if a girl just tried to, like, squeeze in on a couch with me, I would just tell her if I wasn't interested. I mean, clearly, I'd just, like, move or be like, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck off me. I don't know you like that. I don't like you.
Myself, where you
say something.
think the guy is into you and you go in for a kiss and he rejects you.
Yeah, but
or you go in for a kiss and she's like, oh my God, no. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, okay, so she's talking about instances where she's gone in for a kiss and it didn't work. But was the guy cuddling with you when he did it? Like, were you, like, grinding your ass into his lap and then, like, he went to kiss you and then you went to turn around and kiss him and he was just like, oh, fuck off me, you ugly bitch. Like, I don't think it happened like that. Like, the whole situation of it is that she was, like, cuddling with him. And it's not even gonna be like, well, she was cuddling, maybe she was just, like, nervous or, like, scared. Well, then why did she get up 3 or 4 times and then go back to cuddling with him after she came back into the room? Clearly she was into him. So he took that as, like, the cue. Like, as I was talking about earlier about physicality being the cue. You know what I mean? Like, you don't always need verbal permission. I mean, you don't always need that. I mean, that don't mean just walk up to a girl and do what you want. But if that physicality is there, if you guys are both, like, touching on each other or cuddling or, you know, like, it feels like an intimate moment, I don't think you need to be like, well, wait a second. Is it okay if because I'm 40 and I never once did that. Like, if a girl was cuddling with me, I never once was like, hey, do you mind? No, it kind of just goes to there. It kind of just goes to there through physical cue. You guys aren't verbally consenting. Like, you're not, like, contacting lawyers to draw up fucking documents about what you're about to do to, like, properly consent. Like, you're not doing any of that shit. It's all heat of the moment shit. There was other people in the room. I think if he was, like, touching her, grabbing her, and they're cuddling and she's feeling uncomfortable, I think one of the other 3 or 4 people in the fucking room would have picked that up, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking people would have been like, what the fuck is this guy? Like, look at her. She's completely uncomfortable, and this motherfucker keeps doing that. And then I think there would be more people out there siding with her, like the people that were there, for instance, instead of being like, "No, I didn't. Like, I didn't. None of that seemed to be going on when I was there." I don't feel like any of that would have happened if she was that uncomfortable. If she was that physically uncomfortable, like visually uncomfortable, like she's claiming she was, I feel like not only George, but anybody else in the room would have picked up on that too. But nobody did.
How did I misread it? And it's because we were
Rape.
flirting, but the flirting.
Yeah, but see, you're flirting through word. That's what the way she set her thing up just now is that they were, flirting through verbal flirting. And then when she went to go kiss him, the dude backed off and was like, "Nah, I ain't into you like that." Again, you guys weren't big spoon, little spooning on the couch. And then things went to the next step, and he was just like, "No, God, get off me. What are you talking about? Nah, hell no." Big difference when you put in the cuddling and the intimate contact. And when you put that intimate contact in there like that, that's when it changes everything. Like, yeah, if they were just both sitting side by side on the couch and he was just like talking to her and all of a sudden just like leans in towards her and starts sliding his hand up her shirt or something or touching her, okay, then that's, without consent. And you guys weren't really flirting like that. And there was no, physical contact before that. And you just did that. Then, yeah, you're a fucking piece of garbage. Like, you literally are somebody that just SAs people at that point. Yeah, like, I'd be behind Katie Bugs 100% if that was the case. But you're cuddling with him. There was there was intimate physical contact before he put his hand on your stomach. So even if he did move his hand up to your boobs like she claims he did, then dude, you were okay with everything else. So he's not gonna just be like in front of everybody, especially be like, "Yeah, can I grab your titties?" He's just gonna do it because everything else leading up to that has been okay, and it's all been contact. So don't think that I'm just like, yeah, I'm like pro SA, ha ha ha. No, hell no, hell no. Like I said, I got a girl, committed relationship. I got a daughter. I would not like to see that happen to fucking anyone. Any abuser of any kind needs to be dealt with. There needs to be responsibility. There needs to be an accountability factor to any abuser anywhere. Period. Full stop. But when you're touching somebody and they're touching you, that's different. Like that's like a whole new ball game now. Like you're not talking about verbal flirting and that, maybe you're just misreading social cue. No, you're literally touching each other. It's physical, it's past verbal now. And I don't really feel like anybody out there that's watching right now, have any of you stopped doing something? Like stopped cuddling and touching somebody and then literally asked for verbal consent, or did it kind of just go with the flow and it just rolled into that? Because that's usually, from my experience, that's usually what's happened. Is we never stop for verbal consent. It just rolls into that. And it's been both ways. It's been girls that just came at me and we were cuddling and they just turned around and bang, it's happening. They're going lower, things are just going, things are just happening. No one's asking for consent. So that's my point, is that once you bring in a physical aspect to it, especially an intimate physical aspect, as in cuddling. Cuddling is physical and it's intimate. It's like, really, it is. It's two people, bodies pressed together. You know what I mean? Like, come on now.
Well, it's the flirting mistake, right? Flirting isn't sexual necessarily. Lots of people flirt with you and don't want to be with you.
Yeah,
and I think that's something that
yes, flirting is not sexual, but when you're in an intimate physical, when you're being intimately physical with each other, that's different than verbal flirting.
People don't understand is like lots of people will flirt with you and not actually be into you.
On Katie's logic, a lot of people are going to be getting accused of sexual assault soon if everybody went off of her book. But
well, you know, yeah, I think ultimately, like, look, people lie, and I recommend not doing that, right? I never lie about people, right? That's very important to me. But sometimes, you know, our perception of the truth can feel really real.
And she lies right there while she's saying she don't lie about people. I've watched a few of her videos where she was bullshitting a lot about things that was going on in like Destiny's orbit or his life.
And it might not be as real as we think it is. And I think that's why I want to promote like therapy and philosophy to make sure we know what we're experiencing. You know, it's like a conservative that thinks all trans people are groomers. It's like, that's obviously not happening, but that's their perspective. So you have to either get them to think differently or not be neighbors with them. You know, it's like, it's hard to explain to people that that perspective isn't objective, but you know, it's their perception. So what are you going to do? It's like people who believe in God. It's like, well, that's not real, but like could be real, but maybe it's, you know, it's very difficult to ask people to agree with you on reality, right?
yeah. Well, Brittany, that's all I got for you, unless you got something you want to ask me.
No, I just want to say thank you for reaching out. You did really well and you were very concise and I appreciate that so much. And yeah, props for you reaching out. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for having a talk. See ya.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Yo, that was hell. Dude, I wish I could. Dude, can I play the clip? Where's the clip of her saying I don't know shit? I don't know shit. Come on, I gotta do a little bit of a fucking touchdown dance a little bit, right? It's not too cringe. Listen to what she
His
said.
relationship with these things, I think that all kind of makes sense that he's coming from.
Listen to this, man.
It's like we're all young and we lecture the internet.
Listen.
I'm gonna go ahead and get some dinner for me and my daughter, and I will be back in a little bit. Thank you for being with me. Almost 5-hour stream. I don't know if you guys, how long any of you guys are here. Please give me a like, follow, subscribe, all that. At Kakarot Jenkins on everything: Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere. Kick. Go ahead and add me, please. Like, follow, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. Look forward to the streams where we're going to be doing giveaways and all kinds of stuff. Please tell everybody about it. Spread the word. Let's get to it. And I'll be back later tonight with we're either going to do Pine Harbor or we're going to do Last of Us Part. Well, we're going to do a horror game. We just got to figure out which one we're going to do tonight. But thank you guys for being here, and I love you all, and take care. If I don't see you later on tonight in the stream, take care, and I appreciate everybody being here. And if you do want to donate and you like the stream and you want to support it, go over to Streamlabs and throw me a dono if you want. You could be my first dono. I haven't had any yet. Maybe you could be the first. And take care. I'll see you guys shortly, hopefully.